Hey, hey. What's up? What's up? The show that would never end, huh? Welcome, everybody. It is slowly. I can tell I'm getting better basically every day. I'm still not 100%. He still put me down pretty quick, but you know, I'm doing better for sure.
What to think about when you're born into a fire. Let them burn it out.
We enjoyed some fine Dutch chocolate today, thanks to Betsmo. She sent us some stuff from Holland. It's pretty good.
They tell us lies and fade away. We feel betrayed.
Oh yeah, let me get let me set this. I think everything, all of them are going right correctly now. And kill the music. We'll get started.
Listen up now, because we're never dropping out.
I'm hoping I don't have this issue anymore. After this one heals, I hope that was a one-time experience. Here we go with Intel Lady on the intro.
Hey everybody, it's Kim Cocold here. Listen up. I know I promised my family that I wasn't going to disclose any more of my God dreams. But this very important message came through and I have to tell you guys what's going on. Okay, in my God dreams I was told very clearly that you must subscribe to Cold Beer Confessional. He's on YouTube and Twitch and all of the other ones. I don't know which. There's a lot of them. Subscribe and hit the bell, the notification bell, and hit the likes on it. Now listen, I don't like Cold Beer Confessional. I don't like Will Bird. I think he's an asshole. But you have to. You've got to do what God dictates in the God dreams. I fear the wrath of God, and so does Uncle Tessie. So subscribe to Cold Beer Confessional today. Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you very much, Intel Lady, for the intro. I am Will Bird with the Cold Beer Confessional, protected by God Dreams. I think that's our biggest call to subscribe we got. If you want to be protected by God Dreams as well, you have to be subscribed to the channel. That's the only way to do it. So we've got a few things to talk about. I saw Phil trying to sharing just a partial a screenshot of the transcript from the court. I don't think it makes him look very good. Everybody know, and I think they knew going into this that this was going to be a very, very, very long shot. Simply because you don't get cases thrown out on discovery usually. You know, you have to file for a summary judgment or something afterwards, after discovery's done, when we're ready to go to court. But I don't think it fared very well for Phil at all. Other people's got their opinion. You're more than welcome to have it. But we did read all the documents last night. Now, you have to, if you're going to watch last night's show, you have to skip ahead probably a couple hours until midnight hit. I've been thinking about clipping it out, but I might just go over it again at a different time for a different show. So for those of you wondering about my back, it's better. It's getting better every day, but it's just still not there. Sometimes I just lock up and can't move. I'm scared to death. I've got to put shocks on my Jeep, and I've got to put a fuel pump in my dad's car, and I'm scared to death to lay underneath the car. I can't get out. I just be stuck. Somebody had to drag my ass out. Either way. It is getting better. I'm not putting myself in like danger or something. I know a lot of people were worried about me last night reading those documents. I actually felt good last night. It took a little while to get it calmed down so I could lay down in bed, but then I slept good and felt great this morning. So it comes and goes depending on I guess where I'm setting, how I'm setting, and plus I kill the camera all the time and stand up if I need to. But it does feel like it's getting better. I just put on a damn get a life alert. That's right. I just put on a damn what are those called? Biofreeze patch before the show started. And that's what I did yesterday. So hopefully that helps some. If you want to support the show, the best thing you can do is like, share, subscribe, engage with the chat somehow or engage with the video somehow, whether that's liking, sharing, subscribing, like I mentioned, participating in the live chat, leaving a comment under a posted video. The comment section obviously is different from the chat section, from the live chat section, but either of those, any of those work. Do them all. Send the link to somebody. That'd be great. Anything to engage with the video ensures that more people will see it. We also have a brand new donation portal we're using. You can find it at coldbeer.fund, but it's for DonoClip. Someone asked me last night, I haven't been doing a good job of explaining this, but here on the website it says, if you wish to donate without a stream alert, try the link below, and I'll change around to where you guys can see that. If you wish to donate without a stream alert, like you don't want to interrupt the show and you want to be anonymous, you can do that right here with just this donate button. And some people used it last night, but some people said they couldn't find it. That's this small yellow button right in the middle of the screen. This is DonoClip over on coldbeer.fund. And again, all my social media links, including Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, and Discord. If you want to follow me on any of those platforms, in case I lose another channel, we're still reeling from the loss of a YouTube channel not too long ago. So there's that. We made some waves, I guess, some attention. The Toothless Wonder, has returned to YouTube, and not any more sober than you would expect. Actually, probably worse off than you would expect. But we're gonna go over some of that tonight. I'll probably jump around some. Ask the expert, Scott McKay. Oh, my God. It says, if you'd like to join in this broadcast, is happening live now. Ask the expert, Scott McKay, Ben Broadcaster, American Media Periscope. You can click on this link, register, come in and ask questions, whatever questions you'd like. I'm sure that's not highly subjective. I'm sure that's perfect. Perfect. Jesus Christ. Anyways, let's get to the drunken rants. That's probably the best part of this. It's wild. Strap in. You're just going to have to see this. Not to mention afterwards, they thought they were backstage for over an hour doing a private like a backstage chat and not live. But again, they weren't. They were just too drunk to figure that out. So let's grab that, and that's where we'll start. Let me grab a link for it. Copy link address. There it is. And here we go. Oh, by the way, DonoClip. I mentioned it earlier, but at the very top of coldbeer.fund is DonoClip. I've been turning it off for free use. They're donation only during the show, but I've been turning it off for free use when I'm not live. And we actually got a really good one. I watched this one earlier, but I'll play it for the clip. This is from Justin Sally. Sally, I don't know how you say that, but this is from Justin. It was actually a pretty good one. Made me laugh. Here you go. I think I need to mute this side again. Yes.
Oh, no. Hold on.
And thanks for your service, Wilbur.
Thank you very much. He's got meat on his glasses, but I had part of it muted, so let me play it again.
Hey, all you meat hammers. Just wanted to say hi and thanks for your service, Wilbur.
Thank you very much. I saw your veteran hat in the background. I very much like the meat glasses. That goes a way back to good old Mexico Mary. Of course, another fan favorite, Mexico Mary. She does what she does. I don't know what else to say. She does what she does. But yes, that was a very good one. Thank you very much for that. Through DonoClip. DonoClip, which is you can get to it through coldbeer.fund. You leave an audio or video clip, and we'll play it live on air. I know people donate all the time and say something through Buy Me a Coffee, but I thought it would be more personalized if you guys got a chance to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like your own voice to say something or your own video to say something. I think it'd be really cool if it takes off. I know a lot of other streamers are using it, and it's completely free. Like a lot of services charge you for stuff like that. This is completely free, which is pretty cool. All right, let's hop into the drunken video. There's the link. So we start off with Travis as Travis, and you're never going to guess the homophobia from Texas. The homophobic wonder is the one down on the bottom. His username is Rhino Pooped His Pants, because that's what humor is now. Saying someone pooped their pants. It's hilarious. A lot of bad audio, a lot of muted segments. It's just drunken internet. That's all I can say.
Oh, I see.
Why are you whispering? Travis finally admits, we figured this out on their last live stream, that they were actually together. Because at certain points, Texas Closeted Warrior was speaking through Travis's mic, and someone said, "Travis, who's on the phone?" He said, "Nobody's on the phone." Travis claims he broke down there, and he's staying with Texas Info Warrior. So, look, I'm no expert on humor. I think I'm pretty good at it. I make a lot of people laugh. I know some of my jokes probably go too far for a lot of people too, but I don't know the last time I've laughed at Joe pooped his pants, and I'm like, just fucking rolling on the floor laughing. This is all dead air, except for the whispering. I see it now. I see it. I don't know what he was showing him, but he sees it now. I'm about to speed it up some. 1.5 speed, maybe. My son Liam told me he might want to be a stand-up comedian one day. That'd be fun. It's a rough life, but I thought it'd be fun to be a stand-up comedian. Well, not the club to club, night to night, different town every night. Like, that would probably get old quick. But if you could make it past that to where you actually had a club to perform at, that'd be pretty cool.
Play ball. That's right. Welcome to Texas Info Warrior. So everybody's saying that I'm hiding from the real world. I'm really not.
So everybody's saying he's hiding from the real world. He's really not.
Hey, what's up, Paul?
Hey, Paul.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to.
Again, Texas Info Warrior's not even coming through his own mic. He's coming through Travis's mic. If you see that, you see there, when someone talks, obviously their avatar blows up, kind of like on my intro screen where the skull like has the flash behind it when someone talks. So if we get to that point again, hold on.
Play ball. Play ball. Let's play ball. That's right. Welcome, Texas Info Warrior. Hey. So everybody's saying that I'm hiding from the real world. I'm really not. I'm at my children. Hey, what's up, Paul? Hey, Paul.
So obviously they're in the same spot. Plus, you can hear Texas Info Warriors or Travis, somebody's speakers the whole time in the background with about a 3-second delay, meaning that delay is not short enough to be them watching on YouTube. Someone is on their phone watching in StreamYard, which is the software they use like Zoom so they can get together to do the show. It's not YouTube. There would be a longer delay.
Hang on, I'm going to have to figure out how to. I got too many things going at the same time there. That's what's wrong. We can talk about a few things.
One of the big arguments they're going to make here is that they've never mentioned Q. They're not QAnon. They're not Q-tards. They don't believe in Q. I don't think that holds water. Just because I never mention the name Q or Q drops, if I peddle every conspiracy theory or allow people on my panel to peddle every conspiracy theory about Q and then say, I don't know, could be true. That could be true. Yep, that's what you believe. I see it. It could be true. I think you're just as guilty as the people who are like, Drop 101 says, and this is what it means.
And let everybody kind of pour into it. Yeah, if they like, and I got some things to discuss at the top. And then it's a few things, and then we'll probably take about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on other discussions. And then we can move on with
Such good audio.
Fair enough. This is kind of...
They call out the CBCs. Be ready.
This is his say on everything. You know what? Y'all can hate on him all you want to. He's a pretty good dude.
Y'all can hate on him all you want to. He's a pretty good dude. I think there ought to be a breathalyzer attached to Travis's phone and computer. Like the people who have to get one attached to their car.
Yeah, that's fine. You can get on. I got a lot of people hate on me throughout the years, and I love it. I think it's great. I think hate is a good thing, and I think like is another thing. I think we should all kind of bear this. We should all have.
There you go. Hate's a good thing.
Because not everybody loves everybody. How about that?
Exactly.
We all have our nerds and our morals, and it's just the way life is. It's the way life should be, especially in this day and age. Especially.
Right. So how much harm do you want to bring to American people? Hey, Susie, we don't want any harm. So y'all want to know what I've been doing for the last 2.5 weeks?
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so y'all know
everything Travis has been doing to help every community around the world, except the one he lived in that he ran away from to go help other ones.
I went to Pennsylvania and learned a little bit. I learned a little bit, just a piece of what people should really know about our rights. Well, in the meantime, I come back. I'm broke down in Oklahoma, in eastern Oklahoma. No problem with that. There's a reason I'm stuck here. I believe God's guiding me around. He's telling me what to do. So now my niece has been accused of doing something that she didn't know.
All right, so this is a very interesting point. Travis's niece, I believe he goes on to say that she is 14, has been in trouble with the school, as well as the possibly the police. It's a strange and interesting point going on here.
That she didn't say, sorry. And we're going after the school district in the county below where I grew up. I have no qualms about it. They're wrong. You can't.
They're wrong.
They offered to arrest my niece. She's 14.
So this sounds like hearsay, but either way, like Travis wasn't there, but they offered to arrest her. What is like? We can take you if you want us to. What does offer to arrest mean?
Trying to arrest her?
Yes, they did. The sheriff's department.
He says he found one book, girl. He's going to take you to it, and he's going to use it to show you that it's an actual litter box.
Oh, yes. Okay. Wow.
I I don't know how easy that is, real Firefly. I've spent most of my life taking mine around trying to get somebody to blow on it. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, well, he just broke his, I can't remember the name of it, but he no longer has immunity, and we can't go after his personal.
What I really want to show, they're talking about qualified immunity is what they're trying to talk about for this cop. So the way, let me explain this first. The way qualified immunity works, most people don't understand, but basically it protects members it protects members or government entities as a whole. So local governments, states, including police officers, people who work, firefighters, whatever, that work for a city or a state or whatever. It protects them from having to pay damages for actions that have not yet been deemed unconstitutional. So if a cop makes an action and it's unconstitutional, or at least people are claiming it's unconstitutional, if it's already been proven in court, usually the Supreme Court, that's who decides these things, that it's unconstitutional, then they are liable. They should have known that the court has already ruled this is unconstitutional and you can't do it. So that cop can be liable, that police department can be liable, that city can be liable for damages and having to pay those out. Now, if a court's never ruled on it because it's like a gray area, then they have what they call qualified immunity. They're immune until it goes to a court. Now, they might be the very first one that it ends up at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, yes, this is unconstitutional. That's fine. They still can't be held accountable until that ruling is what the law says, quote, clearly established. What does clearly established means? Well, that's for courts to decide, right? Clearly established, you can be held liable personally for damage, the city, the police department, the state, whatever level you're at. And if it's not clearly established, then you have qualified immunity. It hasn't been ruled on yet, so you can't be held for. They say that this helps police officers do their jobs to where they're not scared that everything is breaking the Constitution, and they're going to be broke and penniless and will be afraid to enforce any laws. Other people say that it gives them a shield that they can hide behind and just claim they didn't know it was unconstitutional. But the actual reading of the law is if it's clearly established, then they can be held liable. And if it's not clearly established, then basically they have qualified immunity. They cannot be held liable.
That's a problem.
What is? But what's the
So basically, what he's trying to say is, I guess I didn't do it, but you guys should be explaining it. The reason the law is in place, at least that from the court's perspective, is that the person who does something to you in trying to do their job, if they do something to you unconstitutional, you basically, if a reasonable official should have known it's unconstitutional, then they're liable. If a reasonable official wouldn't have known because it hasn't been ruled on, then they're not liable. That's the way the courts see it.
Struggling about that is this is a small town of maybe 1,000 people, 1,500. The school board started this bullshit, and we're coming for them.
School board started it.
What they did was unconstitutional. They questioned my niece, she's 14, without her or her parents or legal counsel.
All right, so this is first of all, this is weird. He says they questioned my niece, who is 14, without her. Well, that's impossible. Without her parents, okay, without legal counsel. Got it. But he's no longer talking about the police. Again, people would have an issue with the police questioning a child without some type of legal counsel or parents. The problem is he's now talking about school officials. So you're telling me a school official now cannot ask a student a question Can you imagine how often you'd have to be at the fucking school? What's 2 plus 2? Jimmy, your mom's not here. We had to wait. Put your hand down. The school officials asked her what happened without her parents or legal counsel present. That happens every day, everywhere. It's allowed. A teacher can ask you what happened, what you did, what you said. He quickly switches from police to then he says the school board, we're going to hold them accountable because what they did was unconstitutional. School officials question her without her, impossible. Her parents, okay. Or legal counsel, okay. But we have to allow that, right? We have to allow the school officials, even if the resource officer is standing there, we have to allow that. And at a certain point, short of investigating a crime, school resource officers and police officers can ask minors without they can't put them in a place where they're going to self-incriminate themselves into a crime, right? But could you imagine a school resource officer? He walks up to a fight. Everybody's fighting. 2 kids are laying on the ground bloody. And he's like, can ask no questions, guys. Everybody go to class and I'll try to recreate the crime scene. No, he could say, what's going on? What happened? What happened here? And then if you admit to him, hey, I come up and hit this guy in the back of the head with my books. I mean, to a certain point, they can do that. It's when you sat down with them to interrogate them that you have to have some type of representation, especially 14, 15, 16-year-old. I know my school officer asks me shit all the time. What's that in your mouth? Oh, that's skull. I'm dipping. Where are you going? I'm going to McDonald's to get breakfast. I don't feel like being here anymore. Why'd you park over there? Because I felt like it. He asked me all kinds of shit.
You can't do that. Don, if you want me to send you a link, I will send you the link, brother. I can see you on the restream.
I don't know if you just heard that, but our favorite drunken panel member, Dirty Don, is going to come in and he's fully lit. Don, he's been in our chat before saying, let me up on panel. And then you can almost hear a hiccup coming from the characters he types out. It's strange. You just have to be there. I told him last time I didn't want to get a contact buzz from him. But he was still consistent.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's what I've been doing. You know, I don't care what people think about me.
What's the ground? What's the state of grounds of arresting the first one?
They have none.
Okay.
So he just asked, what's the grounds that they would be arresting her on? They have none. I find it, there are corrupt cops, I'll admit it. I find it hard that corrupt cops would attempt or offer, your words, offer to arrest a 14-year-old with no grounds whatsoever.
Did they detain her at all, or did they threaten?
She made a comment that was not the comment that she made. Somebody else regurgitated it, and they punished her for something she didn't do.
That's crazy.
Somebody else made a comment that she did not make, and they punished her for something she didn't do.
Threaten.
She made a comment that was not the comment that she made.
She made a comment that was not the comment that she made. He drove 50 miles per hour over the speed limit, but he didn't drive 50 miles per hour over the speed limit. He robbed a bank, but he didn't rob a bank. He threatened an individual to unalive them, but he didn't threaten an individual to unalive them. I think I'm starting to get the hang. She made a comment that she didn't make. Got it.
Threaten.
She made a comment that was not the comment that she made. Somebody else regurgitated it, and they punished her for something she didn't do.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
But it is. So now we're, I don't know whether Denise is going to make it or not. I hope she does. She's exhausted, I'm sure. She's been killing it. We're going to do a live Zoom on Saturday, I think. We're checking everybody's schedules because I want Cricket to get involved.
So he needs to check with Denise and see if she can make it. Mariah, check the mod chat on Telegram. So he needs to get Denise over here so he can get to the bottom of this. She's the constitutional school board destroyer. He got drunk, but he didn't drink a drop. That's right, not Ryder. Denise is the constitutional school board destroyer. She's the one who embarrassed Book Girl so bad that Book Girl decided to leave the internet forever. Never coming back. Will never be back. I couldn't stand the embarrassment of being put in her place, as we all know. He also needs to make sure that Cricket's schedule is clear. Who is Cricket? Cricket is his sister.
On Saturday, I think. We're checking everybody's schedules because I want Cricket to get involved. Cricket's my little sister. She's all over these people's ass, and for good reason. You know, Camry hasn't done anything wrong.
This girl, I don't want to even say the name. I shouldn't have even said that, but this girl hasn't done anything wrong. Were you there? Do you know what was said? Kids fuck up. A lot of times you don't want to believe kids fuck up, but if the school asked her and she admitted to it, there's probably not a whole lot of getting out of whatever punishment's coming. She made a comment that she didn't make, and the school asked her without a lawyer what comment she made. She made it without making it. I went to school with a girl named Cricket Crawford. Cricket Crawford.
She made a statement.
I think that was her nickname, but she went by it. I did go to school with another guy named Crockett, and that was his legal first name, Crockett.
Repeated a statement that the same girl said. So, you know, they're trying to get her. They're trying to get her for bullying. They're trying to get her for this. They're trying to get her for that.
Oh, now more stuff comes out. She made a comment that she didn't make, and they're trying to get her for bullying. Uh-oh. This girl didn't do nothing. This girl didn't do nothing. But she made a comment after she was asked by school officials that she made a comment that she really didn't make, wink, wink, about bullying.
So, you know,
I think somebody needs to show up with some laws and orders. That's right, Dan.
They're trying to get her for bullying. They're trying to get her for this. They're trying to get her for that. Well, fortunately, my sister is a rock star. The same girl, she made a statement. She repeated a statement that the same girl said.
Are you catching this? She repeated a statement that the same girl said. So at first, it was she made a statement that she didn't make, and now no other girl has been named, and we get she repeated a statement that the same girl made. So she repeated herself in third person? Sarah, what did you say? Well, I'm not going to say what I said, but what Sarah said was that a verbal threat and bullying.
So, you know, they're trying to get her. They're trying to get her for bullying.
That's right, Book Girl.
Well, fortunately, my sister is a rock star.
She partied like a rock star.
She brought the Constitution. She brought the state laws, pinned them to everything that they've done wrong.
Most of this is going to be like a tool. Most of these people, most of these, what the entire concert are also sheriff are trying to do is that what their goal is to try to federalize the legal system. I don't know if you heard about that recently.
Yes, I have. And that's a very good way to talk about that, because they want our local police gone, because then when you federalize that.
I do it with the black and white like a cop car. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Me and my band.
Lose your rights.
Right. You'll have Homeland Security, you'll have DHS right tools determining everything that they're supposed to be.
Soon as I came out the womb, my mama knew a star was born. I think's how it goes. Now I'm on the golf course tripping with the Osbournes.
It's not a law, it's a color of law. It's whatever they say to law.
Can you imagine being a 14-year-old girl, already kind of awkward? Everybody remembers that period in school. Like, even if you were the most popular kid in school, you were still worried that people were talking about you, that you weren't popular enough, that people didn't like you, that people were plotting against you. It's already full of paranoia and bad choices because of that, and always questioning everything around you and not knowing what's happening or what will happen. And then Drunkle, that stands for drunk uncle, Drunkle Travis comes staggering to the door screaming, I know my rights. You even have a constitution in here?
Right. It's actually a law of the Supreme Grant. That's
You're
the
100%.
main goal of all of this was happening in this country is to cause us to revolt back because they already have a plan on how to get rid of it.
Yes, they're trying to put us against the
They're
local.
trying to get us to revolt back because they're trying to get rid of us. Let me tell you what people in power don't want. I hate hearing this conspiracy theory. YouTube, I don't agree with any of these conspiracy theories. That's why I'm actively disputing them. Now, I don't agree with these conspiracy theories. If people are in power and they are in the upper echelon and they have a lower tier of people that make money for them, that pay taxes for them, that, go out and vote, work factory jobs, whatever, do something for them, the last thing you want is for them to revolt so you can take them out. The rich and powerful need, just like a king, needs servants, needs people to tend the land, needs somebody to shoe horses, needs somebody to make the horseshoes, needs a fighting, standing army, needs an upper class person, needs people to work factory jobs, mow the lawn, sweep the streets, repair their cars. They're not trying to get people to turn up so they can take them out in large numbers. They want you docile. They want you happy and oblivious to what they're doing. They're not trying to coax you into a fight. They just want you to forget about them and keep doing your day-to-day so they can keep doing their day-to-day.
Local police. They're trying to put the local police against us. What we need to do, look, your county sheriff needs to be in place because they can stop the federal government from coming in there. If they
That's right. Your sheriff can stop them. But I party like a rock star, flying down 20 looking good in a hot car.
federalize it, we're fucked.
I tried to explain to
You know them hoes be at my show.
9 years in Mosul, northern Iraq, and holograph campaign as well. He took 4 or 5 tours from 2003 until 2013. He retired 2013. And I could explain to him the other day, literally.
Drunkle and Cricket. Paranoia and bad choices. Latest hit by Drunkle and Cricket.
We had to put his service dog down. It was really hard for him. I had to be there for him. I was there for him.
I'm sorry. Send my condolences.
Thank you, Travis. I tried to explain to him about how the sheriffs, back in the old days, it was only sheriff. It was no police. It was only sheriff. The sheriff that could control the county. And the police department controlled the state. And they listen to whatever state laws say. Sheriffs.
I kind of take offense to I don't guess I take offense to it. I guess I know it's not true. My sister's a school teacher. For those of you who don't know, she doesn't, share her identity online. She isn't online. She doesn't speak online. She doesn't do none of that. I would never have her come on the show because she's so worried about, someone taking something out of context or losing her job. She doesn't even have social media accounts. And she's just doing her best to teach the kids. She's not trying to indoctrinate anyone. She's not trying to force any policies on them. She's not trying to do that. She's trying to get them prepared for their life in as well-rounded a way as she can, while also making sure they meet the standards. So the state has standards to pass grades. Of course, she has to cover that, but she also covers stuff that she can about living, about surviving, about what the real world is like, and life lessons and everything, especially when you teach like a short, like below high school. you're not only like a teacher, you're like a mentor, right? High school is a lot of people already kind of set in their ways, depending on if you're like the slacker or the overachiever, blah, blah, blah. But when you're talking about middle school and below, or whatever you guys call it, middle school and below, you're like a mentor. You're forming some of their early fundamental memories and processes that they're going to carry on for the rest of their life, about being prepared for the day or showing up on time or coming prepared and stuff like that. Life lessons that you're going to take with you for the rest of your life. And I think she does a hell of a job. She's been promoted through our school system several times. She does a good job.
Have to listen to the Constitution. Now, if your sheriff is not constitutional, you're kind of screwed.
That's true.
And I have to say that the only thing I agree with D-Dog about, D-Dog is a third.
Yeah, there ain't no fucking way. Somebody the other day told me that they were going to go and work as a substitute teacher. There ain't no way. You couldn't melt me and pour me in a fucking classroom with a bunch of kids. I'm too jumpy and too short-tempered. I've got a short fuse. I feel like when I'm trying to teach something, I can't. I feel like everybody should learn at my pace because my mind's already on to the next topic before you've even figured the first topic out. Like, you can ask Mariah, it's hard for me to even teach her something. I try to be as patient as I can with my kids, and I'm not even good at it, but much less random kids I don't even know. I couldn't be a teacher. More power to them, honestly.
Yeah, so he said that the only way to get rid of sheriffs is with the corner. Now, I understand that what he means by that. The corner means, the only way to get rid of the sheriff is with the corner, it means by that. I understand what he's trying to say. but yes, but the sheriff is just supposed to be the be-all, end-all.
The sheriff is the be-all, end-all.
I'm a tribal member of...
So here we go. Texas Info Warrior, with all the racial stuff, with all the homophobic stuff, with all the people that he hates and he thinks are below him. He's a tribal member. He's a tribal member of some Native American group here.
Of a referee in California. Now, a lot of the state jurisdictions in the country kind of work the same way as a jurisdiction in tribal land and the Bureau of Land Management.
Right.
The sheriff's department, I saw a video just last week where the tribal police was able to and did arrest a local police department, a local police officer. Because they were
the tribal leaders arrested the local police department. The local tribal leader arrested the local police department.
Do on federal sovereign land.
Well, so now the government, and I'm just asking because I don't know. Now the government's trying to say that the cops have jurisdiction over those lands. You know what? If we owe...
I do not think the federal government is trying to say that cops have jurisdiction over those lands. I think it's always been a separate issue. That's why we have issues with people who do sell, trade, commit crime, and then bounce back and forth between the two lands. It's even so much of a well-known issue that they make tropes about it, right? They make tropes about this city cop and this tribal cop and how they can't get together on this investigation and blah, 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 all that shit. By the way, Justin, thank you for I played it earlier. I don't know if you were here, but thank you for the DonoClip. We played it a little bit ago. I appreciate it. I especially like the glasses, and thank you for your service too. I saw your veteran hat in the background.
Anybody, any reparations, it's the Indians that were here before, period. It doesn't have anything to do with anything else. That's wrong.
By the way, this theory that sheriffs have all the power is I think, a misinterpretation of laws on the books. And here's why. I used to believe that. I used to read the same laws they read and say, oh, well, it looks like the sheriff has, power over this and power over that and can do this and do that as long as he stays within his own jurisdiction and they can't do nothing about him. But when Sheriff Joe, I don't remember what his last name was, Arpaio or something. When Sheriff Joe was doing immigration sweeps in Phoenix, Arizona, where he was a sheriff, a federal judge came down and said that they were racially profiling people for these immigration sweeps. They were judging by Arpaio, thank you. They were judging by skin tone and who they were, blah, blah, blah. Whether you believe that's a good ruling or not, it doesn't matter. It was ruled and ordered him to stop. He continued the sweeps. So what happened? He was charged and convicted, and I think it was contempt of court. He ignored the judge's order. He later had to be pardoned by Trump. Oh, thank you. Either way, I thought I saw the veteran's hat. You were a veteran, but thank you for thanking me for my service. I appreciate it, Justin, and thank you for the DonoClip. They're free overnight. If you didn't know, you can leave one if you want to. I'm trying to get people used to it, and then they'll probably be the same as buy me a coffee or whatever.
Absolutely.
They got, we went through our ridiculous regretting slavery and all stuff. I get that. I understand that, but at the same time, they got there. They got what they ended up joining our military, becoming legitimate citizens. And
there you go. They joined our military, becoming legitimate citizens. Then for some reason, Travis raises his hand. Travis didn't join the military, become a citizen. I think you might not agree with me, but you should statistically. People who come here and take immigration classes and take citizenship classes and become citizens, they know more about U.S. history than most people do if you just walk down the street and ask people. Okay? They still know the preamble to the Constitution. Do you? They still know quite a bit that they have to learn to pass those things, and they enjoy learning it. They seem proud of it. Laura, do you have Starlink? Too much snow? How does it work pretty good usually?
And just anybody else.
Well, and this is my question to you, because I think you'll agree with me. Why aren't the indigenous people speaking out against these gun laws that are taking guns away from us?
Well, there's not enough of it left. That's the thing. A lot of Indians, they're like most people who speak and talk about we should do this and do that, but they don't act. It's just kind of the same way.
There you go. Why aren't indigenous people? Oh, you've got it too, Rising Phoenix? It's awesome. The area that I'm in still says like coming soon or whatever. I thought about getting it just to have it as like a backup, because it seems like it'd be a really good backup. I don't know what the cheapest plan is to keep it active, because I might not be able to afford to keep it as a backup. But I was just looking at it. My area doesn't come till this year, 2023. So I don't actually know about it yet, but it seems like it'd be cool. Laura says yes.
With a lesser scale.
And I would agree with you. They're paid off. They live. They do whatever they want to. You know what? I know a lot of Navajos in New Mexico, and they don't care anymore. They've been stripped of their own sovereignty
For a long time.
into submission, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because you know what? They give them a new house every year. They tear the house up. They don't care. They'll give them a new house. They don't care.
A lot of tribes are really. I mean, you want to talk about poor. I mean, you talk about poor people in like rural areas and the black community, Hispanic community, whatever. But if you want to talk about poor, I mean, nothing describes poor unless you're talking about places like the Badlands with South Dakota, North Dakota. The Lakota Indians are the most poorest people ever because the federal government is in control, and they
because
have
I'm a dick.
Robin Angel bought you 3 6-packs. Thank you very much. No message with it, but at Robin Angel, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I just noticed a bunch of people sent me Instagram messages. I'm not on Instagram super often, but I am trying to move you all. Where I have a business account, it puts you all in message requests. So now I'm trying to move you to my primary inbox. I apologize for that. I just didn't see them.
Already accepted that. They already allowed the federal government. We're supposed to be sovereign, but the reason why they're not sovereign is because they love those handouts for the federal government. That's the reason.
Oh no, we got a DonoClip. It even popped up on the screen. I don't know if you said like, I'll have the mods review it, or I'll review it in a minute and play it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
What? They keep getting that.
That's kind of my thing, Texas, too, man. I don't really care what you do. I hope you don't care what the fuck I do. I'll take care of certain things with my kids. I appreciate the education system. They do a really good job. I don't know if I'd have the time or patience to homeschool. I do think I'm smart enough to grasp most of it, but I don't think I could. I don't think I'd have the patience for it. But I'll leave you alone. You leave me alone. I just want to do my own thing. You know what I mean? But it doesn't seem like that's the way it happens on either side. When you're doing your own thing, this side hates it or that side hates it, and somebody wants to interfere with it, and somebody wants to do this. Obviously, we have laws to protect. We have laws to protect those that need protection, and the old, the feeble, the young, children, blah blah blah. But I'm not doing anything. Just leave me the fuck alone.
Any one state like this, Texas, should be separating itself from the federal government.
130, including TV. Okay.
Handouts. Once they do that, they're not subject to federal government laws or rules. They're only subject to their own state constitution and laws. And then, that's civil war. That's civil war. That's what we had before. What we need. I mean, we need that.
Well, no, I would agree. Susie, I'm trying to. I have to send Don the link through my phone because I don't have his email. It'll be all right. Don's good. We love Don. You know what? Don and I don't agree on a lot of things.
Don's good. We love Don. We got Don. Don's celebrating the birth of his grandkid, who just turned 34 last week. So he's been celebrating for 34 years, a little over.
Don and I can have conversations face to face.
You only have 17 viewers. That should tell you something. It tells me that you're on the wrong platform. Oh. These people, they just, I don't know. They don't get it somehow. They don't get what's going on. I'm broadcasting to 4 platforms. The only reason I broadcast to Facebook is so my dad can see the replay tomorrow. There's 17 people there watching. I don't care if there's 0 people watching. That would still be up so my dad could watch the replay tomorrow. But I usually broadcast to 600 or 700 people a night, something like that. How many are you broadcasting to? That's what I thought.
I got to copy the link. Don't worry.
I have to admit that the reason why I will not say on public, I will not say the name of my tribal names because I have to admit I'm a little bit, afraid because if we really wanted to, my tribe can cut my money right now if I really want to. I don't make a lot of money.
I'm broadcasting to about, let's see, 235, 335, 4, about 450 people right now. But it'll pick up. It's still early.
$1,000. What they do, they put it in their banks. They dump it down their throats. That's what they do. But I mentioned my tribe. They're like, oh, you're one.
My question is, if you're here in my chat on Facebook, who's working your street corner? Is it just left unattended?
Okay, so I have to ask questions. What tribe do you say?
What tribe did you say you're part? I have to ask a question. What tribe did you say you're part of? What tribe was it?
You're a part of.
Well, I don't really want to say. I don't think California.
Okay. No, I understand. So, this is important. Are your elders teaching you that the government?
He didn't want to say his tribe, but then Travis asked him, "Are you tribal elders teaching you about the government?"
Took their guns and killed a bunch of them.
There's very few. There's not many elders left.
Are the tribal elders telling you? Are the tribal elders tell? Oh, there it is. I do think no one wants to watch a F-tard. I'm gone. Bye, Renee. I missed you. Are your tribal elders teaching you that someone is going to come take your guns and then control you like they did to the Native Americans?
I can tell you, I'm home. I'm a home. That's like not like homeless. So I mean, most of the people in Northern California and Central California are homeless.
Okay.
But they're not allowed. They're really, really private members of the
Yeah, Facebook is a spot where they all pop up. Facebook has a general population of people that are more prone to not like that I cuss, to not like me going after other people and telling them they're wrong, to not like me putting down people that are just hysterical and telling lies on the right side. It's generally an older population, a more conservative population. Younger and less conservative people have left there long ago. Not because of bans, just because of newer platforms, right? A lot of new kids, a lot of younger kids, let's say probably from like 15 or whenever they start social media to about 25 or something, don't even have Facebook. So some of them never have. Most of them never have.
my members. Whatever types of very more. But we do best we can with the land, and we do this with water filtration and stuff. So my dad was very member for a lot of years.
I can't hear hardly anything he's saying.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to drop the link in chat.
No. Hey, Renee, nay.
Because Don would like to come up here. Maybe not. Can't get it right. That's right, Lord.
I've heard that, Cherokee Patriot. So Cherokee Patriot says, I've homeschooled my daughter till 9th grade. She went to high school, and there was way too much BS. So she did her junior and senior year online and graduated at 16. She was put in advanced classes as a freshman and sophomore and did great, but she absolutely stayed so upset that she stopped eating and cried all the time. It was rough. Do you think, so this is just from personal experience, and I'm not trying to put it on your kid. I'm just asking, do you think that had she, well, first let me tell you, we had a lot of kids that homeschooled until high school. And they came in and they were, a few of them adjusted really, really well almost instantly. Like probably 2 out of 10, right? 20%. The rest of them had a really hard time adjusting. And they kind of felt like they didn't fit in. Because I'm in a small town. So when I went to high school from middle school, it's the same people I knew my whole life, right? The only difference we had, we all went to the same middle school, we all went to the same high school, is we had 4 elementary schools that all fed into that. Thank you, Rising. That all fed into that. So when we all went to high school, we all knew each other because we all had spent 3 years in middle school together. And the homeschool kids kind of had a hard time, or at least seemed to have a hard time fitting in, just because maybe it was new, they didn't know people or whatever. But I have heard a lot of times, and I've seen homeschool kids are sometimes the smartest kids, way more advanced than other kids, because they've had that one-on-one, they've had the homeschooling time, their parents took care of them, and they're usually way ahead. There it is. Jessica says, I homeschooled mine. She finished at 16 and working on her degree now. That's awesome.
There we go. There you go, Don. Well, my dad grew up on an Navajo Indian reservation in Shiprock, New Mexico.
Okay, so Travis's dad grew up on an Indian reservation. Got it.
Well, I understand the struggles of the indigenous.
Let's play this DonoClip. This DonoClip came from Straight Runner. Thank you very much for the donation and the clip. Oh, it's an audio clip, so we'll play it here. Straight Runner.
This is the Macho Man, Randy Savage. Oh, yeah, I got you for 3 minutes, Phil.
Oh, very good. Very good. The Macho Man, Randy Savage, has Phil cornered for 3 minutes. A very good donation. I'm going to play that one again. Plus, that one gets the first applause tonight. There we go. Play that one again. That was pretty good. Thank you, Straight Runner. I think this will be really fun when people get used to it. They can make jokes. They can do all kinds of stuff. I think people will like it.
This is the Macho Man, Randy Savage. Oh, yeah, I got you for 3 minutes, Phil.
I was laughing quietly to myself until he said, "I got you for 3 minutes, Phil," and then it went out loud. That was very good. Thank you very much. I think that's a pretty cool fucking a pretty cool setup they got, especially that it's free. Every other thing I've seen where you can like record a message or send a video or even send a YouTube link. They take a percentage of the donation, which is crazy, or you have to pay for it like monthly. But it's completely free. I'm not saying it'll always be free. They're just beta testing it right now. I don't know if everybody has access to it or you have to be invited, but it might be paid in the future, but right now it's free, and I think it's awesome.
And one of the things my father told me years ago, he said, "Hey, don't let them ever take your guns." My father passed when I was 17.
Don't ever let them take your guns. That's what his dad always said. So it does. Everybody in the South has always said that forever. I think I probably have a biased view of public schools because we are still, oh, there it is. Renee is a Q-tard. Trump is an America president. Biden is a fake as fuck. Is a fake as, so English is like your third language, right, Renee? Listen, I'm going to read this word for word what she posted on Facebook. I don't think I can highlight it over here, can I? Oh, yeah, I can. Trump is a American president. Biden is a fake as fuck. Is a fake as fuck. Make believe president, like it or not, fakers. Bye. I'm guessing fourth language. Like the one you spent very little time on, but you feel like you've got enough grasp to ask directions or order at a restaurant. It has nothing to do with Q. I just don't like his attitude. By the way, Biden's fake. He's not real. Okay. While we're on the subject of how well Facebook does, why don't you take 4 or 5 with you? I'm sure they're sleeper cells. Anyways, I think I might have a biased opinion of this public school system because, American, because I live in a super small town. So it takes like, when drastic changes happen, it takes like years for stuff, even trends. So when I go, like I graduated in 2007, when I go to look up music from 2007, like that I listened to in high school, I have to look up music from like 2000 because it had just gotten popular with us because we're so far behind everything. We live in such a small town. Same thing with like changes and policy and the way school systems are, I'm sure, the way kids interact with each other. I think I probably have a pretty biased opinion about it because of that, but we live in a super small town. Like I said, there's only one high school and one middle school for the whole county.
There's guns on the red zone, but at the same time, it's like there's tribes in this country that are good reservations. But
Mean girls, arrogant guys that wanted to date her, and she turned them. Oh, she did date a guy she had known for a whole life, and they are still best friends. She dated a couple of other. Oh, okay, so she fit right in.
It's funny because I remember going there at that night and with my brother and going up there, and my cousin, literally my relative, my cousin, will duck on us because because that's how.
We're gonna do some skipping around. I don't want to waste the whole show here. Okay.
Government will be like loving and helping you. No, they're completely tribal members of.
Silent Travis.
20 people in here. You know what? I'd rather have 20.
Here we go.
Don, did you see the link? We got a whopping 20 people in here. You know what? I'd rather have 20 people that have my back than 20 people that stab me in the back.
Travis is losing a lot of his audience because of the Jeff B scandal he went through. And wait till you hear their excuse. Remember, their excuse was, first of all, they were trying to get me arrested. Second of all, they did it for content. Third of all, they did it as an experiment. Now, the new thing is going to be they were trying to test their audience to see which of their audience would be loyal to them. And they got rid of all the fakers. All the fakers are gone now, and only the true believers are still here. That's going to be their new thing. But wait till you see Cindy Fuller Stapleton, which most people know, she's been in my chat before, but we always see her on these type chats. Rhino, Travis, I don't know about Liberty Warrior, but I see her a lot of places on videos that I cover. She's like, why did you guys do this? There better be a good excuse. And then he yells at her and says it was a test. And she's like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? It was pretty funny.
You know what? I ain't never charged near one of them for nothing. I go help people. If y'all don't like that, that's okay. I do what I do because it's in my heart. You know what? I haven't been the nicest person in the world. Maybe I should have to pay back. I do it on less than anybody else can do it.
I can tell you one thing, though. There's a hell of a lot more people out there who are a hell of a lot worse than Travis is.
You are correct.
Okay? And even though we're not perfect, nobody is perfect. Maybe we don't have
We're not perfect, but there's people that are worse than us. That sounds like a good excuse.
all the answers. The point is that we're looking for the answers, that we're on the show to look for the answers, and that's the thing.
Yeah, she actually did. Which, but girl, it kind of caught me off guard. I don't know if it does you, but like she seems like one that just kind of goes with the flow. But she's pissed about this. I saw her in Rhino's chat after it happened. She was pissed about it, saying they can't just make this up. People were really worried about Jeff. Why would they do this? And then they claim it's to like take down Will. This is stupid.
You know, you made the comment here a couple of months ago about we need to be searching for the answers, not the truth.
Yeah.
I need to change one of my channels.
We need to be searching for the answers, not the truth. Travis's channel is called The Search for Truth, which they've basically never done. But they need to change. They need to change it now because they actually need to be searching for the answers, not the truth.
Justin Sali just resubscribed for 2 months. Love the DonoClip. I may have to get a second job. Lol.
Love the DonoClip. I may have to get a second job. Thank you very much. Connie B 118 has resubscribed with Prime as well. Thank you very much. Austin Milbarge has followed the channel again. He must be unfollowing and following all the time. I always get notifications that you follow the channel, Austin. How many accounts do you have? Like 30 sleeper accounts in here?
Because I think you're absolutely right.
Because we're all looking for the answers.
Well, we just want to know the truth. In this day and time, look at the diversions that they're throwing at us.
There you go.
Look at the balloons in the air. Look at
Well, but now they're saying, now Biden says the balloons were just weather balloons and they shot them down with a $400,000 rocket. Bullshit. Bullshit.
What did you want to shoot them down with? People are upset they shot him down with a missile. Without a payload. It was still a missile. But it didn't, it's Sidewinder, but it didn't have the warhead or whatever on it, right? What, did you want him to shoot it down with a gun? Because you know that doesn't work, right? I can't remember where it was, but the U.S. one time, they used the AIM-9X Sidewinder missiles. The U.S. one time had a balloon that went astray, and they claim it was a weather balloon. And no. The Canada. Was it Canada's balloon? I think it was Canada had a balloon that went out of control, and it was drifting away at like 40,000 feet. And they scrambled some F-18s up, and they literally riddled it with holes. Over 1,000 rounds in multiple strafing runs, attack runs, were fired in the balloon, and the balloon still flew for another 6 days. It's not about putting holes in it. It's about ripping it. Bullets move so fast, they're so small that you don't get a rip, right? You get a clean hole in and out. That clean hole just sets it. They had thousands of rounds of ammunition put in this balloon, and it floated for another 6 days. This was back in the 90s, probably, I guess. You have to, can there be a longer option for audio? I can't adjust it right now, but again, they asked me for feedback on it. It's just in beta right now. So I think I'm going to tell them that maybe I can set like one level at like $1 or $3 or something, and then set another level like $5 and you get more time maybe. But it's just in beta. They just launched it. Well, it's I don't think it's in beta. I'm saying that wrong. It's brand new. And they haven't decided exactly where they want to go with it yet. Some guy actually recruited me, kind of. He showed up in my Facebook inbox, said, I saw you're a live streamer. I saw you do this. I saw you do that. Here we want to try out our new tool, blah, blah, blah. And I found it and loved it. As soon as I watched a video on it, I was like, my audience will abuse the shit out of this, and I can't wait for it. But maybe they'll change some stuff. But anyways, they tried to shoot it down, and it, even after they shot thousands of holes in it, it flew for another 6 days. Like, you can't just shoot it down with bullets. All you do is put holes in it, and it's still going to fly. The rocket, when it went through, it tears a hole, okay? It's not sharp. It's not pointy. It's not moving as fast a lot of times. And when you hit it, it takes material with it. The fins, the tail section grab onto more material and rip. That's why we saw it. And you can even see the disbursement of gas in there because it ripped it open so quick. When the gas is mixing with the air, you can even see the gas come out of it. I'm sure they used helium, which is non-flammable, but still, they had to, they had to take it out. I don't know why people are mad they used a missile. It's either use a missile or don't take it down. We don't have a whole lot of other options. Did you guys see the selfie? Actually, that'll give me a chance to promote a YouTube page or a Facebook page here if you want to join it. Let's do duplicate, and then I think it's called What's Up, Chuck. You guys know the Space Force Captain Chuck that called out Derek Johnson. That's been in that's been making these posts and stuff and calling out Derek Johnson. But I've talked to him. He mostly does Space Force stuff. He actually shared a thing on Facebook. His Facebook page, if you want to join his group, is called What's Up Chuck. What's Up Chuck, ! And you can join it. He invited me to join it, and I joined it. A guy from an SR-71 Blackbird. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. A U-2 spy plane. A U-2 spy plane actually took a selfie of this balloon. There it is, kind of zoomed in. So this is how big the balloon was. This is the payload they were describing. It obviously has solar panels for whatever it's powering. Looks like it has a downward-facing camera maybe. Let's see if this is any bigger. Okay, yeah. Looks like maybe it has a downward-facing camera. I think they said it had like a 40-foot or some ungodly length antenna on it to transmit and receive. It looks like it has other smaller dishes here for some type of communication. There's what it is. And then in the next photo is zoomed out. He actually took it as a selfie. He took it back over his shoulder, which is cool as hell. A selfie from a U-2 spy plane when they were just tracking it. The spy plane didn't shoot it, didn't do nothing to it. They were just tracking it, keeping eyes on it, trying to investigate it, see what it is, see what it does, what capabilities does it have. I think it's cool he took this. CNN first reported that there was a picture out there, but it hadn't been released yet. And then it ended up getting released, and this is it. But yeah, if you guys got a Facebook account, go follow What's Up Chuck! ! It's a public group with about 600 followers in it so far. But it's the Space Force captain that tells us about the Space Force and called out Derek Johnson on his claim that the Space Force is controlling all communications and can shut it down as soon as Trump tells them to, or whatever he fucking said. So Chuck seems like a good guy if you want to go follow him, or on his TikTok, of course. So I think you could probably just type in Space Force Captain. That's what he goes by. Your friendly Space Force Captain.
Well, my source, I have sources. I have a few of them, but I mean, they're not really correct here. But I have speculation from them and speculate that those balloons were surveillance balloons, but they were also surveilling our power grid. Because when China's already admitted to one of the balloons when North Carolina was shut down, they already admitted that it was China. Now, are all the balloons China? Maybe not. Maybe yes. Maybe more likely better. But there's likely a valid tool that was our power grid and our infrastructure because China has gotten.
By the way, I just found that story. It says a rogue weather balloon from Canada has drifted into Russian airspace despite efforts by 3 countries to shoot it down. According to Norwegian aviation authorities, the balloon, the size of a 25-story building, forced flights over the North Atlantic to be rerouted after it went out of control last week. It entered Russian airspace about 7 a.m. Monday morning over the Barents Sea, just north of the Arctic island of Spitsbergen. So the reason this one's much different than the Chinese balloon is as soon as it went off course, it became Canada admitted it was off course. They needed to do something. It was before it crossed any other country. Norwegian Air Traffic Control Supervisor Stein Erik Finnenvolden said it is moving at a constant northeasterly direction at between 27,000 and 37,000 feet. Which is 8,230 to 11,280 meters. Russian aviation authorities and airline companies have been told of its position. The balloon, which would cover an area equivalent to 5 soccer pitches if deflated, is designed to measure ozone levels. It drifted free after being launched on August 24th in the Western Canadian province of Saskatchewan. It drifted free after being launched. Since then, it has defied attempts by jet fighters from Canada, Britain, and the United States to shoot it down. U.S. Maritime dispatched a surveillance plane from Iceland. This has been translated, so it's not the greatest story. From Iceland to look for the balloon using radar, but failed to locate it. The radar they were using was for surface searching, and they weren't able to detect the balloon in the air, said U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Carla McCarthy. The British and Canadian Air Forces were equally unsuccessful. 2 Canadian Air Force CF-18 fighters fired more than 1,000 rounds of cannon shells. That's main gun, right? That's their auxiliary gun, I guess. Their coax. More than 1,000 rounds of cannon shells into it off the coast of Newfoundland. And an Icelandic official said the Canadian attack caused extensive punctures, but failed to release enough helium gas from the balloon. But Lieutenant Colonel Steve Willis of the Canadian Air Force said he was not embarrassed by their failures. With something like this, which is stationary in the air, when the CF-18 are flying very, very fast, it's difficult to shoot at, and even punching multiple holes through it didn't seem to bring it down. The balloon was supposed to fall back to the Earth on Wednesday. Instead, it gained altitude and began to drift across Canada and over the Atlantic Ocean, and created havoc for air traffic. The balloon does not carry a transponder to warn planes of its presence, but is said to be visible from a distance of about 180 kilometers. Researchers with the Canadian Space Agency, Environment Canada, and University of Denver in the United States were able to get atmospheric data they wanted before the balloon went off course. But the eight instruments attached, valued at $640,000, failed to detach from the payload as planned and parachute back to the Earth. So they ended up losing their equipment as well, I believe.
Okay to go for Taiwan. Now, if the United States goes for Taiwan, the United States is going to go for them. And
maybe we're asking the wrong questions. What are the questions?
What questions do you want us to ask there, John, Superman? What questions do you want us to ask? Tell us.
Exactly.
We know you're from the other channel. We know you're going to debunk everything you say. That doesn't matter. You're the people who still believe in Q shit, so you go for it.
I've literally never said anything about Q on my channel, ever.
Here it is. I've never said anything about Q on my channel. Now, we've already heard some Q conspiracy theories in here. Just because you don't say the person, the leader, about the post, you're not reading post, doesn't mean that you're just absolved of all these conspiracy theories that tie directly into it.
Now, have I invited people that want to talk about Q? Absolutely. I still don't get it. I don't understand it because it's not relevant to me. What's relevant to me is reality. You know what? All these things that are going on in America, can you answer for that?
Yeah, it does seem like like that photo. Somebody said in chat earlier, the photo I showed you of the U-2 spy plane, it does seem like it was leaked. So I'm assuming the pilot that took the selfie, which he probably wasn't authorized to do so, it's taken from his phone, right? I think that he probably sent it to people, and maybe his wife, maybe his family, maybe his friends, and that might have gotten sent to more people, or even, some people have a data breach, they don't even realize it. There are people that, like, their cloud backup is breached, and they have no idea that someone else is on that account. So anything that gets uploaded there, they automatically get. Maybe it was even hacked. and then it came. It was actually leaked by a few people. Chris Pocock, I think's the guy's name. I think he released it early. He was one of the first people to release it early. This is the first person I saw on Twitter that had it. But once the Pentagon confirmed it, they released a high quality image of it rather than the leaked version, which looks like it had been sent over a phone or email or something.
Well, we know these people who come from other channels like Cam and I Love Me, Hammer, and all these people. We know that they're going to have just that from the channel. And that's fine, but whatever. Speak your piece. We're not going to block you. We're going to let you speak. We're not like the other accounts where you go and block everybody because you don't like what they say.
As long as
we're not going to block you. You got freedom of speech here. We're not going to block you because we don't like what you say. Unless we do, I'm literally blocked there. A bunch of my followers are blocked there. Unless suddenly they do decide to, then they do. And then Travis will swear up and down you're not blocked, and he's looked and looked and looked. This actually happened to Book Girl. Book Girl was blocked for a long, maybe still blocked. But the balloon stole the pic and leaked the pic. That makes sense. You probably got up there, Dan. But yeah, Book Girl was blocked for a long time, and every time she asked Travis about it, he played stupid and would say, I checked, you're not blocked. Nobody's blocked on none of my channels, with people literally sitting there and seeing themselves being blocked. It was, I don't know. It's just bold to tell someone on your panel that can clearly not type in your chat because they're blocked. You're not blocked. You're not blocked. That's bullshit. Here's the balloon that was sent to me. Charween, my queen. It says, Billy Bob loves Charween. Thank you very much for sending that in. It's from Whiskey Riff, apparently. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Who else is blocked? Oh, there's Charween just in time.
they'll be respectful.
Well, here's the thing. Well, okay.
As long as you're respectful. Who decides what's respectful and what's not? Well, that's kind of a gray area because his mods just get ban happy sometimes. Anybody who's associated with CBC get banned, and then it's because we weren't respectful. Then he claims he unbans us, but no one ever gets unbanned. So
And
my stepdad's name was Billy Bob. Sounds about right.
I just want to disagree with you, Travis, on one little thing.
Fair enough.
When you say when they disrespect, that's kind of a broad word of disrespect. So, like, what do you mean disrespect? Like, call names, call, like, you know what I mean? Like it's like this. It's like meta channels. Like meta channels would say, like, chat would say something to get their channel shut down. Do you mean like that?
Probably.
So what I mean is, like, it's like we. I don't know. It's your channel. I have a different photo now. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine.
But
You know what the great thing about that is you can tell your opinion and I'll either agree or disagree. That's how it works.
Well, like, for example, like, it just happened in the last channel, right? Well, it's my freedom of speech to do whatever. And a few people, like, you're talking to that dog, say that he had freedom of speech. He doesn't have freedom of speech. No, motherfucker, I do have freedom of speech on whoever's channel I want, unless the channel owner decides not to. That's where the limit is. There's freedom of speech in this country to say whatever you want.
So this is the dumbest argument. There's people on YouTube channels that say I don't have freedom of speech. No, I do. I do have freedom of speech on someone else's YouTube channel. Unless the owner of the channel tells me I don't. Well, then I don't. Well, then you didn't to begin with. You didn't to begin with. You didn't have freedom of speech to begin with if something you say violates whatever rules or standards they have there that doesn't coincide with our current laws on freedom of speech, short of inciting violence or making a false claim or blah, 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 then you didn't from the get-go. You're talking in a circle here.
It's a federal definition for someone who crosses the border illegally. So therefore, you want to come on and...
Travis was actively trying to recruit people away from my show back then. What's up, Andrew? Back? Actively trying to recruit. So he had one drunken stream where I guess he called me out because they came on after my show. And a lot of times after my show, I'm tired. I don't go to nobody else's show. I go home and go to bed. I've been up all day or I've been working on something. Then I had to stream, and some of my streams are kind of long. And as easy as it is to hop up here and just talk, it's exhausting sometimes to remember all the things, to do all the research, to answer all the questions. I just get exhausted, and sometimes I stay up all night. But I guess he got mad because I wasn't coming to his show after my show, and I wasn't sending enough people to him, and had this little meltdown. Shar remembers it. It was when he was with Tom, and Tom was trying to shut him up, like, no. They ended up deleting it. But that was the start of the downfall of Travis. Then he teamed up with Liberty Warrior and said, I'll make sure they know everything you're saying. I'll make sure it never happens again, boss.
Go for it.
While Liberty Warrior was talking shit about me.
Disrespect all the time. That's fine. I'll say whatever. What is Johnny saying here?
Yeah.
By the way, John in the chat, Travis, who the fuck is this guy? He's never spoken to me. You have. Who cares, dude? Why would you start something? So basically, John comes in the chat and says one fucking comment, and this guy jumps all over him.
We're not starting anything, John.
Who the fuck is this, man? And he's never spoken to me. And, well, John, I just spoken to you because you're in the chat. You decided to come in the chat. I'm now speaking to you.
Well, and this is my opinion. Their opinion doesn't matter. They haven't brought anything in that makes any difference. They're mad because we're doing something else. You know what? I don't care.
Who cares, dude? Why would you start something? Why would I start something? And the funny thing is, actually, the whole starting of everything started with Will Bird from the very beginning, and saying that we were talking about Q stuff and talking about other channels. And
Will Bird started this in the very beginning, saying we were talking about school stuff or about Q stuff, and we weren't. And talking about other channels. We weren't talking about no Q stuff. Yeah, you were just peddling all the conspiracy theories I had to do it. You don't remember when you let Rhino come on and talk about St. Germain Trust was opening tomorrow? You don't remember when Kathy H decided to come on and tell everybody that that she had to stand down troops from taking over the White House, or troops turning their back because they didn't respect Biden, or the inauguration was pre-recorded, or Biden wasn't the real president, or Trump was secretly in charge. All that is the narrative. I don't care if you say the word Q ever. If you feed the full narrative there, then you're talking about it. That's like me reading the entire Bible but changing the word Jesus to Jesus and then being like, I don't talk about God or Jesus. I just read the Bible on my stream and talked about some Mexican feller named Jesus. You will run around and tell everybody I'm a Jesus channel. What? This didn't all start over that. Me and Travis, what personally started it was when he fucking sold me. So he got mad about me not showing up on his show. They deleted it. And then like a week later, Liberty Warrior went over there, had a meltdown. And instead of Travis defending me as a supporter of the show and as a friend of mine and blah, 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 he buckled. He went to agreeing with him. And then he's like, I'll tell them. I'll make sure they know. I make sure this never happens again. And people called Travis's out and he disappeared. He didn't want to answer it. Texas Info Warrior is the one who popped up in his chat and said that he reported my channel. I reported it, and I don't care who knows it. And then as soon as we started talking about it, he's like, no, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about somebody else. I was talking about a different channel. I don't know.
I don't care.
Why would you start something? Why would I start something? And the funny thing is, actually, the whole starting of everything started with Will Bird from the very beginning, and saying that we were talking about Q stuff and talking about other channels. And then that's fine. He wants to talk about other channels.
He wasn't even on the channel at that time. He was just in the chat. I don't know what this we shit is either.
Like Will Bird and Cam or Uncle Tifa start complaining and caring about other people lying.
Will Bird and cucked Cam, Uncle Tifa.
Other people, you're butting.
I don't know nothing about Cam. I don't do his channel.
If somebody's lying about other people, you're not God. You're not Christ. You're not someone who's going to say, I'm going to text people straight for lying to another person. You just started. That's starting.
Yes, I am allowed to. Just like you just talked for like an hour about free speech. If I don't agree with what you're saying, I can come on and say, this is not true. Here's why. It always amazed me that they can come on and make a claim, but if I come on and say that claim is false, then they're practicing free speech and I'm not allowed to do it.
That's the starting of it. So if it continues to go on where...
That's right, Shar.
Will Bird continue to talk about Travis on his channel and saying lying to other people, Well, they're just going to keep on going and 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 going, and there's no end.
Well, by the way, don't go to this channel. I know a lot of times people will show up and make jokes or don't even give this channel views. It's dead. He ran off all of his audience. He has 20 live viewers. Like, it's dead. Let it die. I'm just covering this because we were all mentioned. When they bring up my name, they bring up my followers. That's you guys too. Plus, Drunk Don comes on. Who doesn't love that?
They all said Travis is never coming back. Travis is never coming back.
Who said Travis was never coming back? I'm the one who said he's dumb enough to come back and try to play this off. You've already been back once, you idiot. To tell us all it was just a joke that you planned with Jeff.
It doesn't matter to me. They all said Travis is never coming back. Travis is never coming back. You know what? I'm here.
Stop your liberal tears. Fuck. Yeah. But that's me about myself, about the other, about Travis's other when I was on there.
Well,
Travis looking like a smeared testicle on shoulders.
here's the difference. And you and I talked about this, and actually Dawn and I talked about this. Okay, so all these other channels can sprinkle bullshit all they want to, but the minute that I do it, I'm the bad guy.
Yeah.
I call out tons of channels, Travis. I don't. Okay.
When are we gonna start calling out our own side?
When are we going to start calling out our own side? 3 years ago, I guess. I don't know. Where you been?
We're gonna start calling out the other side. Apparently, we're not. How much do you sell your soul to the devil for? You know how much money I make? Nothing.
That's absolutely a lie. There's even been disputes. So Travis raised, I think it was like $700 or around there. I could go back and look, but let's just assume it was $500. It doesn't matter. Travis raised $500 to have this truck rally down in North Carolina. And he wanted Rhino and Paul to be there. Now, Paul already lived there, and they set it up on a weekend he'd be home, and he owns the truck. So Travis drove down there. We're supposed to use the money to get them all there. That's what it was donated for. Travis drove down there, bought 1 meal, stayed at Paul's house for free, and gave Rhino $50 for gas. Didn't even cover his gas. And the rest of it, where did it go? Back to Travis. Now, he claims he used that for future endeavors or this or that. He had to buy a tire while he was there. I guess his tire blew out. But he does make money, or there wouldn't have been money to dispute.
They actually pull up my. I could.
Urban,
You're good, Kim.
I'm going to play something for you. You know, I was really nice to you, Urban. I was really calm, and now you're saying that, so now I have the authority to not be cool now. So, you understand, Urban, when you were on last time, and Rhino had an emergency notice that I said something about Lori Sweetie, which is completely not true at all. I recorded a whole 5 minutes that had about you for bringing up Lori C, and Travis was asking how that takes away from Lori C's donation. Okay? So, give me about 5 minutes, I'm going to play this for you, and you tell me where I mentioned anything about Lori C or how I even said anything. Oh, there we go.
This is awesome. So we have about 30 minutes of this feedback. Amazing. All right, we're going to skip all this. Then Don comes on.
Well,
And Don's name is Echo Crash, which is very funny. While they're having this feedback echo and crashing the stream, Don comes in with the name Echo Crash. Amazing.
There's more. There's like 2 more minutes left.
well, no,
There are some people in the chat that are trolling him, which is also very funny. I want to get to the Cindy Fuller stuff, and we'll skip ahead and go to something else. So
and I get it.
I know it's not the most interesting content, but we were mentioned.
Guys, we gotta do
I
some
usually have a policy of covering anytime we're mentioned.
reality checking.
Yes, we do.
And
Got to do some reality chickens.
and if you're just, I get people that work every day, go in, go out, get paid, and doing their thing. I have no problem with that. But they got to realize someday that our government has turned against us in many ways.
Absolutely agree with that 100%.
That's right.
And we're taking it back.
We're taking it back.
People don't understand it, and that's okay. We're taking it back. We, the people of this beautiful country, we're going to run this country once again. That's all I got.
Don, to be fair, I do want to say this. Don is often drunk on these panels. But something you guys don't know about Don is he was sober for almost 12 years. He told me that he was sober, never drunk a drop for almost 12 years. And then he went through some things and got back on the bottle. And I asked him, I said, well, Don, sober for 12 years, that seems like a long time. What happened? What happened? You're sober for 12 years, and then now look at you. And he told me he turned 13. He turned 13, and it's all been downhill since then. So, you might not know that about Don. So there you go.
So how are we doing that, Don?
Well, that's a multifaceted question, and I appreciate you asking me.
Well, because you and I had a conversation today, and I'm just curious.
You're, by the way, misspelled, not a bad guy. Otherwise, I wouldn't listen to your channel. Y'all are down-to-earth, real Americans who tell it like it is. Okay. I've found that this is going to be kind of meta, I guess. With my show, I want to produce a high-quality product, okay? I want it to be funny. I want it to be engaging. I want to interact with the chat. I want people wanting it. I like to see, even though it's shitty that I have to miss days, I like to see comments like, I didn't know what to watch last night. I didn't know where you were. I was lost. I didn't want to watch this without you covering it. I want to have a high-quality show. And I want as many people as possible to come to that high-quality show as short that I can handle it, right? Like, there's some people I can't handle. You see them in chat, the stuff they say, it just catches me in a way that I can't put up with it, and I'm okay running those people off. It happens. But what I've learned is other people cast a net so wide that they attract people, and a certain type of people just want trash. They don't want a high-quality show. They don't want good production. They don't want good audio. They don't want good topics. They don't want to engaging comments. They want trash. Whether that's to watch the trash fire, whether that's to watch the trash be trash, whether they're trash and want it. I don't want a net so broad that I have those groups. I have a very limited sector. I want people who enjoy comedy, people who enjoy my type of comedy, people who enjoy a good show, people appreciate the production I put into it, the research I do, the links that I go to get out stories and this and that and bad back and all, still sitting here putting out a stream. I don't want the people who are attracted to trash. I don't want Travis's followers. I don't want people who could watch trash and say, "This is the only reason I watch it. You all are real." I don't want those people. I've learned that most of the people on Facebook, God bless y'all on Facebook that are fans, but most of the people who watch on Facebook are never going to be fans. That's not something I want. Somebody said drama. I like covering drama. I like laughing at drama. I think it's funny when people fight, but I don't want the people who just want low quality, low tier, I don't know, Constitution don't say that, does it? Type content. I don't think I could handle them, and I know they couldn't handle me.
There's information that, God, how do I state this?
That's right. CBC the door.
There's information out there that some refuse to connect with. All I'm going to say, and I'm not going to say it anyway. And there's information out there that's bullshit.
Right.
All right, so this is Q. This is Q stuff that Don's spreading. And Travis is going to agree with, okay, well, how do we discern what's what?
From bullshit to real factual information, because you and I talked about this today, too. You sprinkle a little bit of truth on a whole bunch of bullshit, it takes off like crazy, correct?
Yes, sir. Well, here's my evaluation of that. With just...
I can't even cover RH. At least Don is better than RH. Someone said, look at Lucifer's comments. It says, so are we blocking or not blocking? So far, you have been full of shit. Whoever the fuck this guy is started the shit. No one else did. Trust the plan. Hey, Don?
On my side, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking through. What is the future? I know for a fact that elections are being stolen. We should be proud of. And that's, I'll just shut up on that now. But go ahead.
You back on the booze, Don? If it's up to you, Don, then yeah, you should all be concerned. If it's left up to Don to flip the switch, everybody should be concerned.
Fair enough. Okay, well, I want to follow up with that other recording. Don, I want to get your take on since you're the only one on the panel, and Irving is going to get hopefully Bill, and because he was nice and not doubting stuff like that.
He sounds like an echo. I can't even listen to that shit.
I don't know anything about that, and all I'm saying.
I don't know where I did. I prayed for Lucy.
So this is about Texas Info Warrior is still super upset that Rhino called him out and cussed at him because he said that people were taking money off of Lori C's donations or some shit in the last show they did, the last Drunken show. He even went up on Rhino's panel and cried, begging him to listen to him. It was very moving and touching. The problem is it touched all your no-no spots. And he's not supposed to be touching no-no spots, I've been told. Straight Runner brought you a six-pack. Look, the reason why Phil was confused about the JPEG file is because he thought it was catching on his pegging. Oh, no. Hold on. Let me read that again. Look, the reason Phil was confused about the JPEG file is because he thought Tim was catching on to his pegging. It's morphin' time, Phil. Liar Zord. Macho will return soon. Love the show and the laughs at Phil's expense. Thank you very much, Straight Runner. I appreciate it.
I don't know anything about that, and all I'm saying is...
Steph Jones says, can't hear shit, guys.
Absolutely right, Don. The reason that people can't come together...
Who isn't letting shit go? Projection much? I want to show you how long they were muted.
And you talk back to me, there's nothing.
Feedback. Again, these two guys are in the same house and don't understand why they're having feedback here, okay? They're in the same house 10 feet away from each other, and they have no idea why they're having feedback.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. We're going to mute. And let's see how long they stay muted for.
It usually is.
Answer this question. You know what? I got on here because I can. Go on.
John says, Travis, why did you get on here tonight? Legit question. 43 minutes in, and you still have said or done fuck all. Travis responds, because I can. Nanner, a boo-boo, which was very interesting.
Why did I get on here tonight? Hang on. I have to answer this.
Liar Zord for the win, but girl says, because I can.
Doesn't matter. Okay. Now look at fuckers. That shit didn't get took down, did it? Huh? It didn't get took down. It's still up right now. You can go watch it. Go watch it.
So he's saying, report all of our videos, motherfuckers. The one that he did with all the homophobic slurs and racial slurs and the stuff about Lori C.N. He says it's still up. Still up. They didn't take it down. It's still up. Go report all of them, motherfuckers. Are we muted now? Is this the point? I believe so. So we got muted at about 44:20.
Let's see what happened.
Mine's muted.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to come one more time. Let me...
44:20. Muted. And let's speed this up. See how long this lasts. Travis leaves the screen. We're at a minute in. Cause you can, you should. Does it? It means you should. Does it? I've never reported shit. Why are you being a tough cunt at me, Travis, when all I've ever approached you that when have I ever approached you that way? John says. Okay, 46. We're at 2 minutes. Everybody muted. People in the chat are saying, have no sound. Are you meant to be muted? I'm sorry, 4 minutes. 5 minutes. All right. Cindy Fuller Stevens says, Travis, I'm listening for a bit, but I sure hope I hear a sincere explanation or apology for this debacle. Yes, we all need to be united in this moment. God is the one that will decide on Judgment Day. So she's trying to be a fan, okay? She's trying to be part of this. I'm playing this at like 5 times speed. We're at over 5 minutes here. Still silence. So she's trying to be a fan, but listen how they respond to her. After they respond to her, we're almost done. We can't hear anything. I have no sound. Well, if this is take back the country, we are fucked. No sound, sir. Very funny. Steph Jones throws some jabs in there that are really underrated sometimes, for sure. Can anyone else hear him talk? No, it's muted. Okay. Now we've got audio back. At 50 minutes in, we have audio back. Jesus Christ. Went from, 42 minutes to 50 minutes? No audio at all. Silence. Now they can't hear Don. Who thinks the court transcripts were worth the wait? I did. I thought they were really good. Again, with the preface knowing that Tim Hinton knew this was probably a Hail Mary of all Hail Marys to get it thrown out. But they did get a lot of stuff on record. They got a lot of claims put in there. They got a lot of stuff as a witness, including some claims that Phil made that I think are easily proven factually lies. So we'll see what they do with it.
Hang on. I can't.
Oh, there's Steph in chat. Good job, Steph.
My volume's turned all the way up.
So Cindy says, I'm not one to cancel people. This is America. We have free will to do whatever era please. Hopefully most people do good. She asked for an explanation, said God's the only one that can judge. Hopefully people do good. I don't want to cancel you, but she wants an explanation.
I barely heard you.
Okay, I'm back up right now.
All right, John, thanks.
Now Texas Info Warrior's in here without even his fucking camera on screen. So he's got to be coming through Travis's mic. He doesn't even have a fucking avatar on screen. That's the feedback, you idiots. He's listening on his phone with no headphones in, and he's sitting close enough to Travis to be picked up through Travis's mic. What do you think's going to happen?
I would be glad to play it again. You can't hear it. No, I'll find a way to do it. I can back off on the microphone. But it's plain. It's plain and clear. If you can't hear it, I mean, what it was is that on Travis and show that Friday night.
That's right, Straight Runner.
On the panel, instead.
I'm going to try to go. If the next one's public, I'm going to try to go to the court case. Maybe. I actually have a vehicle to pick up in Vermont. So if I can maybe plan all that out, maybe if there's another court case coming.
That is taking away from Lori's nation on Reno chat.
Yeah, I saw it, Kim.
That's taking away from Lori's nation. We never put any
Travis, you are 5x5.
donations up for Lori's. We never even put any donations up for Jeff B.
Never. And see, and that's what blows their mind. We didn't do that. You know why we didn't do that? Because it was a bullshit game.
What blows their mind is that here's the Jeff B excuse. What blows their mind is we didn't take donations for Jeff B when he was not really shot. Why didn't we take donations? It was a bullshit game. Whatever that means. A bullshit game. I've played bullshit. It's a card game where you say, I have 2 2s. I have 3 4s.
We were trying to find out how much bullshit they would believe.
We were trying to find out how much bullshit they would believe. Now, I know you guys, a lot of you guys were watching my show that night when they came out with this story. And immediately, you guys know I believed it 100%. I said, this is true. This is factual. There's no doubt about it. Jeff B's been shot at an FBI retirement party, and several other agents have been shot as well. I was hook, line, and sinker, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And
no one believed it. The first thing I said is, I hadn't even seen the video. Someone in chat said they're claiming Jeff B's been shot, and I said, bullshit.
Goes to show that they still end up believing it. We want the test to find out who's the real freedom of speech lovers here. And we found out that
it was a test So Texas InfoWar, I know he's hard to hear, but he just said it was a test to see who the real freedom of speech lovers are here. It was a test to see who the real freedom of speech believers are here. Listen closely.
Bullshit they would believe.
Yeah, exactly. And it goes to show that they still end up believing it.
They still ended up believing it.
What's the test to see to find out who's the real freedom of speech lovers here? And
It was a test to see who the real freedom of speech lovers were here.
we found out that night that almost 90% of you are not.
And we found out that night that 90% of you are not real freedom of speech lovers.
And we found out who are the good ones and who are the bad ones. And that's
We found out who are the good ones and bad ones in our chat. Now, they're talking about the stream when they first come back and revealed it all was a lie. And we found out, because that's the one Texas Info Warrior was on, we found out who the good ones and bad ones are. We're making a list. We're checking it twice. Going to find out.
And we found out that night that almost 90% of you are not.
No.
And we found out who are the good ones and who are the bad ones. And that's exactly what our great president, well, I guess Don would say our real president, Donald Trump, did as well.
That's what Donald Trump does, too. That's why we did it. Donald Trump puts out outright lies about people being injured or hurt or dead to see who the real freedom of speech lovers are. Now, the craziness with this is they claim it's a freedom of speech lovers, but you weren't allowed to freely speak about calling them out as liars, asking them why they lied. You just had to accept their lies as freedom of speech.
Same thing in this country. We find out who the real ones are, who the real ones are not. You know, if you're for finding the answers, then you'll stick to the channel and try to find out the answers instead of other channels. You're trying to find out who's lying or not. Really?
So stick with our channel to find out all the answers. Because if you're a real freedom of speech lover, rather than going to another channel like mine, is what they're referencing here, trying to find out who's lying and who's not. Got it?
Who the fuck cares who's lying or not? It does matter, but at the same time, you need to do your own research and find out who's really lying or not. And stick.
So he says, who the fuck cares who's lying or not? It doesn't matter. At the same time, it does. Got it?
Channel and find out if they're full of shit or full of Q. We here on this channel are not full of Q. Obviously.
We're not full of Q, even though Don was just on saying somebody ain't going to agree with it, but it's about to get bad. We got it all. We are in charge. We're running the country secretly.
I don't know, 8 or 9 months, you will understand we're not about Q drops. We're not about that.
But
we're trying to find out if they're real or not.
But
or if they're for real or not.
But wait a minute, Texas Info.
We're not about Q drops, okay? We're not. We're just trying to find out if they're real or not. We're just trying to find out if those drops are real or not, but we're not about them. That's something different. We're trying to find out if they're real or not.
They all say we're Q charged.
Yeah.
How many Q drops have I ever dropped?
None. Zero.
None.
They all say that I support Donald Trump. How many Donald Trump tweets from his account have I tweeted or truthed? How many times have I logged into Donald Trump's True Social account and posted as him? They call me a Trump tard. How many times have I posted as Donald Trump? That's what he just said. I know his logic probably makes sense, staring at the bottom of 2 fists empty. But when you say, they call me a Q-tard, but how many drops did I drop? Well, none, unless you're Q.
Because I don't know. I don't even know what that world is. You know what? Don and I actually had a conversation about that. He follows those, and Don and I, we have great conversations about it. I don't.
He just peddled them on your channel.
He does, and that's okay.
And here's the thing: is that we don't talk about nothing that we can. We talk a lot about questioning here. We always talk about what's this, what's that, what's going on. We ask that.
We only question it. We only say, what is this? Is this real? What's going on? Is Joe Biden a clone?
We ask people to go on the panel and give their take on it. It's freedom of speech. It's a free platform.
No one said it's not freedom of speech. You can have freedom of speech and still be wrong.
That was allow people to come on and talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about. Which is like Don. Guess what? We don't agree with 90% of what Don says.
But we don't cause any confrontation about him talking about what he believes.
And he's free to talk about whatever he believes. He doesn't mention what he means, but the ban on Rhino. Rhino allows people to come up here and drop all day long. And Rhino allows her to do it because that's just what...
So Diana says, I was butthurt because I care about Jeff B. I had no clue it was a game. I'm a digital soldier under Q. We just know stuff from thousands of hours, years of research. Thousands of hours, years from research.
He wants to be on his channel. That's fine. We don't go in and talk shit about Savannah. Oh, he said this, he said that. We don't.
Nope.
No.
Absolutely.
Even Steph Jones says, huh? Oh.
Yeah, but these other channels like Cam and Will Bird will say, oh, these people lie.
All right, so he mentioned me, but I'll back up. But let me see this. So Cindy says, Texas, this is the story? You're trying to find out who's loyal like Trump did? Unbelievable. The chat doesn't need to be scrutinized. Trump never put the ordinary people through any tests, which I think is a good point.
Yeah, but these other channels like Cam and Will Bird will say, oh, these people lie. These other people can get donations. You understand what grift means?
Here, we can pull those up. Yeah.
To grift people out of money. The grifting part of it has to be already legislated in a court of law for someone in defamation already established. And none of these people can grift.
Yeah, 2,080 hours is considered full-time. I don't know where that come up, but yeah, 2,080 hours is considered full-time work.
Money. Or in a defamation case whatsoever. You can call it...
I think. I don't know how I remember that, but I do.
You can call it whatever you want, but anybody who has a YouTube channel is going to make money if they're monetized, period. And
Travis has never been monetized. Any YouTube channel is going to make money if they're monetized, period. Travis has never been monetized, but thank you. John says, Jeff was full of shit the whole time. It does matter because you believed him and helped peddle his bullshit, and that is a problem. Yes, it is. You just signed off on it as it was true. I've seen his paperworks.
So, you tell me.
Now you're exactly right.
That's right, Shady J. That is the common denominator.
Yes, you are.
Okay, am I clean?
Cindy then says, Travis, you named your show The Search for Truth. Now, I think Texas Info Warrior's fixing to address her. And look, Cindy Fuller Stapleton is not my fan. I'm pretty sure she does not like my content. She's been here before when I was covering Jeff B. She's been here before back in the early days, but I don't think that I would consider her my fan. But she does seem like a very nice lady. She does seem like she's just trying to do her best. That maybe she believes some of this, caught up in some of this, and I wish she wasn't. But she doesn't seem like she's a bad person. Texas Info Warrior, Texas Closeted Warrior, is going to say some really shitty things to her. Here we go.
Hey, Travis, am I live now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, am I clean?
And so Cindy Fuller Stevens is one of the cutthroats out there because she obviously says, this is the story, trying to find out who's loyal like Trump. Oh, hey, listen, Trump is no Jesus Christ, okay? Get over it. He's just a man.
So she's a cutthroat. She's one of these that's going to say, this is a story. Trump didn't do that. Trump is not Jesus Christ. He's just a man. Get over it. She didn't claim any of that.
Great president. I believe in his policies, but you better be working out only his beats as well as DeSantis and anybody else. Just like any politician.
Go ahead.
They all got to go.
He's just like any politician. He's doing his best. I like his policy. He's like DeSantis. You're a cutthroat, blah, blah, blah. It gets worse.
They all got to go.
Exactly, Don. Every fucking one of them got to go. Every fucking one of them. They all got to go. Because if you guys don't understand what I know from very, 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 very secretive sources, I have one.
Again, this is QAnon bullshit. You don't know what I know. You don't know what I know from very, very high up secret sources. The fuck does that sound like? What the fuck kind of narrative is that peddling? You don't know what I know from really, really secret high up sources. And I know it.
One or two of them who will never say this in public because their family has been one of the people, one of the persons I know's father has been murdered from this. Okay?
One of the people I know, their father was murdered for this.
The person whose father has been murdered, from the information that I know, that I can actually say one word about it.
That's right, Night Rider.
I can't say anymore. No hide laws. Like I say, that I can actually say one word about it. I can only say anymore. No hide laws. Like I say, beware of them, because Trump and DeSantis is a part of that.
Yeah, I said that. I said this back 2 years ago. What if he's a psyop? They all told me I was fucking crazy.
Travis said, what if Trump is a psyop? They all told me is what he's talking about. Told him he was crazy. I've literally said this for years. What if it was just the illusion of choice? What if he was part of it? What if he's on the inside? Seems like a lot of his actions weren't for the people. They were actually for. He claimed to clean up the swamp and surrounded himself with cabinet members that were from the swamp. He continued to perpetuate that. Have you seen the people he pardoned? Some of them were actually convicted of voter fraud, and he pardoned those. Like, I've said this from the get-go. No one called you crazy for that.
What's that, Trevor?
I don't believe it's a structured psyop. I just don't think he had a whole rhetoric that it was him against the system. I think he used the system about as much as he resisted the system.
Y'all can't hear me?
I can hear you.
We all have our areas in this great awakening. We all started at different times and places. Trump puts his pets on one leg at a time. Thank you, Diana.
Is it me again?
No, it's not you.
I've never understood. Do gods leap into their pants? Or not wear pants? Because they're like genies and have like floating tails? Like, if you're not, he's a man just like us, he puts his pants on one leg at a time. What is the alternative to that? Because I'm going to start trying it.
You. We're getting an echo.
That's me.
Hey, John, I want to know where your little daddy is. Where's your daddy cut Cam at? Bring him.
John, where's your daddy at? Where's your daddy, John? Cam. Your daddy, you know. You and Cam are close. He's like your dad. Where's Cam at?
On the panel. Bring him up on chat. I got something to say to him.
Togas. Okay.
Okay? I want to show him. Go call your daddy.
There it is.
Call your daddy.
Oh my god.
Because I got a few more audio clips to show you stuff. I got a few more audio clips to show you stuff right now. You want to talk about threat?
Let's talk about that.
I can show you right now, and I respect.
All right, now he's going to play some audio clips that nobody can hear. Here we go.
Liberty Warrior. I respect Mike Poss. I respect him. And you want to know what?
He called him Mike Poss, P-O-S-S. I respect Mike Poss, Liberty Warrior.
He's big time now. He's on Frank Speech, so now go fuck that. Go fuck on that.
Liberty Warrior's big time now. He's on Frank Speech. Have you seen he can sometimes get 11 people on his live podcast? He's big time now. He's on Frank Speech. Mike Poss is big time. You can't touch him.
Because I got some threat that cut Cam and Uncle Tifa and Tammy and Deanna were all agreeing to the threats that cut Cam's step.
By the way, I'm going to let these play. You tell me if you can hear any of these audio clips.
If you want to hear the audio clip, I'm going to play it in about 30 seconds.
Play it. Play it. You know what? Mike Poff has never done
Play that funky music, homophobe.
anything to me ever.
Play that racist music, right?
Respectable man. For the record, so y'all trolls, go ahead and send that shit out. because he's never done anything wrong to me.
Well, you just don't know about it, Travis. I know some things that he's done to you that you have no idea about, but that's okay. You'll figure them out one day.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Travis, I need your help if you can hear the audio. If you cannot hear the audio, text me, Travis.
Yep, you show it. No, I'll show it.
Okay.
Come on, baby. It's okay. Larry, stop it.
Here we go. Somebody translate this.
Yeah, that's Tammy. That's the beginning of it. That's the beginning of Tammy, Indiana, talking about the warrior. Okay. Now this one.
So, yes.
Are you able to hear me okay, Travis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the other one. Here.
Look, if I ever make it big, I might pay people like this not to mention my name.
You don't care now.
Well, I agree.
Even so, I just can't believe they're putting in a focus 40 or so hours per week. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Full-time research. Yeah, that's crazy. Here's Deanna. It all sounds the same.
Sorry, it's okay.
I can't believe how good that come out. Oh, I think someone says Don eats and what did that say? Don eats and sleeps research. I think you're confusing research with a special reserve whiskey. Don eats and sleeps whiskey.
So Tammy was like, no, because Tammy knows they're on Publix, basically saying, Tam, reverting back, is threatening my pop. There you go.
Threats. All right, so Cindy's back. She says Texas. Screening your panelists and fellow creators is one thing, which I think should be done. If Jeff B is going to come on and give his perspective as a secret agent, somebody should probably make sure that he's actually left the fucking country when he's claiming to be a Navy SEAL or work with the Navy SEALs or been in Afghanistan or been in Iraq or been overseas. Someone should probably make sure that he has at least a day out of the country. He has 0 days, 0 months, 0 years outside of the United States. But she says screening your panelists or fellow creators is one thing, but to put out false, fake info to your listeners, people who have supported you, it makes no sense. These are extremely poor audios, was the attachment to that. But it makes no sense. Also, these are extremely poor audios. Now, listen to the response. Here we go.
I couldn't hear it, guys. I'm sorry. It was echoing. And I'm muted.
We can hear you on the fucking computer for some goddamn reason.
I'm muted to hear what he had to post. But, man, it was... I'm thinking it's me, dude.
Poor Don's so drunk he thinks it's him. Doesn't even realize Travis and Texas Info Warrior are sitting beside each other.
Travis, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you and Dawn at the same time.
Okay, good.
There he goes. There you go, D.
That's what I'm saying, is that these people in this chat, like John, who follow the other people who are hypocritic.
People in this chat like Dawn, he follows hypocrites. Hey, D, if your name is Deanna, put 1. If your name is Deanna, put 2, because I always say it wrong. Do you prefer it Deanna or Deanna? Deanna is 1, Deanna is 2.
Critical, saying that I threaten them.
Deanna, thank you. Because I just started calling you D because I couldn't remember which one it was.
But the same people who are literally threatening my critic, hypocritical. That's what I'm saying. Is that
Listen, here we go.
in this shit like John, who follow the other people who are hypocritical, saying that I threaten them and threaten Will Bird, but the same people who are literally threatening Mike Pop and
That's
other
right.
people.
Haven't people seen his screenshot? Haven't people seen his screenshot where he literally threatened me? That's been floating around for like 2 years.
You're right.
I'm not threatening anything. Everybody has free speech.
Yep. You are correct, Don. That's exactly
Just address Cindy. That's what I want to hear. Then we'll skip out of this.
You know what's funny, Travis?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Don.
That I find it interesting that, I mean, there's people we all listen to or look at and research and hear and whatever.
Right.
That's what we got to do.
That's right, Bugged.
Well,
If you don't believe in it, don't watch it.
Nope.
Okay.
And that's exactly right, Don. Here's my let's knock all the stuff off the table.
I agree with that. I don't believe in it, and I'm telling you, don't watch it.
Here's my thing, because when you look at both sides, do I look at both sides? Absolutely. Because if you're not looking at both sides, we're not going to know the truth.
I look at all three sides. Gotcha.
Correct? Nah, I don't know.
Absolutely.
Someone says, Steph says, thinking we got a few drunk old boys here. Sue says, it's okay, Steph. They're over 21.
To look at both sides.
Cindy says, can't make out all the voices. Travis, you should start fresh tomorrow when you guys are not tired and drinking. Good night. And this is what's going to get her attacked here.
Or you're not informing yourself.
That's exactly what I keep saying.
That's all I got to say.
I got you. All right. I'm out.
I'm leaning like a three-legged lion.
Now we lost info here.
He was never in there, Travis. He's coming through your mind. He was never in there.
All right. There he is.
So Steph says, laugh out loud, way over. And even Sue's, who's been defending them, laughs at them, which I thought was funny. Think we got a few drunk old boys here. It's okay, Steph. They're over 21. Yeah, way over. And even she laughs.
But when people in the chat who couldn't hear that, whatever, too bad. I'm sure you can hear it. If Travis can hear it and Doc can hear it, you can hear it. That's what we just want to talk to shit. And that's fine. Cindy Foley Stevens, you can go fuck yourself.
Okay, there we go. So she says, can't make out the voices. Travis, maybe you should start over when you're not really tired and have been drinking. Good night, guys. Cindy Fuller Stevens, you can go fuck yourself.
And Doc can hear it, you can hear it. That's what we just want to talk to shit. And that's fine.
And again, probably one of the nicest people on the internet. Like there's a lot of, I'm an asshole on the internet. There's a lot of assholes on the internet. I get that. But no, Texas Info Warrior says, Cindy Fuller Stevens, you can go fuck yourself.
Cindy Foley Stevens, you can go fuck yourself.
I don't know what she said. She's usually.
Now, Travis, the white knight here says, I don't know what she said, but she's usually defending me. Does it say, hey, don't say that? Does it say we're going to do that? We're not going to do that. We don't name call here. It says, I don't know what she said. She's usually defending me.
She's usually on my side.
She's usually on my side. Did you hear that? Hold on.
Cindy Foley Stevens, you can go fuck yourself.
Listen to Travis.
I don't know what she said. She's usually on my side.
She's usually on my side. I don't know what she said. She's usually on my side. She's usually on my side. What, sir? What did you say? One more time.
Cindy Foley Stevens,
I'm going to make that a donation alert. I know what she said. She's on my side. Damn it.
you can go fuck yourself.
Let me record this. Hold on. Where's Audacity? She's on my side. She's on my side. Jesus Christ. Ah, shit. Let me install this update quickly because I've skipped like the last three. Discard selected. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. All right. I'm not going to install it right now. Instead, I'm going to do this. Let me do audio's upset. Recording device is the monitor. Okay.
I don't know what she said. She's usually on my side.
She's usually on my side. She's usually on my side. She's usually on my side. Hold on, let's see if I got it. She's usually on my side. Got it. File. Export. What should I name this? Usually on my side. I'm going to add in all the bit level donations, I think. She's usually on my side. Drunken Travis as the who is the artist or composer? Drunken Travis. All right, let me just make sure I've got it, and then we'll listen to he goes on. Hold on.
She's on my side. I don't know what she said. She's usually on my side. I don't know what she said.
I think we got her, boys. I think we got her. Oh, man. Some of my best memories are being sober because when you're this drunk, you don't have memories. All right, I'm going to install that update. Here we go. We're back with it.
Yeah, but not anymore because we're really letting Travis. These people are not on this.
Not anymore. So Cindy's no longer on your side. Not anymore.
I don't know what she said. She's usually on my side.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Oh, I thought that was pause. My bad. Thank you very much, South VA Ron. Is it South Virginia? Is that where you're from? South VA? Is that what the VA is for? Thank you very much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. I haven't been paying attention to Rumble either. Last night I missed some Rumble rants that I didn't get to thank people for. Like Rudy left one, and I missed it. And I really apologize for that. It's hard for me to catch them. Like especially, I was in pain last night, and I was trying to read that damn document. I missed it, and I apologize for that. But thank you for the Rumble rants.
Cindy Foley Stevens, you can go fuck yourself.
I don't know what she said. She's usually on my side.
Yeah, but not anymore because we're really letting Travis. These people are not on this. These people are not wanting the truth. They just want to talk bullshit.
These people don't want the truth. They just want bullshit. We're letting Travis be Travis tonight. These people don't want the truth. They just want to talk bullshit.
Okay, fair enough.
Go in and suck the dick of Cam and fucking Will Bird.
Then he tells her to go suck the dick of Cam and Will Bird. Now again, he's talking to Cindy Fuller Stevens, and he says, "Go on over and suck the dick of Cam and Will Bird." I know it's hard to hear. That's why I'm translating.
People are not wanting the truth. They just want to talk bullshit.
Okay, fair enough.
Go in and suck the dick of Cam and fucking Will Bird.
I'm not going to say a word.
Fair enough.
Travis calls it fair enough.
You know what? There's a saying: judge a man by what he does.
Can you imagine? Like, she's been nothing but I don't even think I've ever seen her put a cuss word in chat. I think she's an older lady. I think she supported Travis through donate. I've heard. I don't know for sure. I've heard she supported Travis through donations, and he calls her, tells her to go suck mine and Cam's dick. Says she doesn't want the truth. Says fuck you, Cindy. Travis says fair enough.
Not what he says. And just stand for the people that are standing in the right position. If you don't like it,
judge a man by what he does, not what he says, and stand for people that are standing in position.
That's your problem.
It's a very good job there, Don.
I proved my receipt. And did Cam ever prove his receipts that he threatened me for the gun? No, he didn't. I did. I had to do it for him. Did Will Bird ever prove his receipts that Cam said?
Did I ever prove my receipts of something Cam said? Why would I show receipts of something Cam said?
Did I threaten Will Bird? No, Will Bird just laughed at it. That's all he did. There's no proof.
They get so mad when all I put in the chat is ah, ha, 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 ha. That's what I do. This is the internet. Welcome to it. Here, I'm Will, and I laugh at shit on the internet because it's the internet.
Right here, the recordings and everything that Rhino threatened me, well, a legitimate threat, that's which was what I'm paying attention more to, than Cam, or even than Will Bird. No one's ever threatened me. The only person who ever threatened me now is Rhino. David.
What?
Rhino threatened me. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're legitimately threatened me. Saying you will...
Play the clip.
Play Kip. Play Kip. Play Kip.
I can't believe that.
Play Kip.
That's why I was asking to play the clip.
Here's another great audio clip.
Wow.
Clear as mud.
Yeah, you know what? It'll be all right.
Yeah, like whatever Cam said on the little man with the gun, Texas phone book, whatever. That's nothing. I don't see that as right. I see that as a good thing.
Yeah.
Rhino just said what you just heard is an actual legitimate threat.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately.
Dr. J Bananas entered the chat.
That's
I'm
the deal.
Well, it's going to get way more interesting than this. I've got Hope, Dawn, and I talked for a couple hours today. I'm working on some stuff. Dawn, thank you for coming up. I'm going to get out of here.
Imagine one chat that says, "We'll call the Jeff B shit for what it was, fake. Quit bringing him up, and his fans will leave you the fuck alone." Texas Info Warrior. Now the show's ending. Weird.
Yeah. Let's get some more.
I gotta go, guys. I don't know. I gotta get out of here. Play Kip.
Well, let's do it for another show.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Let me see if I have any more important ones.
All right.
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's about Mike. I mean, we shouldn't be talking about Mike on, this is for Mike.
So I have to ask a question. What did Mike do to anybody? You know, he's never been anything but nice to me. I love Mike.
They forgot the show was ending. They're too drunk.
Yeah, it's all about people trying to find out who's lying.
There was another spot where he called Cindy a bitch. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
That's all he says is Cindy Fuller Stevens is a bitch.
Absolutely.
It's all about discernment.
You can't be nice to everybody. That's the problem.
Well, the people that you and make sure you're centered, and then go.
Or maybe call Steph a bitch here. Hold on.
Lord, please help me to discern the truth in everything I hear.
Amen.
That's where I am.
Exactly.
Amen.
Steph Jones, are you a bitch? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm sorry.
So Steph says, so basically this is just a bitch session. And he says, Steph Jones, you're a bitch. Is that what you're saying?
Amen.
She meant the verb to bitch, not the noun. But
Steph Jones, are you a bitch? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm sorry.
Bitch. Are you a bitch? 'Cause that's good to know. Stay far away from you. You're
I don't know. I missed all their comments except for
yeah.
That's okay. Thank you guys.
Travis says, that's okay.
Emails because you're running out of content. How about that?
Travis claims I sent him a bunch of emails because I'm running out of content.
Well,
That was good, wasn't it, Don? Yes, we are.
Hey,
Oh,
Don, I'm just trying to show you the receipts. I'm trying to show you what these, like Rhino said. Rhino legitimately thought I said something snide. I was protecting. I was on Rhino's side. I was protecting him too, as well as Travis. He just read his chat and spit out all the crap toward me when I was on his side. I was protecting. I was on Rhino's side. I was protecting him too, as well as Travis.
Yep, that's true fact.
And
He says he was on Rhino's Live protecting him as well as Travis.
he's not. And he blocked me from his chat. That's fine, whatever. But I'm showing you what I said, which I did not say anything about. Or you see what the number. And then Rhino goes and
Oh, yeah, it's getting bad, Tracy.
I said something about Roy P. and threatening me to snap my neck. You gotta be kidding.
That didn't
let
happen.
me ask you this question,
You could hear the ice and liquor just then, the drink he took.
please.
It didn't happen. Come on, John.
Well, what?
We'll talk.
How can anybody threaten?
So John said, what's your content, Don? Or what's your content? Don down another one. Come on, John. Come on.
Anybody?
Can't talk shit about Don. He called me out on it. He banned me one time for calling him Otis Campbell from Andy Griffith Show.
Well, what?
We'll talk.
How can anybody threaten anybody?
John,
It's silly.
come on down. Let's go. You gotta see fucktard. Let's go. What you gotta say, you fucking pussy fuck? Let's go.
John is the guy in chat named John.
Who said that? Who said that?
No. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. You know what? They can all fuck all the way off. We'll see y'all tomorrow. I will come back live tomorrow. What?
Going to end the show.
I'm proud of you.
Because
Proud of you.
you're crap.
I just don't understand what he just said. Rhino said that to you? That's weird.
I don't know.
But hey, I get it.
Whatever your issue is.
My med's starting to kick in, thank God. And I wish you all the best. And we just need to be aware. Know that what we know is true. Discernment is huge. And get ready. because it's gonna get
More Q bullshit.
Yes, it is. All right, guys. Love y'all.
Love you.
Thanks to all you guys for coming. Don, always welcome here.
Thank you.
Texas Warrior, you're always welcome here.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Don.
I think we had a good show.
Hey, Texas.
Yeah.
Stay strong, brother.
Thank you, brother. Well, okay.
Don is claiming he is anything. Come on, man. That's all you got. Don is. Never mind.
Yeah, but
Don't matter.
that's fine. I don't need to threaten you. I know you're like it.
Nope. We don't threaten nobody.
No.
Yep. All right, we're out. Like, fuck.
Don.
Love you, brother.
Stay strong, people. Love y'all.
Love you too, Don.
Bring your big boy pants in a bigger vocabulary.
There we go. If I can click that damn thing. There we go. Don,
That's right, Tracy.
we're behind the scenes. Thank you. I appreciate you so much.
Oh, are we backstage?
Yeah, it sounds like he gets probably either a Xanax or some type of mild painkiller, and he drinks on top of it for sure. That's led to some very slippery situations for Don, if I have to say it that way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Going to bed.
No, I'm just being honest. I'm not, I'm nobody.
No.
They think they're backstage.
I ain't got nobody got my back. Don's got my back.
I got your back. No, it's all about what you're doing. Fuck them.
Well, and I appreciate you. Thank you for having my back.
You can. I already told you. I even told what's his face in Florida. Man,
No, we all thought he was on the phone. Travis told him he's not. He's staying at his house. He's just sitting off to the side of the screen. That's why you can hear his phone in StreamYard. He doesn't have any headphones. That's why he comes through Travis's mic, is he's sitting over there with his phone, listening in StreamYard and holding his phone, but he's talking through Travis's mic. He's got his mic muted on his phone. We all thought he was on the phone, but they're just living together.
that medicine's taking effect. I told him that I have no problem with Travis, and never have.
I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you for reminding me. All right, and he's a sweet guy.
He's my friend.
Yeah, he's a sweet guy.
Brother. Don't think I won't.
All backstage, right?
So I'm telling you, the next 2 months are going to be absolutely crazy.
Hot mic.
I mean,
Echo.
cut off. Did you hear that? Well, they hung one guy at Gitmo. I forget his name. Starts with
Oh, no.
General Milley.
Some guy that starts with a C. They hung him in Gitmo. No, they didn't. I don't agree with that, YouTube. Now we're going to talk about General Milley.
Has left the building. He some people say that he went to Ukraine. Oh my God! And I can't believe he didn't have an ankle bracelet. That fucking blows me away. But there's some shit going on that's just kind of interesting.
I hope you're right, brother. Hey man, I'm going to bed. I love you.
Love you too. All right, take care. Bye.
You know what? Thank you for having my back. I appreciate it.
That's the third I'm going to bed, in case you're counting.
Well, anyway, I'll just say that you have my back and I have your back, and so let's just let that be. And okay, everything's okay. I know what we're headed for, and it's soon. It's going to be interesting.
I pray that you're right. I'm just not.
And it's going to be amazing. We were born for this time. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I'm going to share a little, if you have a minute. I'm going to share something with you.
All right, so let me share with something that I've known since I was a child.
Yep.
I've been raised to make things happen.
Yep.
And you know what? I'm going to be the rebuilder.
Travis has known since he was a child. He's been this is something he thinks he's saying offline. He doesn't realize he's live. That he was raised to be something, to do something. He's the rebuilder.
To make things happen.
Yep.
And you know what? I'm going to be the rebuilder.
Absolutely. Well,
you know what?
Imagine this drunk fuck rebuilding anything. Can you rebuild my bathroom? Everything's fucking slanted. Shit's rolling off countertops. The toilet won't flush because half the water is over the trap and half of it isn't.
I don't want to be. I've been chosen.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't want to be the rebuilder. He's been chosen to be the rebuilder. Build back better.
I was 12 years old, brother. And I hate it.
Since he was 12 years old, he's been chosen to be the rebuilder of the world.
Because I'm fucking tired. My arms are fucking broke. My fucking shoulders are fucking broke. My hips are fucking broke. And I understand. But
He doesn't want to be. His arms broke. His shoulders broke. He's tired. He's old. But he understands he's the rebuilder.
Still fight every motherfucking day for my children.
Absolutely.
That's right.
if I may, I'll share a similar story. In college,
Travis is the tear down, rip out, throw it in the trash can, get rid of it.
I got a message. Let's just say that I will live during the time of the change. And I don't know how much longer I'm living. I'm 66, fucking broken dick dog, but I'm seeing it, and all I care about is what you care about.
So Don says that he was told when he was younger that he would live through the change. Listen to this.
The time of the change. A message. Let's just say that I will.
He got a message when he was younger.
Absolutely. That's right. If I may, I'll share a similar story. In college, I got a message. Let's just say that.
In college, he got a message
that I will live during the time of the change.
That he will live through the time of the change.
And I don't know how much longer I'm living. I'm 66, fucking broken dick dog, but I'm seeing it. And
yes, he took his daughter to a bar on her way to rehab.
All I care about is what you care about. What the legacy we live and help to bring about what needs to be the Republic of the United States.
No. The Republic is the wrong word. We need a constitutional republic.
I care about what you care about. Drinks.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have said that. I agree with that 1,000%. So I want to set the stage to where they have. I should have said that.
The Republic is the wrong word. We need a constitutional republic.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. I should have said that. I agree with that 1,000%. So I want to set the stage to where they have the freedoms that this country's been all about. God-given rights from the establishment of this country, and get rid of all the evil in this world.
Well, and I agree with that. But the problem is the evil is overtaking our country. It's overtaking the globe. I'm not sure how we get out of this.
It's going. It's gone. It's going to be gone. I have total faith in it. We are fighting a spiritual war, and it's not just the United States; it's worldwide.
I agree with you.
The Book of Travis.
Because if we don't get rid of it now, we're done.
Okay, and you're exactly right. If we don't stop this bullshit on
The Hudgens Chronicle, the Book of Travis.
our own goddamn soul, we are fucked. What do we do, John? What do we do? That's my question. What do we do? You know what? You tell me where to be, I will fucking show up.
Rebuild it.
Time and time again, and I don't give a fuck. Show me the place, I will be there.
All right, so John says, okay, I'll see you then, Texas tough cunt. Bring your big boy pants and maybe a bigger vocabulary. Be the guy that shows up, Tiger. I'll be waiting. Texas Info Warrior rushed to the chat to say, John, bring it, you pussy fuck. Worry about your country and I'll worry about mine.
Travis, you've never, ever backed down from that.
No, I have not. I never will.
Right. I've seen it. I've known you enough. 2 years. I haven't met you.
Tell me where to go. I'll show up. You've never backed down from that.
Can't wait to meet your face.
The Liquid Chronicles. The Travis Hudgens story. The bottom of a bottle.
Face and take your ass fishing. We're probably going to sell the place down south, but
still live.
We're still live, Don.
What?
Oh my God.
We're on the back room.
I thought we were too.
I got this, Texas douchebag. Don't puss out.
It's okay. We're having fun. And if anybody listening to the show, guys, please be aware of what's happening. I mean, look here, not there. It's going to get even worse before it gets better. That's all I'm going to say.
Don isn't claiming he is anything? Come on, John. What does that mean? All right.
Why did you read that one again? That message is like 30 fucking minutes old.
What, Travis? I'm not claiming anything. I never do.
It ain't no big deal, Don. I was just reading some of the comments.
Well, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, it ain't no big deal.
Don't melt down. Save it for when we meet. I want to hear it all.
Should I say it? Because he already did. The storm is upon us. Get ready.
Uh-oh. Can I say it? Because Trump already did. The storm is... Travis says, go ahead. The storm is upon us.
Should I say it? Because he already did. The storm is upon us. Get ready and enjoy the ride. It'll be fun.
I hope you're right, but I don't believe it. I want to see proof. You know me.
That's why I love you. I know that I know. And it's upon us. And it's going to be good in the end. Love you all.
These guys are wild, dude. Wild. Oh, there's something special. I don't know what else to say about it. There are something special for sure. I think it was John. John, you were banned out of there, I guess. All your chats are missing from here, but they were on the screen, so I guess you're banned now, in case you didn't know. Let me throw back up my camera. Now that I'm sitting back down, I had to stand up for a minute. I got to move around here And then let's go into a couple more things. You know how much I like watching classic Phil videos. Let's see if we've got some older ones here. It looks like we does. That's at least from Christmas. How old are some of these? Let's hear what this is. Start at the 7-minute mark. Let's see what this is.
Best half true at the most.
What's
your opinion about that? If they, period, 7K people or so, haven't made any, 12,500 a week, this guy's making $50,000 a month, yeah, I am. But do you know how hard I work for that? Do you have any idea the time?
So Phil says he's making $50,000 a month. Yes, I am. But you know how hard I work for that?
The energy that I put into training, that I put into having these personal conversations with all of these thousands of people. It's a lot.
Oh, you were on 59? Okay.
Money from those signups. None of those people are paying me that money, and I'm very proud of that.
That's actually not true. You get points for signing someone up.
In fact,
points turn into money.
If they make money.
Not true.
They don't do well.
Not true. Points are earned as long as you sign up for autosaver, and those points go uphill. Points equals money.
I don't do well. So my goal is to get them to do well.
None of that's true.
I'm doing a pretty good job of that, and that's why I'm making what I make.
That's not the way it works. If that's the way it worked, then no MLM would be successful. No one would be making money in MLM. If all the only way you made money is if all your downlines made money, no one would. Because the vast majority of the people below you are people you get to sign up. They try to stick with it for 1, 2, 6, 8, 12 months. Don't make any money, get out, and you have to replace those. The points go uphill when they sign up. When they turn on their autosaver, like you told them they had to, they could be technically just losing money. Autosaver coin, signed up, can't get anybody underneath them, and you're still getting those points.
And you know what? Anybody that's here listening to me right now, if you're not signed up for it, you should. Because it's a $200 yearly flyer. Yearly. You pay $200 on sign up. And then,
by the way, I am going to clip that segment of his transcript where he says it would be useless for Bree to sign up for 7K medals now. You can't make any money. It's been going too long. I can't put her high up in the chain. It would be stupid for her to sign up now while he's still begging people to sign up for 7K.
You write your own check, basically. And go ahead, Kelly.
I follow you, and since you're talking about silver, I just kind of wanted to tell you something, which I think you should put into your training. I am on SSI because I have a disability. I think I told you that I had a crime happen to me, and I have a traumatic brain injury. Okay.
I think you did tell me that. Yep, I remember that.
Okay, which, that's fine and dandy. I get along okay, but I live month to month, okay? So I had signed up for the silver, but, I talked to 2 of the ladies from Texas, okay? I'm not going to name names. No one told me that I would need to shell out $100 and something. I think that they wanted me to do the $137 a month. And it wasn't feasible.
Well, I understand that completely, Kelly.
No, this is not live. I just said I want to listen to some of Phil's old stuff. He's not live right now.
To be a member, just to be a regular member of 7K, you do not have to pay those monthly costs. And first of all, it's not just a monthly membership fee. For that price that you just mentioned, it's $139. There's 3 packages, $105 a month. There's actually 4 packages now, $105, $115, $139, or $179. For those packages, you're not paying monthly fees. You're actually getting silver.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is,
she says, I understand that. Let me finish, okay?
I had money because I had done some testing.
There's nothing to watch.
I know you love them. So I had done that, earned some money, okay, and was able to pay the $200. Did anybody tell me about needing to do this monthly thing? No mention of it whatsoever. Okay.
Well, that's a terribly handled enrollment by my team.
Oh no, my team.
They didn't tell you the full scope of things when you signed up, I would have been.
It's just audio from a voice stream he was on. Savage Dog.
Is that since I didn't have the package opened, were they helpful? Those two women? No, not at all. I had to pay. They didn't let me just not, I'm sorry. I have a problem thinking of certain terms.
She has a TBI.
But not just like letting FedEx just take.
I wish this woman, so she has a TBI and a disability. This woman needs to come out and file an official complaint. Like she was, I think she was taken advantage of. Maybe she doesn't see it that way, but if she does, she needs to file a complaint.
Take it back, not open it and just return it. I had to
Wanted to send the coins back.
and pay $20-something to return it. Money I don't have. Okay.
All right. Well, here's what I want to do for you, Kelly. Are you still a member of 7K or no?
Oh, I can't afford it.
Okay.
I mean, even with my 5.9 raise on SSI,
I've done that, Tracy.
Well, here's what I want to do for you. It's not a good faith because I feel bad with the story that you're telling me, and I'm going to look into it more. I actually want more details from you privately, not right here in front of everybody, but I want you to private message me. I want you to show me what you're out in terms of what your yearly subscription fee was, and whatever you've paid into 7K as being a member of PSI so far, and I'm going to refund it to you, every dollar. You can even keep the silver that you got so far, because I feel bad that
I don't
you might.
have any of it.
You gave it back?
I returned it all. I mean, it's something I really wanted to do.
I don't know what you're spamming about the Matrix thing, but you're getting muted on my page. The Matrix evidence is on my page. Cool. Thanks for stopping in. Tater Real.
I was in the retail business. I was a manager of Victoria's Secret, and then after I left, that's when a crime happened to me, and it was bad.
So you can keep all the silver. I already sent it back. I just said that. Of course, anybody. So the best, if you're a public figure, the best way you can handle this is literally out in the open. Say, look, I'm going to send you a check right now. You can just send me those names privately if you want to, because she said she didn't want to mention any names. But you need to handle as much of this publicly as possible. If you've already been excused of some type of unscrupulous activity and you make that private, who's to guarantee that you just didn't fuck them over privately? Oh, I get it. See you, Neo. That was funny.
Well, I feel terrible that maybe, whoever these team members were, and I don't want you to mention it here, but I do want you to tell me about it in a private message. I want to know what the content of that conversation was, because I'm very proud of my PSI team. I think I have very, very good people in there. And when I hear something like this, it pisses me off, because I've done
I'm happy you're pissed off. I'm really happy you're pissed off, because
I wish you told me about this sooner, and I would have.
Yeah, K-Man, they'll pay a little bit more because they're graded, because they're sealed, and because they might be able to sell it for a little bit more to somebody who might actually be in, especially if it's something like a pyramid or a Spartan, or they might pay a little bit more. But yeah, you should be, if you don't have experience to know what the coin market is, what coins are hot, what coins you can double your value on, what coins are desirable, what a deep proof is, what a deep proof cameo is, what a proof is. If you don't have that experience, which these people don't, because you have to pay a sign-up fee and a membership fee, and you have to sign up for autosaver, this is not tailored towards people. If it was tailored towards people who already knew that, they would just go buy their own coin. They don't need a buying club, MLM. So what they should be buying is bullion. But the problem is, when you buy bullion through 7K, you can buy bullion, but it doesn't count towards your points. It doesn't count towards your autosaver. It doesn't count towards nothing. Unless you're buying their overpriced collector coins, in my personal opinion, overpriced. Way overpriced, sometimes like 10 times melt value. Unless you buy those, you don't get points. And if you don't get points, you're not eligible to make any of the money. And if you're not eligible to make any money, then you won't make money even if there's people below you. So it keeps people buying those overpriced collector coins. But sometimes you'll find a pawn shop that might say, okay, its melt value's 50. I'll give you 80 because it's got, the Spartans from 300 on it. And I think there's a movie about it. I think I can sell that. Or it's got the Queen on it. And we have a lot of people in here looking for Queen memorabilia because she just died. By the way, 7K, the white hat company that Phil endorses, just came out with a brand new coin that they're releasing. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Someone else brought it to my attention. I hadn't seen it either. They said they didn't know how, but they were signed up for the newsletter. Let me see if I can grab it. But yeah, 7K come out with some new coins. Here's one of them. In their newsletter, they come out with this. Phil tells them they're on the up and up. They're good guys. They support Trump. They support the white hats. They're part of this operation. That's why you need to sign up. If you're sending the money to the cabal, like paying taxes, you're doing wrong. You need to be sending it to him and 7K. And look what's on this. So we get the all-seeing eye. We get a bunch of pharaohs and different poses and Egyptian gods and shit all over it. We have this weird three-piece. I think this is a really cool coin, but they wouldn't. The conspiracy theorists wouldn't, right? This is covered with satanic symbolism. But then if you just scroll down a little bit, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. They shared the reptilian right there on the coin. According to Phil, they shared it right there on the coin. I thought they were better than this, Phil. I thought they were taking care of us. I thought they were doing us right. Damn, if they didn't screw us over.
Been able to correct it for you sooner, but I definitely want you to give me the details.
I think that's a cool coin. I've got one over here. Oh, that reminds me. I'm so bad where my mom passed away. Fucking worst December of my life, and January wasn't much better. I got charity donations I still got to send out. Somebody won. I got the T-shirt out. Somebody won the big coin. Someone won a bunch of copper coins. I got to get those mailed out. Fuck. I'll try to do that tomorrow. I apologize. I just now thought about it. But I've got one over here that's literally poured in a triangle, and it's a pyramid, and it has cool symbolism from Egypt or whatever. And I'm sure they would scream Satanism, satanic symbolism will be their downfall, blah, blah, blah. But I love it. I think that stuff's cool.
Money you spend.
I don't have money to talk to you. That's the only way to talk to you.
I don't have money to talk to you. That's the only way to get a hold of you is if you got money.
To enroll into any of your things. So, that's the way I can only see to talk to you. Because I've messaged you about some of the things that, you've spoken about. And, I know that, you're busy,
Well, what I try to do is...
She's too forgiving. Way too forgiving.
I literally get over 200 messages on Telegram a day.
Yeah.
So I just cannot... I feel bad answering 50 of them and leaving 150 people out to dry, because then the 150 are going to hear from the 50 and they're going to be like, well, he answered me. Why did he...
So he hates to answer anybody because he can't answer everybody. Even if you have an emergency, even if you can't afford it, even if you're in a panic, even if you're losing your home, can't make your car payment because 7K keeps jerking money out of your account, even if you've been trying to cancel Phil is on a Minor or whatever the name of the website is where he sells like Amazon, Patriot-owned companies, and you literally can't afford that and you've been trying to cancel it for a year like some people claim. He's not gonna answer one person because he can't answer everybody. Okay.
He answered me, and then so all of a sudden I just can't do it anymore. So if you ever need something from me that's not like a basic follower question, what I suggest that you do is you email me at phil@philgodleski.live. That's free. There's no cost to that. If you have an issue, especially with a 7K or a Starve the Beast or
at philgodleski.live doesn't exist anymore. So
Philizon or whatever, I have support teams in place for Philizon and for website issues. But if there's something like this that happened, and I'm not just speaking to you, Kelly, I'm speaking to anybody else out there that's listening, I would expect you to approach me privately. My Telegram channel has my email address listed. I'm not going to answer questions about JFK Jr. or Q or,
right.
to do that. So don't email me, ask me all these questions, because I might or I might not read it, but I'm certainly not going to reply. But when it comes to something like Kelly was saying, I pride myself on the customer service of the MLMs that I set up. And if somebody along the line screwed something up, not only am I going to correct that screw up in terms of it never happening again in the future, but I'm also going to refund whatever money that you had, put into it, thinking one thing where it wasn't necessarily the thing that you ended up signing up for. So I'm going to correct that right away. Kelly, don't message me on Telegram because it's just going to get lost in this mix of bullshit. Phil at philgodleski.live. That's my email address. Give me details in that email. I'll send you either PayPal, Venmo, or whatever you want, and I'll get your money back for that. I'm sorry that happened. I wish I knew about it sooner. I would have given it to you a while back.
I appreciate it. Talk to
Hey,
you soon.
Savage, could I say something about with Phil?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, Phil, you and I spoke.
That's it. There you go. Kelly trying to get her money back. He's got a new shitty website up, by the way, philgodleski.live. He's got home, live stream, replay. Phil is on, Phil Silver Inc., 401k rollover, ERC, tax credit, membership, fax support, login. Basically, all of these are just links. So if you click live stream replay, it takes you to Rumble. If you click Phil is on, it takes you to the Phil is on website. If you hit Phil Silver, it takes you to Phil Silver. It's kind of like my website, but the one that I built in a few hours, it's taking them several months of trial and error. You get 401k rollover. It takes you to Gold Co. Take the quiz. ERC tax credit takes you to max taxes or whatever. It's max refund, blah, blah, blah. If you click, the only ones that are different than that are membership takes you to this internal page. So it's got one other page that basically, this is just the shit that's at the bottom of this page. It's not even different. If you just scroll down, it's the same thing that's right here. So they made one fucking thing where you could select 3 different levels. Got it. If you go to FAQ and support, frequently asked questions support, so they made this page, even though these articles just repeat, that's just a widget, and everything at the top, header and bottom are the same. They just made 4 questions. How do I upgrade? You can upgrade your membership level by logging into your account and then going to the subscription tab. You then select upgrade. How do I cancel my membership? You may cancel your membership by logging into your account and then going to the subscription tab. You then select cancel. How do I update my payment information? You update your payment information by logging into your account and then going to the subscription tab and then update payment. I am a member now. Where are my perks? You will see your perks once you're logged into your account. Mostly will be seen within your dashboard. So they made this one page with 4 questions on it. They made a simple login page, and that's it. Like, this took them over 4 months to do. Over 4 months to do. Can you believe that? That's a long fucking time to take for this. Let me play some alerts here.
South Varon shared X400. Now, only time Phil worked hard was holding on to his soap in jail.
That's South VA Ron. It says, I actually called you Southwest Virginia. Then I said South Virginia. But it says Southeast Virginia now. Only time Phil worked hard was holding on to his soap in jail. That's probably the truth. I wouldn't doubt that a bit. I used to have a friend that was from he was from South Western Virginia, and he was like really close to the Tennessee line, like the border there, 81, like down near Bristol, but actually sort of near like Blacksburg, Christiansburg and shit. And when I would say Southwest Virginia, he would get so mad because he's like, I don't live in West Virginia in the South. I live in Southwestern Virginia. I'm not from West Virginia. Like, he would get so fucking mad. I thought it was funny. I used to work with him on the road. So this is Phil's new website that basically they built like 3 widgets for. All of these are basically like pull and play widgets where you just type in some shit. None of this is like brand new, hard coded, blah, blah, blah. He said, I have to have it to it'll take 1 million people show it. None of this is like that. This is literally, they just put this together. And apparently, apparently we're just finding out that Phil Godlewski has made a new company, because down at the bottom, here's a company name we have never seen before. It says Recall is proudly owned by Phil Godlewski. What is Recall? Has anybody heard that business name before? We might have to do some searches on that. Recall LLC. Recall. Either way, there's not much to this website. There's no way this took 4 months to build. These links are the same as those links up there. He's got a countdown to his next stream. I guess that's a members-only stream called the Champions League. And it's got his thumbnail as part of the Final Four. It says Recall. Oh, this would be a good chance to see if I am actually banned on his Instagram. I think I am. Yeah. So he banned me on Instagram. Cool. His Facebook. Is Facebook real? His ban evasion Facebook. Breaking the generational curse. Quit yelling at your kids before they go to bed and expect them to sleep well. Quit yelling at your kids in the morning right after they wake up before school and expect them to have a good day. You set the tone for your children. You set the tone for your voice that they will always remember in their heads. You become their inner voice. Don't be their inner critic. Speak life, speak love, speak bravery and kindness and hope. Speak wisdom and truth. But most of all, listen to your children, especially when they are placed in protective custody and you have to have a chaperone to even speak with them. So that is a good point from Phil. I love how Phil is now through this endeavor where he's used his audience to make himself wealth. It's like he's above all these struggles. I mean, sometimes people are in a bad mood because they can't pay the bill. I agree they shouldn't take it out on their kids, but, sometimes stuff happens and you're already upset about something and you just snap. Or he's like, don't be worrying about your bills. Don't be worrying about this. Trust the plan, blah, blah. It's easy to do when you've got several $1 million in the bank. It's not so easy to do when you're struggling to get by. Phil. Make sure you guys check out What's Up, Chuck. That was the other one. Let's see what else we got here of some old Phil. I'm sure there's some more. Let me check something right quick. I think maybe there's some new documents. I wasn't paying attention, but there could be some new documents. Someone just said. Let me go see. I've also got the Carrie Cassidy. While I'm looking them up, you guys can watch this. This is Carrie Cassidy's video on Phil's video, and it's got a very interesting woman at the very, very beginning of it.
It's Michelle Titler, February. Forward. Hello, everyone. It's Michelle Titler, February 16th, 2020. Forward.
Moving forward or something is what it says at the beginning.
Forward. Forward. Forward.
You are the creator of your reality every time. No exception.
Hello, everyone. It's Michelle Titler, February 16th, 2023. This is in reference to a Phil Godlewski video from February 15th, yesterday, where he is reading an announcement from President Trump that should have been read on Super Bowl Sunday, February 12th, 2023. But for some reason it was not read. Nobody knows why yet. But it was given. This top intel was given to Phil Godlewski. That's why I'm saying thank you. Thank you, President Trump, for this message. And thank you, Phil, for delivering it in such a beautiful way. I'm going to just play he has it in his video. I think we're about 42 minutes into it before he reads the letter or the announcement, and I'm going to read it here. I'm going to let Phil read it here for you. So here we go.
My fellow Americans, I come to you tonight during America's biggest.
We can skip most of this.
The coming days, country danger.
We've heard his shit.
This group, or otherwise, that we have ever known.
She's crying.
Known by.
She's crying.
The hands of the satanic humanity. This operation continues as we strong for this.
She's crying.
For God, country, and the future of humanity. I thank you for your attention and respect.
Okay, so Phil had a hard time getting through that. I think he did a great job. And just seriously want to leave it at that and thank Phil again so much for all his work. Everyone, we're there. It's time. It's happening. Thank you, President Trump. We love you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot. So we have a lot of very interesting things going on right now, and I wanted to do this video to kind of
Carrie Cassidy's going to hook us up with it.
Describe the playing field a bit and how I see it, how based on my past intel, etc. I think what I say might be of value. So behind me, you have a picture of what's called the ARV, Alien Reproduction Vehicle, that Gordon Novell gave me that blueprint.
Alien Reproduction Vehicle. That's a blueprint she's got, of course. Why wouldn't she have that blueprint?
If you know my work, you know who Gordon Novell is. If you don't know, then you should do a search on my Project Camelot website and on his name and watch my video interview with him, which is actually quite fun. So what is, the Alien Reproduction Vehicle was evidence that our government had been reverse engineering UFOs in order to build their own. That's only a fairly recent version. They've been doing this since back in the 1940s, really, around the same time that the Nazis got the technology. They also leaked it to the US, and a lot of that is in various video interviews I've done.
So Carrie Cassidy puts that out, but let's go to these documents first. This first one's pretty simple. It says, it's actually not even filled out, but this is an order. Oh no, this is the bigger one. This is the second one. All right. Phil Godlewski, plaintiff, Chris Kelly, defendants. We all know that. Jury trial demanded. 2021, CV 2195, all the same. And now this blank day of 2023, upon consideration of plaintiff's motion to protective order, it is hereby ordered as follows. Defendants shall file an answer in opposition to the motion for leave to conduct discovery relating to punitive damages within 20 days of the date of service this order. So what is leave to conduct discovery? Leave to conduct discovery. Plaintiff's motion for leave to conduct discovery limited to issue of personal jurisdiction. An alternative to denying outright defendant's motion to dismiss for lack of personal jurisdiction. The plaintiff, United States of America, plaintiff respectfully moves the court for entry of an order granting plaintiff leave to conduct discovery limited to the issue of whether the defendant is subject to... Okay. So leave to conduct discovery relating to punitive damages. So it seems like they're asking for an order to conduct limited discovery just relating to punitive damages. Oh, it's over his protective order. Let's see. In justice court cases, discovery is not automatically permitted, but leave to conduct discovery must be obtained from a civil court. All parties are not represented by counsel. If a court, since all parties are not represented by counsel, you can oppose this, but it would be difficult to argue to the court that absolutely no discovery should be conducted. All right, let's see if it narrows some stuff down. Litigious related to punitive damages within 20 days of the date of service of this order. Oral arguments shall be held on blank day of blank 2023 at blank 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 by the court. Plaintiff's motion for leave to conduct discovery relating to punitive damage comes now. Plaintiff Phil Godlewski, bond through his counsel Timothy M. Coleman, Esquire, and makes the following motion. The Pennsylvania rules of civil procedure permit a party upon leave of court to seek discovery of the wealth of a defendant where there is a claim for punitive damages. An order permitting discovery of wealth of a defendant must set forth appropriate restrictions as to the time of discovery, scope of discovery, and dissemination of the material discovered. Plaintiff has asserted claims for relief against all defendants in the form of punitive damages. The parties have stipulated that plaintiff will be considered a public figure subject to the actual malice standard requiring proof of intentional or reckless conduct on their part. This is very important here, okay? The parties, both parties, okay, that includes Phil's lawyer and the other lawyer, have stipulated plaintiff, Phil, will be considered a public figure subject to the actual malice standard. What does that mean? It doesn't mean they accidentally slandered him or they didn't know what they were doing was slandered. It literally says they're requiring proof of intentional, reckless conduct on the part of. So basically, the way the Pennsylvania law reads, they had to know for a fact what they were sharing was a lie, and they still said, fuck him, we're sharing it anyways. Fuck him, we're sharing it anyways. That's the public figure statute in Pennsylvania and most states' laws. It's harder to prove slander and defamation over someone who's a public figure because people are always talking about public movie stars and presidents and politicians. You have to prove that they did it with malice and they knew what they were saying was inaccurate and they proceeded anyways. They agreed to do this. That's why we keep seeing in the documents that the Scranton Times is like, he by his own account, he says he broadcast to millions of people. If he's broadcasting to millions of people, he's a public figure. Phil should have tried like hell to be a private citizen, but he didn't. Finding of actual malice to the jury would, by virtue of the requirements of demonstrating intentional or reckless conduct, open the door to consideration of punitive damages. Plaintiff is entitled to discovery of defendant's wealth, so he wants to know how much they're all worth, as evidence of wealth is relevant to the jury's formulation of punitive damages award sufficient to deter future intentional reckless conduct. Plaintiff intends to serve upon each individual defendant a set of questions in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1. I never say this word because I keep going back and forth, but I'm actually going to look it up. Interrogatories. Hold on, let me see. What's the proper? I said it one way for a while, and then I said it the other way for a while, and both times people told me I was wrong. So maybe neither one of them are right. Introgatories. I'm just looking at the pronunciation, but let me see it. Interrogatories. That's what I was saying for a long time. Interrogatories. I always just replace it with a question. A set of interrogatories in form attached hereto as Exhibit 1. Plaintiff intends to serve the Scranton Times LP a set of interrogatories in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 2. Wherefore, Plaintiff Philip Godlewski respectfully requests that the Honorable Court grant his motion for leave of conduct discovery relating to punitive damages and enter an order providing the following relief. Permitting plaintiff to serve upon each defendant interrogatories in the forms attached to plaintiff's motion as Exhibits 1 and 2, providing such restrictions on dissemination as court may deem appropriate, such other relief as the court may deem just. I, Timothy Coleman, Esquire, hereby certify that I have this 16th day of February 2023 served a true and correct copy of the foregoing document by email upon the following: J. Timothy Hinton, Esquire. I certify this filing complies with the provisions of public access policy of the Unified Judicial System of Pennsylvania case records of the appellate and trial courts that require filing confidential information and documents differently than non-confidential information and documents. Okay, Exhibit 1. So this is pretty standard if he's seeking punitive damages. The jury really needs to know how much they're worth. If the jury reward says, okay, this person won a case and we're going to give them $5,000, but then they find out that the people are worth $10 million, they might have said, okay, then we're going to do $300,000. Interrogatories propounded by plaintiff and directed to the defendant, Chris Kelly, regarding punitive damages. You are required to answer the interrogatories within 30 days after their service upon you. Definitions. So these are the definitions about it, but we want the questions. State your full name, address, age, telephone number, and social security number. We probably won't ever see these answers. What other names do you use, if any? State the name, address, and age of your present and former spouse and your children, if any. With whom do you live? Identify each of your dependents, if any. What is your occupation? If you work for someone else, state the name of your employer, the address where you work, the type of work you do, your gross pay per week, and your take-home pay per week. If you receive commissions from your employer, state the average amount of such commissions you receive each week. If you are self-employed, state the nature of your self-employment, the address of your office or place of business, the fictitious name under which you trade, if any, your average gross annual earnings, and your average net annual earnings. Are you associated in a business or professionally partnership or joint venture? If so, identify the partnership, joint venture, and the numbers thereof, the nature of the business, the percentage of your interest, the estimated value, blah, blah, blah. Are you a principal of a closely held corporation? State your gross taxable income as shown by your federal income tax returns for the years 2016 to 2021. What is your present average monthly income from all sources? What is your present average monthly income from of your household from all sources? Do you pay rent for your present living quarters? Do you own a home in which you now live? Who has a title to the home in which you now live? When was the property purchased? What was the purchase price? By whom was it paid? Is there a mortgage on the property? Name, address of the mortgagee. What is the current market value of a home in which you live? This is kind of a lot of these questions are kind of a scare tactic. If it's your only home, they can't boot you out of your home. If it's your only vehicle for every person above driving age, so 16 and above, let's say you have 3 vehicles, but you and your wife, you drive one, your wife drives one, and your 17-year-old daughter drives one, they can't take those either. The full address and location of real estate, the market value of the real estate, the nature and extent of your interest in the real estate, the name, address, telephone number of any joint owner, the date you acquired your interest, the amount and source of the funds which you paid to acquire such interest, the identity of all documents which relate to your interest, if there are any mortgages on such real estate, state as to each mortgage, the identities of the mortgagee, the identity of all documents relating to the mortgage and underlying obligation, the amount of the original mortgage obligation, the outstanding obligation of the mortgage, the date on which the mortgage was executed, the date in which, and the date on which, and the office in which the mortgagee was recorded. Have you or has anyone on your behalf conveyed or transferred any interest in any real estate to anyone in the last 5 years? The interest which you conveyed or transformed, the identity of the person to whom you conveyed or transferred, the consideration which you received, the reason for the conveyance or transfer, the fair market value of your interest. Do you hold a mortgage on other security interests? The description of the real estate, the date when you acquired the mortgage, the identity of the assigner or the mortgage or the security interest, the outstanding balance due on the note or obligation which the mortgage or other security interest secures, the identities of the mortgagors or parties granting the security interest, the identity of any documents which relate to the mortgage of any other security interest, the priority of the mortgage or security interest. Do you own a motor vehicle or any interest in the motor vehicle individually or jointly, the make, model, year, color, serial number, whose name appears on the registration, the location and current custodian of the motor vehicle, the purchase price of the motor vehicle, the balance due on any outstanding purchase, security interest in the motor vehicle, each person who paid any part of the purchase price, who has repaid or is repaying any part of the purchase money and loan, the market value of the motor vehicle, the identity of all documents relating to the purchase of the motor vehicle, the nature and value of interest in the motor vehicle, identifying all items of tangible personal property having a value of $100 or more, which you own either individually or jointly with another person or entity, including but not limited to jewelry, furs, furniture, office equipment, television sets, radios, record players, electrical appliances, power tools, photographic equipment, works of art, musical instruments, coin or stamp collections, silver or china. For each item, state the purchase price and date of purchase, the approximate value of each item, the seller of each item, by whom each item was purchased, the source of funds used to purchase each item, the nature, the extent of your interest in each item, the name, address, telephone number of any joint owner, the location of each item, the amount due on any outstanding purchase money, security interest, considering or conditional sales agreement, lease sale agreement, or other encumbrance, the name and address of the secured party, conditional seller or leaseor, and all documents relating to the purchase and ownership of each item. Do you own or have any interest in any corporate stocks, bonds, or other investment contracts, including option to purchase or sell a security? The identity of such stock, the name of such stocks, the par or face value of such stock, the market value of such stock, the name, address, telephone, and of the custodian of such stock, by whom such stock, bond, or security was purchased, the name, address, and telephone number of any joint owner, the date on which interest is payable on any bonds, the maturity date of any bond, the identity of any documents which relate to the purchase ownership of such stock, identify any pension 401k plan in which you have an interest. Do you own any or maintain any savings, checking accounts, certificate of deposits, money market accounts, mutual fund accounts, or IRA or COG account, either individually or jointly? the identity of the institution, the title and number of identifying reference, the identity of any joint owner, the nature of the account, the purchase price of the certificate, the dates and amounts of your deposits and contributions from the last 5 years, the dates and amounts of your withdrawals from the last 5 years, the current balance of the account or value of the certificate. Just a bunch about how much they're worth, basically. Do you have a safe deposit box? Identify any seat owned by you, either individually or jointly with another person, entity in a stock commodity. Do you have any interest in any patent, copyright, or royalties? Have you any uncollected debts, accounts receivable, or any other monies that you are due? Are there any unsatisfied judgments of record in your favor? The identity of the judgment debtor, the identity of the suit, the identity of the assigner, the nature of the judgment, the status of the judgment and execution proceedings. Do you hold any security interest or lien in any personal property? Have you had any right, interest, financial advantage, or prospect thereof under any contract, insurance, or other claim? Are you the beneficiary of any trust? If so, identify the name, address, telephone number of the trustee. Have you received any money or interest in real or personal property under any will or inheritance? Have you been notified of any interest or any descendants' estate? If so, identify. Do you have a will? If so, identify the property, real or personal, which is specifically devised, bequeathed, or otherwise disposed of by your will, the person named as the executor. Do you have any title insurance, casualty insurance, collision insurance, homeowners insurance, or other insurance against loss or damage to the property? Are you the beneficiary under an insurance policy of the life of any other person? Do you have any insurance on your own life? Do you have any other, do you own or have an interest in any other assets not listed or disclosed? Identify each item of tangible property. Identify each item of tangible or intangible personal property owned by either you or jointly. Property or personal property which you have in pawn was the one I didn't read. Have you sold, assigned, given, or traded any tangible or an intangible personal property or interest in personal property with a value of $100 or more to anyone within the last 5 years? What money have you received and what money have you spent since September 25th? Do you own any federal, state, or local? Do you owe any federal, state, or local taxes? If so, identify the taxing authority. Are you owed any federal, state, or local tax refund? If so, do you make or are you under obligation or order to make any child or spousal support payments? If so, do you owe anyone money? If so, are you a member of any clubs? If so, are there any pending suits, actions, legal proceedings, or claims of any kind against you or any interest you hold? If so, other than the judgment in this case, are there any other judgments on record against you or any other company or entity in which you have any interest? If so, is any judgment creditor currently attempting to execute any judgment or secure information to aid in execution of any judgment? If so, list any other liabilities or obligations not already disclosed. All right, that's for the individuals, okay? Any individual named in the case. After that, it goes to, this is the one they'll use for the business. And I'll read through this very quickly. State your full name, address, blah, blah, blah. Wait a second. This is still Exhibit 1. Who is this one for? Sorry, I read that wrong. This is still Exhibit 1, I believe. Larry Holeva is what that one's for. Okay, that was Chris Kelly and Larry Holeva. This is Exhibit 2. This is for the questions. State the Scranton Times LP's full legal name, what fictitious trade names, address, identify by name, address, telephone number, each agent authorized. State the name of persons employed. Describe each and every area of trade. Indicate the Scranton Times LP average gross annual earnings. If the Scranton Times LP associated in a business, professional partnership, or a joint venture, is Scranton Times LP a principal of a closely held corporation? State the Scranton Times LP's gross taxable income shown by the Scranton Times LP's federal income tax 2015 to 2021. What is the Scranton Times LP's present average monthly income? Does the Scranton Times LP pay rent for any real property? Does the Scranton Times LP own any interest in any of the other real estate? And then it says, if so, fill out all this. Has the Scranton Times LP or has anyone, the Scranton Times LP behalf conveyed, transferred any interest or real estate in any real estate to anyone within the last 5 years? Does the Scranton Times hold a mortgage on or other security interest in any real estate? If so, blah, blah, blah. The Scranton Times own a motor vehicle or any interest in any motor vehicle, either individually or jointly with any person or entity. Identify all tangible property having a value of $100 or more. The Scranton Times owns. The Scranton Times own any interest in any corporate stocks, bonds, all that. If so, does Scranton Times own or any maintain any savings or checking accounts? If so, Scranton Times have any safe deposit boxes or other similar storage facilities in the Scranton Times LP's name? If so, identify any seat owned by the Scranton Times LP, either individually or jointly with another person or entity, and any stock, commodity, or other exchange. Does the Scranton Times LP have an interest in any patent, copyright, royalties, or any other patentable invention or copyrightable material? If so, has the Scranton Times LP have any uncollected debts, accounts receivable, other monies that are due? If so, are there any unsatisfied judgments of record Scranton Times in favor in any action? If so, does the Scranton Times LP hold any security interest in or lien on personal property? If so, has the Scranton Times LP any right, interest, financial advantage, or prospect thereof? This is kind of the same. Beneficiary of any trust, received any money or interest in real or personal property under any will or inheritance? Are there any agreements which provide an option to purchase the Scranton Times LP? Does the Scranton Times LP have any title insurance, casualty insurance, collision insurance, homeowners insurance, or other insurance against loss or damage to the property? Is the Scranton Times LP the beneficiary under the insurance policy on the life of any other person? Does the Scranton Times LP, this one says 32 twice, does the Scranton Times LP own any or have any interest in any other assets not already disclosed? Identify each item, tangible or intangible personal property owned by the Scranton Times, either individually or jointly with another person or entity which is subject to any outstanding security interest. Has the Scranton Times LP sold, assigned, given, or traded any tangible or intangible personal property or interest in personal property with a value of $100 or more to anyone within the last 5 years? If so, does the Scranton Times own any federal, state, or local taxes? Do they owe any taxes? If so, is the Scranton Times LP owed any federal taxes? If so, does the Scranton Times LP owe anyone money? If so, please identify each creditor by name. That's going to be a bunch for a business. Are there, a business that as big as that? Are there any pending suits, actions, legal proceedings, and claims against any kind against the Scranton Times LP or any interest in the Scranton Times LP holds? If so, other than the judgment in this case, are there any judgments of record against the Scranton Times LP or any company or entity in which the Scranton Times LP has an interest? If so, is any judgment creditor currently attempting to execute on any judgment or secure information to aid in the execution of any judgment? If so, list any other liabilities or obligations not already disclosed. I blank swear under oath that I'm a defendant in the above titled action, and I have answered the interrogatories set forth above truly and completely.
Interrogatories.
I knew I was saying it right. Sworn in, subscribed before me, notary of the public. So that's the 41-page one asking how much money they have. There's another one, though. Let me go grab it. There's another one that's just one page. I don't think it'll be much. This wasn't a whole lot. I just noticed it while we were talking about it. The one last night was a treasure trove, but this obviously isn't much. Y'all can watch some more of this while I'm looking it up. So I had to log back in.
But I do want to talk about this recent video that was released last night, I believe, by Phil Godlewski. I think that's how you say his last name.
That's how I say it.
From what I understand, a master techie and a very well-known broadcaster.
A master techie.
Alternative sector with a large following. Although
so she clearly knows very well.
So I wanted to draw your attention to this video because in the video, it's all about how he was contacted by one of his top, in fact, the top trusted source that he's been getting intel from over the past few years. And this is an intel source that gives him what we call white hat information from the.
That's what we call it. White hat. Okay.
And
Q White Hat Trump Group.
Makes broadcasts and from time to time uses that intel. Whether it proves true or not, I don't know because I don't follow his broadcasts normally, although I have watched a few of them over the years.
Here's the other one. This was really simple. It's one page. It says, Lackawanna Court Administrator, please be advised that the plaintiff has filed a motion for protective order in the above caption case. And it says all parties have agreed to submit this matter on briefs without the necessity of oral arguments, or please schedule this matter for oral arguments. and they're supposed to sign off on it. That's basically it. Yeah. This goes with their motion for protective order or whatever that he already we just read. Are they going to let this do it? There's also another one that's showing but didn't come out. It says, oh, no, I'm sorry. That's 2 pages. One was called Plaintiff's Motion for Leave to Conduct Discovery Relating to Punitive Damage and Combined Certificate filed. And then this one's called...
Precipice.
Precipice for assignment. I didn't want to say that one wrong either. Precipice for assignment. And that was it. Transcript of the proceedings was the one before that. Objection to subpoena. We read that. Objection to subpoena. We read all those other ones. All right. So back to Carrie Cassidy.
So what I want to tell you and talk to you about is actually the content of that video. And I have a number of notes that I've made. I actually turned this into an article on my website, and I'll post here a picture of the article.
There it is.
The bottom line is that supposedly a couple of days ago during the Super Bowl, Trump and the White Hat team was going to take over the...
That's right, beyond the mission.
...broadcasting system. It has other names.
They're asking for a broad amount of money, but there's a lot of stuff they can't touch. I think that's why Phil completely quit mentioning me. I mean, he can sue me. He can spend as much money as he wants to sue me. He could even win. But how much money are you going to waste to get? I don't have anything. You can't take my VA disability, bro. What are you going to take? I don't have money to give to you. Spend a couple $100,000. And if you win, I guess you might get a retraction.
Names as well. But basically, that would commandeer our communications, which involves probably going into the Washington, D.C. underground base that is...
That's right, South VA.
Places that they're in charge. Space Force is now in charge of all of this, and it may have moved actually from, I think it was called Mount Washington underground to...
Space Force is actually not in charge of this, and you'll hear that directly from Chuck. I'm thinking about having Chuck on the show. Would you guys like to talk to Chuck sometime? I also have a contact that I lost touch with. It's basically my fault. I need to get back a hold of him. Was a guy that's actually, his name's Ken Matthews. He's actually hosted for Rush Limbaugh before. Was a co-host with Rush Limbaugh and did the last show after Rush Limbaugh passed away. On the Rush Limbaugh show. He used to be pretty high up in the conservative radio. He sounds like a pretty cool guy. I think I might try to get him and at a different time, not together, get Chuck on.
What is in essence NORAD, and this is where not even this. Let's see.
That's right, beyond the mission.
Secret Executive Service, SES, special, whatever it is, but SES can't actually get hold of.
I mean, he could sue me for future earnings, but there's no guarantee. Hell, I've been feeling like retiring for a while anyways.
Either. So they can commandeer the airwaves, in essence. That's what we're talking about. And this speech that Trump was going to give at the Super Bowl was going to be announcing the arrests of a lot of the deep state members, what we call deep state cabal. Basically, you have Phil reading a document that was actually supposedly Trump's speech that never got released because and it's quite short, actually. It just simply be an announcement. I prefer that, whatever you want to call them. So this is actually cases, or they have been found by some members to be...
Here, listen to this.
...to discredit me. Now, I'm such a character as well. So this is actually incredible breaking news. However, what I'm finding is that most of my colleagues are afraid to talk about it. And one of the reasons is because the messenger, Phil, who was used to relay this message, is a controversial character. So that means that some people love him and some people hate him and everything in between, probably. Now, I'm such a character as well. However, because I've been doing this for 18 years, it's a little harder to discredit me. So, of course, the White Hats don't use me. They don't deal with me. What they do is they deal with people and have spokespeople out there who are controversial, but who also have things...
The White Hats don't deal with people who's been doing this for 15 years and have an excellent track record, according to her. Instead, they pick controversial people just because they can.
In their background that are let's say, questionable or even court cases, or they have been found by some members to be, questionable on many levels. So this is the kind of thing that the White Hats do. And I'm not going to name names. I can't avoid Phil in this case because he is the spokesperson of this release of information, which in essence is a leak. Again, coming from his source. So depending on whether you think his source has been reliable over the years, whether Phil thinks his source is reliable, which obviously he does, or what, it's whether or not you're going to take this on board as being actually a credible leak. So because no one else wants to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it. And I have to say that what this could mean and what it does mean in my view, and I've written an article that backs up this video. So please do look at the article, look at the statements I make, and I'll try to repeat them here. But just in case you want to sort of have it all in one place, I think the article might be helpful. So if you can start to understand how the White Hats operate, and what I'm finding now is that it doesn't matter what goes on. There are a couple of journalists out there that recently released a lot of information. They wrapped Trump into it as being culpable and involved in some big drug smuggling operation. They don't seem to understand, along with a lot of other people, those journalists, or whatever you want to call them, they don't understand that the White Hats, in order to fight the Black Hats, or whatever you want to call those people, the deep state,
right,
have to fight dirty. They basically have to get involved, similar to when the DEA embeds an agent in the drug cartel to make it look like that agent has crossed over to that.
Well, they're still not allowed to commit crime. Like, they still can't murder someone. Like, if they're put on the spot and they're like, okay, you got to kill this guy to prove you're really with us, they can't just get away with murder.
And then they get trusted. Then they feed the intel back to the DEA in theory. And then the DEA eventually can make arrests. Okay, surprise, arrests. So this is the same process. The White Hats, over many years,
they embedded Phil in a high school where allegedly he took advantage of a young girl, allegedly, and that's how they got him on the Black Hat side.
Have been infiltrating the deep state, and they had it easy in a certain sense because both JFK Jr. and Trump had already been born into those families. So that is like what you call a built-in discredit for what we call, the movement, the revolutionaries, whatever you want to say, the people who want to see us saved from this totalitarian rollout of a transhuman totalitarian agenda. So both Trump and JFK Jr. were born into Illuminati families. And in order to do what they do as White Hats, they would have to basically have gone against a lot of the things that they were taught on some level. Now, JFK Jr. avoided some of that, in part because, of course, they assassinated his father. And so he would be suspicious of the cabal and the deep state from a very young age. Then, of course, he could have been taught by a lot of this, so-called security guards and various people that guarded him. And to say nothing of his mother, of Bobby Kennedy while he was still alive, and later of other people that he regarded as more father figures or whatever. So both he and Trump became friends, and they also both got involved in what's called the White Hats. And the White Hats go back, again, to the assassination of President Kennedy, mainly. This is when the inspiration, in essence, for the entire operations that the White Hats have been involved in, which involves things that you've heard about, which is, arresting deep state members, taking them to Guantanamo Bay, interrogating them, putting them on trial in a military tribunal, and even executing them.
Oh, of course. YouTube, we don't agree with any of this. He's saying this lady has lost her mind, and she's probably the least entertaining person in the world. Like, she's so monotone. She's so just, she looks so unhappy with her job. Man, it's something else. She's so freaking unhappy with everything around her. I don't get it. I don't understand. How can you be that unhappy? How can you be that unhappy with everything? Like, life in general. She absolutely kills me. Let's grab some of this before we go. Oh God, we can't play that.
That we got going here. So a bit.
Jesus Christ. Oh, there we go.
Just like that. Look at that.
Oh, look at that lighting. That's awesome. That's not going to cause a seizure or anything.
Dark background. Yeah, I see that a little bit. Not really sure. I'm not going to mess with it. But this is all a new setup here, new contraption.
I wouldn't mess with it either.
Going here. So I see the lines in the screen. Not really sure why they're there. They appear to be both on locals and on Rumble.
He has interference with his mic, too. You hear that popping every time he talks? That's electrical interference he's got with his mic when he's picking up. And the lighting he's using is probably matching. It's probably LED, and it's matching the shutter speed of his camera. but something's making a ton of interference here.
So it is what it is. We're still live, and we could still broadcast out to everybody. So I got a brand new setup here. I'm like a kid in a candy store right now. The computer is ridiculously awesome. The monitor is like nothing I've ever seen. We may, from time to time here, have a microphone issue. The folks on static again.
Like immediately?
All right, 1 minute.
He can't even buy an XLR mic, dude. He's trying to hide his new herpes sore. Maybe.
There's a delay on Rumble, so I gotta wait for the responses. I know.
Just look at your output, dude.
No, ceiling fan's not running. There's no ceiling fan in here.
They think the ceiling fan's chopping the light up. This is this whatever hertz this light operates at is probably a multiple of his shutter speed on his camera, but he would never understand that.
Good. Okay, got it. Good. So dark. No sound. Good. Better. No sound. Good. No sound. Sound back. Good. Great here. Good. Yay. No static. Yay. Phil.
Yay. No static.
Yes. 5. Yes. Good.
He's a major white hat techie.
Still static back? Are you serious? What is going on? It's gotta be the cord then, huh? Cord doesn't like going in there.
Perfect. Such a good start.
You guys hear me? Better?
Such a good start.
Local says everything's okay. I just added a
Jesus
buffer device, kind of like one of those little connector devices. Instead of putting it right into the Mac, I added it to the device. So that might help. I don't know. If not, just tell me. I'll try to keep up on the screen here. So
added a buffer device, one of those buffer style device things that buffers things.
Try to use these microphones.
I have to use a technical term. That's what they taught us in the NSA, but you guys probably wouldn't understand. I'd use a buffer device.
Because the echo in my new house has very high ceilings. That has to be 12 feet. It's definitely 12 feet. So the rooms and the floors are wood. So with all of the echo in the room, it's really a pain in the ass.
You're a millionaire. Fix it.
To not use a microphone.
If you're really planning on being around for years doing this show, you're going to be guiding people all the way through the ascension. It'll be years you'll be on here. When everybody else is gone, then make a studio.
So that microphone is awful. And I think what it is, I think it might be here a little bit of an echo. Soundboards, I know, but then it makes the room look terrible. Don't put down a carpet. I know, but I like the floors. So put down a carpet. Soundboards, I know, but then it makes the room look terrible.
Soundboards. Are you talking about foam? Soundboards? I don't think most people would call that. It's called acoustic foam or acoustic capture panels. Soundboards, I think most people would think about like like to play sounds. Like I play this clapping effect or whatever. Soundboards?
I think it's pretty good. Area rug, I don't like area rugs.
Some of them just look like paintings, except there's nothing on them. Those are acoustic capture devices. Other ones look like the foam, that it looks like an egg crate or whatever with points, and it's made to capture, like when an echo goes in there, it usually hits at an angle because they're like diamond-shaped holes, so it bounces back and forth instead of coming back out.
If you're going to do an area rug, why don't you just carpet the room? That'd be traffic, and it's by the... So this really isn't...
All you really need is a rug directly under your computer and where you sit, so your desk and under where you sit to offset that. And you probably need something directly above you on the ceiling, which could be as simple as acoustic foam, and then something on not this wall. You don't have to really mess with this wall because you're not talking towards that wall. The wall directly in front of you on the other side of your computer.
About like carpets or area rugs tonight. This is supposed to be about something else. That shag carpet on the wall. When I was in real estate, I used to see those shag carpets on walls sometimes.
Sure you did. There's my humor.
Anyway,
he's so hilarious. He's a real human with weird real emotions. Trust me.
I want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I always like to remind everybody how great
he's got the most advanced, technologically advanced phone in the world, the Q phone, that hasn't even been released to the public, and he can't stream from his own phone.
Grateful I am to have the audience that I have of value in my life other than my personal family.
I got his eyebrows right here.
I just really, really appreciate every single one of you guys, how much support you've shown me in these last 2 years. Of the millions and millions that I have now, watching
millions and millions, sure.
And everything in my life has changed, and I've tried to do my best to give back as much as I possibly could. And there's plenty more where that came.
Where? So where did you give back as much as you possibly could? Where? Because you brag about every donation you make. So where?
Much more of that. But every time I sit here and every time I have my audience for sticking with me, so many people have tried to pull you away from me. So many people. In so many different ways. New people to come and watch. Appreciative I am of each and every one of you. Against all of the people.
Don't forget, he said it's a waste now to sign up for 7K. There's no way you're ever going to make money.
Tonight's going to be an interesting live. I can tell you right off the bat, it's not what you're thinking it is. The title of the live, next phase, you probably have, however, subscribers only, I'll hit that now, sorry guys, only free, and I don't intend to change that at any time, so you can always watch my stuff free. Locals, though, does have a better stream, better quality stream. It's got better.
No, it doesn't. It has a worse quality stream, and you can't even share the screen there.
It also has a more secure stream, so you're not going to see a lot of buffering.
It doesn't seem like it even has a, it seems like it has a worse connection. It seems like it has a worse encoder. Like it doesn't deliver as high as a quality from the original, and not as fast. It doesn't seem like it's very good at all. And even though they use the same network, they're owned by Rumble. So whatever you see on Rumble, it should be the same quality on Locals. It seems like Locals sucks.
It's also troll free. As soon as I click the subscriber only button, none of the trolls are paying $15 a month to watch me. So
unless they do.
In the chat over there. Now Rumble, you'll see some trolls here and there. Rumble did institute some moderation tools, so I can zap them when I see them. I did just hire a personal assistant as well. So she is going to...
That was one of the things I wanted to see. His personal assistant, Gary, you better look out.
Help with the trolls that accumulate.
The last time he was an assistant and was approached by a student. This time he hired an assistant, and maybe she's a student too. Who knows?
Areas, whether it's Rumble or DLive or whatever. So, yeah. Somebody just said here. I just want to answer the 18. Come on, Phil, confess, because right now your credibility is gone with me. Okay. I did address this on Telegram the other night. And by the way, 2018. Come on, Phil, confess. Have you explained your misrepresentation about the announcement that was never made, meaning my last live? This was taken from an anon in 2018. Come on, Phil, confess, because right now your credibility is gone with me. Okay. I did address this on Telegram the other night. And by the way,
watch what you put in chat.
On Rumble or DLive right now, I'm going to put a couple links on the screen, and the links are going to direct you to my Telegram channels. I have 2 of them. This is where you're going to see my daily announcements. Do I know Bobby Cordero? Yes, I do. These links that are going to be right here, that is for my group chat channel. So the chat channel on Telegram, and I will answer that question, by the way. The chat channel on Telegram is a new channel that I just made public. Anybody can join it. It's not private. You don't need any kind of invite or anything like that. You can go to that channel right now. The chat channel is just a channel for people to talk. You know, everybody in my following or other followings. You could go there and find like-minded people, you know, without being ridiculed or, you know, tracked by Facebook or Instagram or any of those other companies. So that's my chat channel. If you're not on Telegram, you'll have to download the app. It's very simple to do. Once you have the app downloaded, you type in that as if it were a link. So you could write www.t.me/godlesky group chat if you want to in the browser, and then it'll redirect you to the Telegram app. Great place to chat with other patriots all day long. The chat only mutes at midnight for some cleanup purposes, and then it unmutes, meaning anybody can talk again after the unmute. That happens about like 7 or 8 in the morning, the next morning. Okay. I have another channel on Telegram as well. This is my announcements channel. So in this channel, nobody could, nobody could all comments on an announcement here today. I was taking questions from the chat channel where everybody could comment, pasting them to my announcements channel, and then answering them. It was all about Flat Earth today. It was really good. I think I educated a lot of people today on Flat Earth. So thank you for that $100 tip. Looks like at Lowe's. I think it was Lowe's. Thank you so much. That was great. I appreciate that. I'll put that to good use. Use it for my boys. Anyway, so get on Telegram. I don't know why.
Use it for my boy. That sounds like a call to fucking tugging at the heartstrings. You don't have money for your boys?
Not everybody is on Telegram. By the way, if you see right here, those are 2 eyes. It's not Phil_Godlesky with 1 eye. It's 2 eyes. I had to do that because it's a secondary channel that I made. So there's 2 eyes in that. So those are my Telegram channels. If you're not on there, get on there. Now back to the announcement that was just asked over here in Locals. Looks like, or somebody said that the announcement that I made, the thing that I read, was from an anon in 2018. That's just simply not true. That was going around of the words that I read the other night was simply somebody from my following that opened up a Word document.
Who was it? They shouldn't be afraid to come forward and say, that was my screenshot. I don't know why they took it from me.
And while I was reading the announcement, they typed out the words. it was screenshotted and then pasted to my chat room on Telegram. And that just got shared all over the place. And then some Yahoo said, oh, this is the same thing that some...
Show us the post.
Oh, yeah, well, go find what that Anon said in 2018. It doesn't exist. Just because, and this is the problem that we have as a society, and this is the problem that we need to really stop. You took a situation where somebody wrote down what I said because I said I wasn't going to share the text of the announcement. I wasn't going to share that at all. As I said, as I was saying, we probably went back to rewind, got all the words right, whatever. Joe M in 2018 made a video called The Plan to Save the World, which, by the way, if you haven't seen that, you need to see it. The Plan to Save the World. It is on my...
He made a bunch of videos, but yeah.
From this past weekend, I think it was. And it's remarkable. It's great. The Plan to Save the World Remastered is the one that you want to watch. That is what Joe M put out in 2018. And does it have the same theme of what the announcement that was supposed to be? Yeah, of course. It's the same theme. It's everything that we've been expecting. But it's not a word-for-word representation of what Joe M did.
So you took everything that we had been expecting and put it into an announcement and then called it Trump's new announcement. Got it.
Joe M will tell you himself that the announcement that I read the other night has absolutely nothing to do with him. So any of you guys that are being brought into that rumor...
yeah, the only added extract, that's right.
Rumor mill? Well, that's fine. That's fine for you, but you're not dead. Imminent threat was the reason. And what has happened since that announcement was supposed to read?
Where?
Right? We've had...
Oh, the imminent threat was about train derailments. That's what kept Trump from going to the Super Bowl.
Downed planes. I heard a plane crash today with some people in it that was supposed to go to Ohio and study the chemicals or do something with that.
Oh, my God.
Are these flashes of the imminent threat? Could they be, different proofs to show the white hats that the cabal still have some sort of minor power to hurt people?
There you go.
Very well could be. I don't determine whether or not the announcement gets read. I just want you guys to know that, okay? So I don't determine a lot of stuff. Maybe there's some stuff that I do, but there's a lot of stuff that I have a little bit of influence in, and there's a majority of stuff that I do not, all right? So I want this to be done as bad as you guys do. When the Brunson case went down yesterday and they got denied again for the second time, I was just as pissed as you. And my initial reaction was, all right, listen, we gave the Supreme Court a chance the first time. They didn't want to hear it. We gave them a chance the second time, just yesterday. They didn't want to hear it. Let's go. We don't need...
Well, you said that was in the past. They already decided that in favor of Trump, and Trump's technically the president because they already decided secretly, right?
Anymore. I understand back in 2018, 2016...
Isn't that what you said?
2018, when Donald Trump was doing his world tour and getting everybody on board with this, that would have literally caused a civil war. Barack Obama at the time was the most popular president in the history of the United States, receiving more votes than anyone. They didn't want to do that because you would have hurt other people would have hurt you. It would have caused an enormous black eye on the country. And jeez. Hold on, I gotta change my pants. Holy shit. So this thing was on this thing was on a stand, and it was like in the stand how it's supposed to go, and then it just right all over the place there, just like that. It went. What is happening here? Woo!
You hit it with your hand. We saw it.
For a little while. They're not comfortable anymore, but
Phil, would you like to tell us about opening mail addressed to someone else?
That was something though. Made in China? Yeah, it might have been made in China. It probably was, right? Why the hell wouldn't it be? Friggin' China. Anyhow.
Friggin' China.
I really don't know what I was saying now, so let me try to think of that. So it would cause turmoil in our run for office that could just completely overwhelm the vote and come through all the voter fraud that existed.
Sure it was, Phil.
No one knew.
Another lie.
And this is what the Plan to Save the World will tell you. It gets into a lot more detail than this. And then he started the takeover, started the takedown of the cabal. So I get why they didn't do it back then. But what I don't get is why they're not doing it now.
You said they already decided.
We're no longer waiting for...
It already happened last summer.
Normies to wake up. If they didn't wake up by now, they're not waking up. Ever. In the history of the United States. Way worse than anything that happened in the Great Depression. And you could say, oh, well, the economy was different back then, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. You know what?
It's going to be way worse than the Great Depression. Got it.
People are affected with what happened in the last 2 years than were affected in that entire decade under FDR. Shit. It's way worse than anything that... We just lived through 2 of the worst years ever in the history of the United States. Way worse than anything that happened in the Great Depression. And you
I don't know if you've ever, I'm sure you have, like in school, if you've ever studied the Great Depression. Do you feel like the inflation that's been going on, which is extreme? I understand it's affected my income. I don't get as many donations. I don't get as many bits or whatever. Buy me coffees. It's affected my income. It's affected your income. It seems like every time Mariah goes to the store, it's $300+ when it used to be, sometimes it would be 300 plus, sometimes it'd be 100. It seems like it's always at least 300 now minimum. It's affected all of us. Prices have skyrocketed. But do you believe it's worse than the Great Depression? Like people living in shacks they threw together and no fucking shoes and you know, people literally just starving to death left and right. Nothing. They had nothing. They were literally just putting flour and water together and eating it. Jesus fucking Christ, Phil.
can say, oh, well, the economy was different back then, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. You know why? Because more people are affected with what happened in the last 2 years than were affected in that entire decade under FDR. We have financial turmoil. We have people committing suicide. We have people losing their jobs.
Yeah, some of you are following, right? They're saying it, you know. I don't believe that, YouTube. That doesn't sound right.
Fragile. That no one really wants to do anything. That's why you see the stock market go up and down 1% every day. That's because no one's doing anything. No one's making any sort of major activity in the stock market. And you know what? When they're not, those big traders are not active in the stock market, it hurts the economy. No one wants to do it because no one trusts the administration.
So the Great Depression basically clearly affected about 60 million Americans.
There's no waking up anymore, people. That phase ended a long time ago. If those people are lost.
Some a lot worse than others, but it clearly affected about 60 million, somewhere around there.
And they think Biden's their president, and they think that he's doing just a superb job. Well, then screw them. There's no help for those people.
25% of the workforce was laid off overnight, or almost overnight. Had no job to go to.
So my first
a quarter of all people working.
We're gonna get into the topic of this live. And when the Brunson thing happened yesterday,
I was mad. I was so mad. No, you didn't. You said they already decided it back in the summer secretly, and this was their way to tell us, and you called it. Remember, you said, I'm right again.
I was hoping there was a last second or last minute change that.
When this case was announced, you said, remember when I told you they secretly decided it and that they decided that Trump was president? To see how right I am, I'm right again. Remember that?
The Supreme Court to hear the case, but it kind of went down how it was supposed to. And there's another phase to the whole Brunson saga that we're going to see very shortly. So Brunson's not over.
It's absolutely over.
Different paths to Brunson versus Adams.
Nope. Not Brunson versus Adams for sure. They're going to have to go back and make a whole new argument. They won't hear it again.
Actually, one so far. So I'm not saying that as, it's going to take a long time.
We've been through two.
But there's.
Oh, there it is. A real tip, not a Phildo tip. $10 from South VA 757. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
There's going to be a victory when it comes to the Brunson case. I could tell you that. Now, what I would like to see happen, and if I were calling the shots, is what I would do. Use the PED, the Presidential Emergency Action Documents, the continuity of government.
You'd use a PED? I heard you've used a PED in the past. Someone accused you of being a PED. I can't remember who it was.
Documents, COGS. The devolution scenario that we went over weeks ago.
And they said that the reason was because you sent a text message, something about you found her hair still around your cog, which was weird.
I dissected that one truther who's no longer relevant. His stuff. When I went over all that's
Derek Johnson.
So now,
sure it is. 3
levels of government: Congress, the executive branch, presidency, and the Supreme Court, all corrupt. Right? Congress is corrupt because they certified an illegally obtained election. They certified the president when they shouldn't have, illegally and against the Constitution of the United States. So Congress is corrupt. We know the Biden administration is corrupt. Do I have to get into the details as to why? I don't think so. And now that's.
I'm hoping tomorrow, guys. By the way, just a heads up. I know I've missed 2 Patreon shows because of my back or whatever. It does feel like it's getting better every day, even though I'm not back 100%. I'm hoping tomorrow I'll be close enough to 100% where we can do a big Patreon show and a regular free show tomorrow and make up for one or both of those. Maybe a couple hours Patreon going through some old Phil stuff and talking about it and how it's changed. And then another show that's not based on a free show. It's not based on Phil. It's based on somebody else.
SCOTUS won't help correct either of those things. They are also corrupt. So let's go.
Let's go. Where are we going? Who's leading? You remember, chat, remember where he parked?
That's my take. That's my plan. Now, if this were 2 months in, everybody was squawking after Biden took office, and March comes, April comes, nothing happens, June comes. Now we're looking at 2022 instead of 21, and so I could see it being too early.
Yeah, you've been nickel and diming them to death. It was always a week or a month away. Something big's happening this weekend. Something big's happening next week. Something big's happening next weekend. Something big's happening the 3rd week of this month. Something big's happening next month.
Because there was still a lot of cabal left, and the cleanup was still happening, and all that kind of stuff. I get that. But it's been 2 years. And if you can't get done what you need to get done.
It's been over 2 years.
2 years? I don't know if you're ever going to be able to get it.
You couldn't get a simple website built in 4 months. It's still not ready. That's why he hasn't announced it yet. I just happened to hit PhilGodLewski.live just to see if it was there.
We going to succumb to threats? And what was the term?
Probably.
Legitimate threat? What did I know? Imminent threat? Imminent legitimate threat? Or whatever? That's the reason why the announcement wasn't read? Is there ever not going to be a threat? A threat like that? Do we not have...
Oh, so now he's mad at him. Got it.
World War I, casualties, massive. World War II, even bigger, right? Civil War, Revolutionary War, people die. The country survives, and the next generation is better off because of it. So I'm not saying let's go out and kill everybody just for the sake of doing it, but if there's a credible threat, that was it, credible threat. If there's a credible threat, let's take that threat head on. Let's take a punch in the mouth, wipe our face, and then get pissed off and go back after them. Let them empty out their arsenal against us. Whatever they have left, if it's stupid derailment, train derailments, or nukes, or Antifa, or whatever it is, let's go. Come on. Come on. We'll take it. We'll take it. Well, I'll help. I'll help organize something if you need me to. I'll do whatever you want. I got an army of digital soldiers watching me right now. At your beck and call. Give us what you want us to do. And we will do it. We will all go into that knowing that our health and our safety may be on the line. Me included. For the sake of my children. I'll sacrifice all of this. The cars, the houses, whatever.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'll sacrifice everything.
Tell us what to do. We will all be there. I'm not saying we'll overthrow the government. That's not what I'm saying. We're not going to do that.
Oh, okay. After you shared a document about overthrowing the government, what the punishment for it is?
We're fighting for the government. We're fighting for the Constitution. No one else seems to be doing that. No branch of government seems to be doing that. Not Congress, not the President of the United States.
So he's going to take it over, chat.
Listen to us?
Because there's no merits in any of these claims.
Just sick of this shit. We outnumber them.
Anger. I'm so sick of this. By the way, have you guys signed up for Phil Silver? Where I testified it'd be stupid. You can't make money now, but I still need some patsies down there.
No iteration of any future scenario could our number advantage be manipulated. We will always have the numbers.
I don't think so.
They have the money? Okay, fine. I'm pretty sure our side has a lot of money too, right? We're gonna sit back. What are we gonna do now? We're gonna do rallies. We're gonna do campaigns for what? We're gonna do campaigns for what? For another illegal election?
Yep. We're going to do campaigns leading up to another election. That's how it's always worked. That's how it's going to work this time, and you're going to act like you can't even fucking say, as many times as you promised us, it's right around the corner, they have it all, there's no way this is going to happen, there's no way that's going to happen, it's happening, it's already decided, they already did it, my contact. You shouldn't even be able to suggest, what, another election?
I remember the movie The Patriot with Mel Gibson. The one colonel that was on the British side during the Revolutionary War. The one colonel wasn't taking the Patriot fighters seriously. So he referred to them as, they're just a bunch of farmers with pitchforks. That was a line from the movie. And, he got his ass handed to him in those battles. Not too bad for a bunch of farmers with pitchforks, right? We won that.
It's a movie.
We just sat back and like, yeah, well, let's, the British would have won. That's simple. We would have never won our freedom. And the difference between back then, when they had pitchforks to fight with and whatever, we have a lot more than pitchforks in our own homes.
You don't. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to own it.
I don't want anyone to take me the wrong way. I'm not purporting violence. I'm not supporting violence in any way. If you have to sit there and you sit there for as long as needed, then that's what you have to do. But what I am saying is there are alternate paths to have this nightmare conclude. And I really starting to wonder why the consideration of these paths are not being taken seriously. Somebody just said Phil for president. First of all, they couldn't afford me. Second of all, I would win. I'd win.
How do you figure?
Because I'm not going to put up with shit. I'm going to tell it how it is. I'm going to take my demons head on. So they're going to say, oh, you can't vote for him because he's such a bad guy. And I'm going to be like, all right, let's talk about that bad guy. Let's talk about that. Let's put everything out there and let people decide.
Let's talk about your court transcript. Let's talk about that.
I'd win anything I ran for.
Let's talk about the judge when you're like, I'm feeling kind of attacked here, tough.
I don't want to do it.
Get over it. There's no way he'd win. There's not even enough people who know who he is to win.
Plan sucks.
And even with his millions he's got, he couldn't afford to campaign. It takes so much more.
I'm sick of the plan.
Uh-oh. Are you bailing?
Sick of being pacified. I'm sick of being it's like when a baby cries, what do? You give him the binky, right? Pacifier. We call it a binky. I know everybody calls it something different. But you just put
I heard you gave a 15-year-old the binky.
the binky in the mouth, and what happens? The baby stops crying, right? Yeah, well, I don't want the friggin' binky anymore. I feel like I've been binkied for the last year and a half. And I got it, like I said earlier.
You hate your binky.
I got it in the beginning. I got it. I understood.
Seriously, it never binks like that. It's usually a very large binky, but now I just hate my binky sometimes.
Why I was going down this road, and I understood time needed things. You needed time for things to happen the way that they... I got that. But it's 2 years, man. There's other paths. There's other paths that could be taken. If they got something in their arsenal, if the cabal has something in their arsenal, bring it! Let's go, we'll take it, whatever it is. So somebody just said, and this is the kind of stuff that's really starting to piss me off. Somebody just said, 107 says, we had to be on our knees. Okay. Have we not been on our knees?
Wow.
Have we not been shown how bad?
You asking me or Mariah? She might be on her knees waiting right now. I don't know.
Things are. Have we not been shown every level of corruption? We're on our knees, Juan.
Juan, I'm on my knees. Come here, papito.
The remdesivir, the vaccines.
Oh my God, Phil, shut up, dude.
There's nothing else that the people, that my audience specifically, and
none of that's true.
People that don't watch me, but I know the pulse of my audience, and I know exactly where they're at mentally, physically, emotionally. I know where they're at, and I can tell you that they can't get knocked back any further than they are. You're not
okay.
Anything to anybody. And the people that don't feel that way, that knockback, like on their ass against the wall, what do I do next feeling? The people that don't yet feel that way, they're not going to feel that way. There's no hope for them.
No hope.
Somebody just asked, I thought you said...
Of course a source wouldn't fucking feed him information after this emotional outburst. But he's never had a source to begin with. He just makes it up and puts it out there.
The leaders of the cabal, they did. But somebody just asked, I thought you said they took out the leaders of the cabal. They did. But the cabal, although it's a small amount of people, they are very powerful people. So you can start picking off the people at the top. The Soroses, the Klaus Schwabs, the Bill Gates, the Obamas, the Clintons, the Bidens. You can do all that, but there's still people that have a lot of influence.
He is very effeminate. His facial structure and everything is very effeminate.
Underneath, they have a lot of influence, and they are diehard Satanists. They hate anything that is not them. They hate.
He's as likely to win the presidential election as I am.
They want to maintain their grip of power on the world. And truthfully, they don't even want to live in a world where they don't have that power. So they will do whatever evil that they could possibly think of to maintain that power grip. Sorry for that rant. That was not supposed to be in this live.
Oh my God. Was it? Impromptu, you say?
I'm just pissed. I'm just... Short-term play. Everything that we had set up was a short-term play. You cannot have continuity of government, devolution, and all of those other things long-term. You can't have it.
Oh, we can't?
Scenario.
Too bad it doesn't exist, and that's why everything's still going, because no one thinks, in the realm of presidential elections, no one thinks over 2 years into someone's administration is short-term. 1 year is not short-term. You got to be talking about at least 6 months, right? That's an eighth of a presidential term. We're over halfway through a term. How can that be short term?
And
that explains why it hasn't failed yet. Thanks for proving my point.
It doesn't work long term. The plan that there was doesn't work long term. I see people going broke. I see their retirement funds being decimated, not knowing how they're going to pay their next grocery bill or heating bill or afford their next tank of gas.
But Phil doesn't worry about any of that. Release the Kraken, that's right.
Houses are more expensive. Rent is going up. Utilities. Don't even get me started on the lie that utilities are. That's for a whole other life. But everybody is just in a position where they can't. No one can afford to do anything. That's why I have 15 million people or more watching me.
Sure. Because they can't afford anything. So you have 15 million people watching you?
On Facebook, the 15 million.
Well, don't they have to pay for internet?
Because no one else knows where to turn.
Oh, okay.
Gone, popularity has grown, and then they died, and here I am. Somebody just said, local small businesses being destroyed. That's right. Small businesses being decimated. Who knows what's going to happen with the stock market? The experts in the stock market have no idea what to predict. I've never seen it happen before. It exists next week, let alone if it's going to be up or down. How about people? How about your spouse? Does he or she listen to me? Do you have quasi-arguments about the intel that you get from me or the information that you get from me versus what they watch on the mainstream media? Oh yeah, I'm sure you do. Right? Maybe some of you have converted your spouse into thinking that, okay, well, you know what this guy's saying actually makes some sense here. Or maybe that'll be needed for when this actually does all go down. You know, they'll become watching my replays. But how's that for your marriage? How many marriages have been destroyed because of that rift? What do we got?
Ooh, at least yours.
Sometimes when Juan speaks, everyone's like, oh, Juan said it. Who gives a shit?
At least your marriage was restored since you started live streaming. At least one, so there's that.
I'm sorry, I'm just really salty.
I think the proper term is a bitch.
I've been trying my best to corral myself, and because if I lose it, I understand that millions of people lose it. And I'm not, like I said.
If I lose it, millions of people are going to lose it.
This is the Macho Man Randy Savage. Oh, yeah, I got you for 3 minutes, Phil.
I love DonoClip now. I love it.
Hey, all you meat hammers. Just wanted to say hi and thanks for your service, Wilbur.
You guys got to get into this. This is amazing.
Hi, Beer Man.
Hey.
I sent a video, but it's actually cloaked.
You
won't be able to see it.
It's that white hat cloaking videos.
I'm not advocating for violence, and I'm not telling you to go.
Thank you, guys.
Like that were ever to be done, like a grassroots militia type event, it has to be extremely well organized. If any of you just
meet me glasses
Arsenal went down to Capitol Hill or whatever, you're dead. You have no chance of doing anything. You're just the next news story. So without organization of our followers, of our cause, nothing can be done anyway. So I'm not advocating for anyone to do that, and I just want to make that very clear. That's why I always keep it together. But at times I feel like I have to speak what everybody else is thinking. I know you're all thinking what I said tonight. I know you are. I get it.
I don't want anybody to act to my words. I just want to tell you my words so you think I'm angry too, while you continue to fund my lifestyle.
I'm thinking it too. I want people to realize, with all that I just said, it's a very important point, and we're going to get into the topic tonight. I want people to realize that
I'm angry. Believe me.
There's no scenario that this man heads into a 2024 election. No scenario. There is no way that man thinks he will win the next election. No way.
Well, he thinks he will win.
So what we're looking at, sometime between now and November of 24, when the election is set for, is an unprecedented worldly event. Like no one has ever seen before. No one, dead or alive, has ever seen anything like what's about to happen. When is it going to happen? 6 months ago. 12 months ago. That's when it's going to happen. That's when it should have happened. And for those that have a seat at the table, and you know exactly who you are, and I hope you're listening to me tonight. And if you're not listening to me tonight, I hope you get the freaking replay. Those seat at the table that have been advocating for...
You know who you are.
And here we are in 2023.
My secret source.
Numbers ever come out of someone's mouth. Who was the first one to say those numbers? Are we questioning the people that are actually putting this off? Because I'm questioning them. Are they on our side anymore? Were they bought off? All these things go through my mind, right? Now, I know you'll weed them out eventually. I get that. But whoever's sitting there taking that advice and not taking it with a lot of criticism, I am starting to question you.
Okay.
2023. Y'all should be absolutely ashamed of yourself for letting this go on this long. Ashamed.
Okay.
You've ever been ashamed of anything. I don't care what somebody's statistical mind said, oh, well, if we do it that way, we have X amount of percent chance of this many people being upset about it and doing so. What? What about the people that you're actually affecting by extending it? Where are the stats on that?
Yeah, we've been screaming that forever. This is the worst plan in the world. If it was a real plan, it's the worst plan in the world. You're fucking everybody.
If I knew I was going to rant for an hour and 6 minutes, I would have titled that.
I think this is all staged. Every bit of it.
I want to get into the content of tonight's live because I do have something that I think you need to know about. Before I get into that officially, I want to remind everybody how important it is to diversify your holdings. Okay?
Oh my God.
If you have an IRA,
holy shit.
There's a very good chance that is invested in the same stock market that I just talked about before. All right. When you give your...
This is what, according to his testimony, this is what he was trying to put BD, the victim, at the head of as an MLM.
Money. And you put money...
But it's not an MLM. That's weird.
...into that 401k or IRA and your employer matches it, whatever, and then your retirement agent is sitting there and it's all... That, the majority of the time, is invested in the stock market. Now, if you trust the stock market, all right, there's an alternative. You don't have to have... And that is precious metals. Now, personally, I've been collecting precious metals since I was 21 years old, and I have a mountain of precious metals. I'm not typical. People don't necessarily...
Of course, Stephanie.
I get it. But you do have a 401k and an IRA, right? Or one or the other or both. I don't know if you have.
There's never, ever, ever been one.
But if you care IRA, Quiz.com is a brainchild of not at all. And I'm not talking about diversified like, oh, you're invested in Apple in the stock market. Gold Quiz is a brainchild of me. I said, well, I want these people to have an option. I don't want them to only have what they have. It's from financial experts that know this. Goldquiz.com is going to ask you 5 simple questions. Okay?
I need a sponsor. Who owns a business that likes the show? So I can yell and cuss and rant and scream and get you less customers, possibly.
It could be one of a few different companies, depending on your answers to the quiz. It's going to route you to the best company that matches your specific needs based on how much you have in there, based on how old you are, based on if you're still working, based on if you're not working, a whole bunch of stuff. Okay? Goldquiz.com will then set an appointment with.
It's weird that he tried to sign her up for he claims he's trying to sign her up for an MLM. That's not an MLM. Goldquiz.com is an affiliate agreement, and there's no way he could turn that into an MLM scenario. There's no upline. There's no downline. There's no when he signs up. There's no sign-up fee. You literally take a quiz on your own, and it sends you to a website with his referral link. Where were you going to shove her in at before all the other hundreds of thousands of people you tried to shove in?
With whatever that company is, you'll get on the phone, they will answer whatever questions that you want, and they will point you in the best direction based on their professional experience. Okay? It's up to you. After that phone call, you don't want to do it, there's no obligation. There's no risk or obligation. Listen to what they say. You don't want to do it, don't do it. Some of you will not qualify for Gold Quiz. Some of you may not have enough in your 401k or IRA. You may, there's a whole bunch of criteria. If that's the case, there's always other.
He might as well just make a commercial like Scrooge McDuck swimming through a vault of gold coins.
And you'll be relayed to those other options. And he's had to hire more staff because of the amount of people that have gone to that website and requested information. They literally, from my following alone, and they're still pending appointment staff. We have now rolled over, I believe it's now over 12,000 401k or IRAs in any direction. I don't have a 401k. I don't have an IRA. And if I did, Saki. It's also the opinion of Big Swear. It's also the opinion of Donald Trump Jr., Michael Flynn. They're all promoting precious metals. Why? And they want to help you. That's why all these big names are starting to promote precious metals. Goldquiz.com will get your IRA out of the cabal's hands, your 401k out of the cabal's hands.
Unless you don't qualify because you don't have enough or it hasn't been invested long enough or for whatever reason. And then it'll just tell you to go to PSI. Goldco or PSI.
And into Patriot-backed metals that have proven the test of time. Get there. Okay? What I read last week and the mini chainsaw thing that I've been reading, the gut cleanse protocol and all that stuff. I know I read that stuff. This one, the Gold Quiz one, that is one that I'm very passionate about.
Okay.
Because
the mini chainsaw, fuck that. The night vision goggles, the gut cleanse. I'm selling dog food now. Fuck all them. The real one's Gold Quiz because I make the most money off of it. You have to have $50,000 to do it, and I'm making a minimum of 6%. So, lots of money.
Financially, you have an opportunity to hedge against inflation and to protect what you've worked so hard for your entire life. Dog food's not going to do that for you, but goldquiz.com is.
Yeah, he sells dog food now.
So what's next phase?
He started selling on his last show. It's called Dr. Ruby, Dr. Rudy, Dr. something.
So, oh man. Jeez.
Happy Time Dog Food.
So yes, Mike Flynn, is he really a good guy? Yes. All the crap that you hear about Mike Flynn is designed to distract you from Mike Flynn and get you away from Mike Flynn, just like they do to me, just like they did to Trump. Mike Flynn is a patriot. Mike Flynn has done things in his lifetime that, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be living in the world we're living in today. Mike Flynn was appointed the head of the National Security Agency by Donald Trump. You think he would have made that big of a mistake to appoint a cabal member? No. Sorry, no. Nope. I know he said a satanic prayer, or people think he said a satanic prayer. I get it. I think, honestly, he was just reading what was in front of him that day. I don't think he thought it through. I don't think he saw it beforehand. I think it was a big mistake, and I think he recognizes that it was a big mistake, but I don't think that he meant to do it. Nope. That's my opinion, and whatever. All right. Next phase. So the title of tonight's live was Next Phase. Okay, and I think everybody thought, well, Phil's going to talk about what the next phase of this whole thing is here. What should we, where are we going now? What is the next phase? Is it clarity? Is it confusion? We talked about the phases many months ago in one of my live streams. No. Next phase is the name of something. Next phase is not referring to a period of time or an upcoming event or anything like that. It is the name given to something that you're all going to have to navigate. A few lives ago, now I don't have any fancy presentation for tonight with cool little PowerPoints and talking points and bullets and stuff, nothing like that. But I do have an explanation on this. And the reason why I'm bringing it up now is because of something that I said in a live stream months ago.
Okay.
I said that.
By the way, the National Security Advisor is not the same as or has anything to do with the National Security Agency, which he just said. The head of the National Security Agency. I'm pretty sure what he said. Let me see.
In lives ago. Now I don't have any fancy something that you're all the name. Where are we going now? What is the next phase? Is it clear? I think everybody thought, well, Phil's going to talk that he's reading what was in front of him that day. And I don't think he said a satanic prayer, or people think he's a member. No. Sorry. No. Mike Flynn was appointed the head of the National Security Agency by Donald Trump. You think he would have made that?
So he wasn't the head of the National Security Agency. That's not right. That's not how that works. He would be the chief security advisor He would be the chief security advisor to President Trump. And then he would be a leading member of what they call the, the National Security Council, NSC. He's usually a chair, one of the head chairs there, with Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Homeland Security Council would be part of that. But the NSA, the National Security Agency, and the NSA, the National Security Advisor, which Mike Flynn was appointed as, are actually different. It would be like if you had, like, he's also not head of the CIA, right? He's the National Security Advisor, but he's not the head of the CIA. So he's not the head of the NSA. It's actually a completely different role, just the same acronyms. So when he says he was head of the National Security Agency, that's not true.
That big of a mistake to appoint a cabal member? No.
The head of the NSA currently is actually also the head of U.S. Cyber Command, I believe. Of the full U.S. Cyber Command. His name is Nakasone or some shit like that. He's a general in the U.S. Army.
Nope. I know he
was a general in the U.S. Army.
Said a satanic prayer. I get it. I think he was just reading what was in front of him that day. And I don't think he thought it through. I don't think he saw it beforehand. And I think it was a big mistake. And I think he recognizes that it was a big mistake, but I don't think that he meant to do it. Nope. That's my opinion. And, whatever. All right. Next phase. So the title of tonight's live was Next Phase. Okay. And I think everybody thought, well, Phil's going to talk about what the next phase of this whole thing is here. What should we, where are we going?
So there's a lot of things that point to Flynn as being, the head of this Q thing. It's funny that there's that secret recording Lynn Wood did of him where he's like, this Q stuff's crazy. I don't even believe it. They're always throwing this stuff at me. And I'm like, what's that? But then he also took his oath to like QAnon. He bought Digital Soldiers. He started a company called Digital Soldiers Incorporated and bought a couple websites related to Digital Soldier. A bunch of weird shit. There's a lot of fingers that point towards him. Sure.
Going now? What is the next phase? Is it clarity? Is it confusion? We talked about the phases many months ago in one of my live streams. No. Next phase is the name of something. Next phase is not referring to a period of time or an upcoming event or anything like that. It is the name given to something that you're all going to have to navigate. A few lives ago, now I don't have any fancy presentation for tonight with cool little PowerPoints and talking points and bullets and stuff, nothing like that. But I do have an explanation on this, and the reason why I'm bringing it up now is
if I get a sponsor, I'll do commercials. I'll try to do funny commercials, but I do commercials
because of something that I said in a live stream.
I might just do commercials for like DonoClip or something and run them when I got to piss or step away from the computer or stretch my legs or something.
I said that one day there's going to be a random live stream, unannounced, where I'll just come on and we'll all be celebrating together. Right?
Also, Phil looked. There's going to be a random live stream and we'll come on. We're going to celebrate. Sure. Also, Flynn looked shady as fuck for that that band in the USA, Pegasus software, that was from that Israeli company that he was lobbying for to be brought into the U.S. He looks shady as fuck from that as well. And now estimates say that most phones in the U.S. already have it on it.
Be playing some random dance music and just be dancing till I pass out, right? And then I said something to the effect that
America's future. I've seen that too.
Places, because you're not going to have internet. Your internet will be out. So I said you're kind of going to have to watch me. If you really really like me, you have to if I'm the only thing on TV. Otherwise, you shut it off and then you watch nothing. Anyway, maybe questions.
So this is his accusation. They said, "How are we going to watch you if the internet's down? How are we going to watch you if the internet's down?" It's called americasfuture.net. Flynn owns that as well. But how are you going to watch you if the internet's down? He said, "I've already got that taken care of." And now he's saying he would have been the only person on TV. They were going to broadcast him as the only person on TV. What's he working for Turkey? Flynn's worked for a bunch of different countries as contractor, security advisor. He used to run a security firm, and he worked for a bunch of different countries. I don't know if Turkey was one of them. I know that was a big thing when they brought up, when they were doing his... what do they call it? Confirmation hearings and stuff. He's worked for a bunch of different countries.
If the internet's not working, like you just said, how are we supposed to tune into you? Well, that's what next phase is. Maybe you question, well, you have to. If I'm to have internet, your internet will be out. So
listen.
You're kind of going to have to watch me, if you really, really like me.
You're kind of going to have to watch me if you really, really like me.
You have to if I'm the only thing on TV. Otherwise, you shut it off and then you watch nothing.
You have to if I'm the only thing on TV. or shut it off and watch nothing. So Phil was going to be the only person on TV possibly this week, but didn't happen.
Many of you question, well, if the internet's not working, like you just said, how are we supposed to tune into you?
And he also said it would just be him playing music and celebrating and dancing. I'd tune in for that.
Next phase is the name of our new internet. A lot of people have been incorrectly calling it quantum internet. I don't know why they're calling it that. It's not quantum internet. The name of our new internet system is called Next Phase. Next Phase is an internet system that is currently active. That
is it spelled PH?
Has not been announced to the public, and no one could get to it currently unless they're told exactly how to do that. The World Wide Web, www, and all of these different domains
that's what took him so long to build his website. It had to be ready for Next Phase.
You're used to typing in to go to your favorite sports site or your banking website or even Telegram or Streamlabs or DLive or Rumble. All of these websites that you're used to going to, you will no longer go to them. In fact, when the plug is pulled on the internet as we know it, none of those will be active anymore. You will simply not be
oh my God.
Internet browser as you know it. And
there's no way. I don't know if you guys understand how many servers and how much line and how many facilities and stuff it takes to make the internet work. There's no way you could secretly do this and people wouldn't notice. Are you kidding me? Just Google has like fucking server houses all around the U.S. and the world. There's no fucking way that you could put up a rival system or a system that's going to take over or an alternate system. You just couldn't.
Type in any sort of web address.
You couldn't hide it.
I'm not sure if you guys realize this, but the internet was hijacked a very long time ago and taken over by the cabal.
Oh, okay. That makes sense, you idiot.
Of the internet, from search engines to shopping to credit card processing, everything you could possibly think of. There is sex trafficking galore on the internet.
Oh my God. How would you know? You've been on a lot of Backpage, Phil?
The dark web is just as bad.
Like, is that where you found that masseuse that whispered in your ear, "Let's go, Brandon," and touched all the right spots, places? I about said spaces. Splaces.
And you say, well, of course the dark web is bad. The dark web is, yeah, no, I get that. But what I'm saying is the dark web isn't an alternative to the internet that we have now. It's still part of the internet, still part of what is owned by the cabal.
The dark web is still the internet. It's still owned by well, that's inaccurate, but he can't even access the dark web, right?
Everything that we do is tracked by them, by the bad guys. Every website you go to, I don't care if you have a VPN. I don't care if you have a privacy, anything. You are a slave. You are enslaved. You think Lincoln ended the slaves and then it just ended there? No. Lincoln ended slavery as we knew it, but the new modern day slavery is in full force.
On the internet.
At any given time.
Makes sense.
They could completely change your...
Not at all, YouTube.
They know what you think. They know the keystrokes that you make. They know your passwords. They could get into your email. They could get into your text messages, your cell phone.
He's going to be broadcasting on the fucking TV, but he can't access broadcast from his phone. Got it.
They could frame you if they want to for a crime. There is no protection on our current internet. In fact, our internet is so corrupt that it makes the Joe Biden administration look like angels from heaven. Next phase will eliminate the internet forever.
Forever.
Connectivity around the world to each other. And the connectivity will be, number one, free, because charging for internet is nothing but one giant scam.
Okay.
No need to pay for an internet connection. That bill that you pay every single month just goes right in the hands of the cabal, and there is...
Well, how do they keep everything going? How do they keep everything running? What about all the maintenance and the workers and future development and faster speeds? And what about, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's overpriced. Like, they rent out, your modem and shit, and it's probably been paid for 100 times over. But, like, your bill goes into future development, expansion, faster speeds. Like, I pay $70 a month. Well, I think that the business is like $10 more expensive than that. Like $80 a month for fiber, 1 gig up, 1 gig down, 1,000 megabits per second upload and download. But they use that to expand and to prepare for the next system. And they just bought a bunch of new modems to come out and put them all out. They do a really good job with it, but
absolutely no. There's nothing that has to be done to have you connected to the internet right now. They are just taking money out, and if you don't pay, they shut off your internet. But they don't do anything to supply.
Well, of course there has to be something done. What do you think happens, you idiot? He's not even talking about the new internet. He's talking about the old. Nothing has to be done. The internet just exists, and you could just wish you were on it, and there you go.
There's nothing that they have to. That's 100% profit. So
100% profit is internet. I got it.
That is needed for next phase for this new version of the internet that we're going to have. We're actually going to get away from using the term internet. There will be no more www. The phrase internet will be no more.
www doesn't mean internet.
It will be phased out of our
It actually means World Wide Web, but
and a new product will be presented to us. It will also be instantaneous. It's not something that's going to be a slow roll where you wouldn't have access immediately to your online banking or to anything that you're used to frequenting that needs an internet connection. Like my live stream, you will immediately have access to everything that you've had access to before. It's going to be rolled out in, ironically, phases. Phase 1 is going to be sign up. Phase 2 is going to be connectivity, and phase 3 is going to be transfer. And the reason why they chose to call this whole operation next phase is because you're always looking for a next phase. So the first phase, which will be sign up, you'll be instructed on what to do to have access to this platform. And as I said before, it is free. There's nothing that you're going to have to do. Similar to
oh my God, Austin, that's a little racy there. The last two, but they're funny. But I had to share those on Telegram, I believe. Very funny though. Johnny made one. Phil McDuck. Phil McDuck. Phil McCuck. I'm sorry. Phil McCuck. I apologize.
An EBS message, how we're all expecting EBS any moment. You will get a message directly to all of your devices, whether it's a television, a smartphone, a laptop, a tablet, a computer, whatever. You'll have a direct message right on there that will direct you to sign up for next phase. It'll actually say, phase is going to be the word that becomes popular here because they did some cool graphics with it and stuff like that. So it's going to say phase 1, and it's going to give you instructions, and you're going to put in a bunch of stuff. What exactly you're going to put in, I'm sure it's going to be name, contact information, stuff like that. It's going to be hardwired right through. They have the ability to access your data at any time. If they want to get on your device right now, boom, all it takes is.
What's it going to be hardwired through?
Oh, shit.
It's going to be hardwired through, right through. They can access you right now.
Okay, everybody's still alive? All right. They could message you whenever they want. That system is well in place. So you'll sign up the next.
Through what? You left out the through what?
Phase. And they're going to make that a cool thing. Next phase, phase 2, it's going to be phase. The next phase is going to be connectivity. After you submit all that stuff, you're going to be connected, and there will be instructions on what to do to access your new browser and your new way of connectivity, and instructions on how to do so, how to gain access to that, and what to do next. And then the final phase, phase 3, I don't think they're calling it phase 3, I think they're calling it final phase. Phase 3 is going to be transfer. So anything that you had access to before, such as all those websites or the browsing data or anything that came from the internet, all those companies aren't going to have to start new websites with this new company. It is literally just going to be picked up from there and put over here. And then you will have access to it. Except those people that ran that internet, that ran that World Wide Web before, gone. They
okay.
Have access to next.
Perfect. Wait till YouTube hears about this.
Will be spelled.
Maybe that's why Susan Wojcicki left YouTube.
PHINAL, phase, PHASE. There's a rumor. I can't confirm or deny that.
Final phase Telegram channel already set up. Check it out. Okay. Final phase spelled with PHs. Final phase Telegram channel is set up already. And there's a bunch of people in it. Oh, it was set up by Melon O. McTickle Dickerson, I guess to make fun of him.
But if it is,
it's funny.
If it is spelled that way, maybe you'll know why. Told you guys I've been busy. Maybe HINAL phase. There's a rumor that final phase will be spelled PHINAL phase, PHASE. There's a rumor. I can't confirm or deny that. But if it is spelled that way, maybe you'll know why.
Well, none of this is happening, so it definitely won't be.
Told you guys I've been busy.
You've been busy building an alternate internet that you can't even tell us what we have to fill out to access it, just a bunch of stuff you're not exactly sure, or what it's wired through.
Yep.
This is his Final Fantasy, that's right.
You may have some questions such as, well, how does such a large undertaking get done, like that? How long has it been in place? Well, believe it or not, our planet, everything's connected. Everything. We are constantly connected. I'm connected right now to somebody.
Oh, I'm just going to plug into the dirt. I got it.
I'm connected to London. It's at our disposal. We have the ability to access technology that immediately gets you connected to someone across the world, across all of flat Earth. I could get to the edge of flat Earth. I know there's not an edge, but I could get to the person way over there, way across there, just like that. We don't need wires. We don't need cables.
Wireless, everything.
Automatically connected to those people. You're connected to everything and everyone at all times.
Automatically.
You just need the protocol. You just need the access to certain technological factors in order to get you there. You just don't know what you have to do in order to do it. You don't need a whole bunch of equipment.
Phil announces a new internet. Holy shit.
You need none of that. There's nothing our world is a whole lie. We think that we need an internet cable coming into our house, going into a modem that connects to a router that supplies a signal to our devices so we can.
Maybe you should give this device to Tim Hinton so he can actually have your version of the text messages that you forgot you had, and you thought they were talking about some other victim of yours and not the victim that was literally named in the responses, and you thought you could delete any text messages you want except for the ones you didn't want to because you just thought that that's how it worked. You didn't know it meant all text messages when it said all text messages. Or maybe they can help you figure out the difference between a digital communication and a screenshot of a digital communication when even the judge disagrees with you.
Access internet. That's bullshit. You don't need that. Similarly, you don't need to wire a house to a 200 amp panel that goes out to a utility pole. In which that's just control. They're controlling you.
Okay.
They're
control.
Supplying themselves with a shut-off switch, so that if you don't give them your hard-earned money, they shut you off. That's what that is. Why do you think they silenced Tesla? You think the dude was just nuts? No, he knew. He tried to, give it to the world, and the cabal just gripped them up. You don't need to pay utility bills.
Yeah, so you have to have forward and backward signal, right? You have to be able to, that's why you have upload, download. Something comes to you, you send something back. If it's fiber internet, you're sending pulses of light. That's why it's so fast, because it's literally at the speed of light. If it's cable, then you're using the inner core and the outer shielding to send pulses back and forth, electrical pulses. Small electrical pulses. If it's phone lines, and you're using a braided pair of phone lines, just like you would Ethernet cable. But you have to be able to send something back and forth. You can't just be like, oh, okay, I'm just going to plug it into the crust of the earth. Go to Google.
You know how much natural gas exists in this world?
I mean, why had Google?
The world could exist for another 6,000 years or another 60,000 years. And we would never get rid of our natural gas. There's no reason to charge for any of that. There's no reason to charge for electricity. You sit on a huge...
What about those people who pull it out of the ground? How are they going to get paid?
Huge electromagnetic earth.
Not even like the companies, like the people who work on a natural gas farm and have to fucking drill and harvest that shit.
There is electricity in the ground. It's in your body right now.
He's like Johnny Gobbler. The engine's fucking knocking like somebody at your back door, just bam, 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 bam. Think you need to charge your battery up, connect it to the earth. Needs a good ground.
As you're living. It's in water. The water in our oceans, you ever see those ripples in the ocean? What do you think they are? Because, hold on, don't tell me it's the moon's gravity. Don't, please. There's no gravity on the moon. There's no gravity at all, first of all. Okay, so don't even talk to me about the moon.
Well, that's the tides. You're talking about ripples on the ocean. They could be anything moving in the ocean. They could be wind. They could be lots of things. You're talking about tides. That's not a ripple.
Or gravity. So those ripples that you see in the ocean is touching the ground, right? And the ground is super electromagnetically charged, especially over a vast region such as an ocean or a lake, even on a smaller level. And it's causing that water to pull itself to the shore, create a little wave, or just way out in the middle of the ocean ripples. The water is just
pulling itself to shore and creating a little wave. Got it.
Charge. It's just it's bouncing. Frequency.
Next phase, EarthNet.
All you need is a bulb with a coil in it, and the coil has to be made a certain way. You don't need to get on a device that you pay for to talk to someone.
Cool bulb.
Across the country or across the world. You don't need to get on the internet and pay for it to see all the things that you see on the internet.
There's not going to be an internet, Phil. Back that thing up.
No. It's all a lie. Everything is connected. Everything.
That's right, Burgie.
In some cases, what you do here...
That little creep stuck his head on his YouTube channel, and I put a laser on him.
Because of that energy you are emitting, you are affecting something across our planet. You don't know that.
His brain has no ripples. Very funny.
That might be the first time you ever heard that.
10 minutes left, and I got to go. That's why I got to sped up so much.
You think they're giant?
What do you think stars are? Wishes that were supplanted there in the past by very powerful fairies that we can wish upon them every once in a while, and one will come true.
Balls of gas billions of light years away? No. All you have to do is get a really, really good telescope or camera and look up at a star and know that it's not a ball of gas that's exploding upon itself and all the cabal shit. That's not what it is.
Actually, it's the light left over. Most stars that we can see have already burned out. They're so far away. So it's the light left over from that because it takes so long to get to Earth.
Stars are energy that are trapped in the firmament. And when I say trapped, it's not like they're confined there like they're in jail. It's just where they happen to be. They're in the firmament. And the energy is reflecting the people on the planet. That's why they rotate. The people on the planet and the energy that they're emitting is going up to the heavens.
It's weird that you can see other things rotating around those, though, that look awful like universes and planets and shit. That's strange, but okay.
Broadcast back down to us. Our planet is just one giant ball of energy. You can transfer your consciousness to another point in time if you wanted to, if you knew how to do it. People have done it.
Wind swells. The wind is caused by magneticity. Magnetism.
You ever see the movie The Butterfly Effect?
Oh my God.
Any?
If you have to keep pointing to movies, my man, this isn't true. This isn't fucking true. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? You ever seen the movie Blade? Well, I'm a vampire slayer.
Transfers his consciousness back to another time, and then he gets trapped in that. That's no joke. People have done that. They're not gonna tell you about it because they lie about everything. But I'm aware of it. Wait, the things that they've
big ball of energy, a big flat ball of energy.
From us. Wait until you think it's bad that they stole an election? They stole a good majority of your life from you. And
oh my goodness.
And your ancestors.
Did they? They didn't steal an election, YouTube. We know that. I agree with your official terms of service on that nothing happened and no one should ever talk about it again. But they stole half my life. I've already wore out 2 good bodies in this life, at least.
Shit. They just want power and they want control. They want you to continue to be slaves forever. Well, guess what? That time has come and gone. Because we have woken up. And we're not going to take this shit anymore. Because now that we know what they're doing to us,
Twisted Sister,
call them out on their bullshit.
We're not going to take it anymore.
Say, half of the things that are available to us in our life, we don't even know about them. But we're about to. And that's what this war is about. That's what this covert, behind-the-scenes war is actually about.
Makes sense.
Fighting for ourselves.
And considering there isn't one, and everything you made up is also false, it makes sense that that's what the false war is about, the false stuff that you just made up about the internet and a big ball of flat energy.
For the future of our families, our children, our grandchildren.
By the way, even Tesla's inventions relied on the fact that the earth was a ball.
Children, our great-grandchildren, and fighting for humanity. It's not about getting somebody into office. Who gives a shit about office? We don't even know about our planet. We don't even know what we as individuals, as human beings.
Who gives a shit about? He's already given up on Trump. Who gives a shit about who's in office? We're going to learn about the firmament, guys. We're going to learn about the firmament.
Are even capable of. All because a group of people decided, oh, well, they can't know that. If they know that, we would never have any power anymore. Enough's enough. And it's going to start with little projects like Next Phase. Now, I know that doesn't seem like a little project. It's a whole internet takeover and transfer of a way of life that we've gotten used to now for the past, 20, 30 years.
I saw that earlier today. The Attorney General in Arizona basically hid a report that said that there was no voter fraud in Arizona. He basically fucking hid it from everybody, and didn't release it.
But back in the 1800s, we didn't think of having electric cars, right? So everything changes, and it's going to start with little changes, like changes to the accessibility of the internet. Here's another thing. Can you imagine for a second if you sitting there right now didn't have internet and haven't had internet since the election, since the inauguration of Joe Biden in 2021?
What's internet?
No internet, no truthers, no alt media, no live streams, no independent journalists, no internet. They just decided that we're going to flip switch, shut off the internet. You would have only been getting your news from where? Television, right? Cable. And you would have had to believe, thanks Anthony, by the way, I see that over there. Appreciate that, brother. You would have had to believe what they were telling you because no one else was questioning. No one else was giving you any sort of alternative information, right? Imagine that. Imagine what you would believe right now if they had control over you watching me or others. I'm just saying me because I'm here right now. What would you have done? You would have had to believe it. And in many ways, they're still controlling that. They're still suppressing.
Yeah, it was like 600 or 700 complaints, and everyone they investigated and basically found out that it was untrue or extremely speculative, or basically just people. Yeah, it's people speculating. I don't think they technically made it up. People not understanding the system and speculating that something bad was going on. But this was from a Republican group of people that went through and investigated like 600, 700 claims, and all of them were false. And then when the report comes out, they just hide it.
What you see on the internet, they're putting photos up there that are lies of for example, space or our planet. We talked about flat Earth earlier tonight, and in my Telegram earlier today. They could just put up whatever they want on this and call it truth, and you have no reason to. Well, you have a lot of reason to doubt them now, but for years, for decades, this is how it's been.
What about all my stuff connected to the internet?
They control everything you do.
I've got lights I could turn on and off, and I've got a 3D printer I send files to remotely. My drone connects to my Wi-Fi. What am I going to do about that?
And it's time people like me use their expertise to kick them in their friggin' balls.
Flat Earth ball?
Anymore to anyone ever again. That's what the future holds. I know everybody wants to know when. I don't know. I truly don't know. I've told you on at least 2, maybe even 3 separate occasions that Trump would be back in office by now. And when I said that, I wasn't just making it up. He was supposed to be. And for some reason, somebody extended it. Somebody extended the time frame. Somebody said, well, we should just run because we don't want to make.
Yeah, so the flat earth thing basically increases his credibility that they've lied to you the whole time. Since you were a child in school, forcing this, hiding God because he's on a new God kick. He's got his cross on, all that.
Shannon just gifted 5 subs.
I love the way it says that. I'm going to play it again. Shannon
just gifted 5
Shannon just gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you for the donation and support. The gifted subs. It looks like who got them? PM me your nachos. Matatan kids, Garter Girl, Pariah, and BBK F 1018. Thank you very much for that.
Shut up already. Whoever that person is, shut up. Enough's enough. I can't tell you when it's going to happen.
Who was it? What did they say?
Shut up. He was supposed to be. And for some reason, even 3 separate occasions that Trump would be back in office by now. And when I truly don't know. I've told you on at least 2, maybe even 3 separate occasions that Trump would be back in office by now. And
well, then why do you keep saying that you're always right? Your intel's always right. Your intel's always right. Every prediction you've made has come true, or it will come true. You just now said that 3 separate occasions you said he would be back, and he's not. So how can your intel always be right or going to be right?
I truly don't know. I've told you on at least 2, maybe even 3 separate occasions that Trump would be back in office by now. And when I said that, I wasn't just making it up. He was supposed to be. And for some reason, somebody extended it. Somebody extended the time frame. Somebody said, well, we should just run because we don't want to make more. Maybe we need to make more.
New donation alert.
Shut up already. Whoever that person is, shut up. Enough's enough.
I have emotions. Look at me. Trust me.
I can't tell you when it's going to happen.
What does STFU mean? Shut the fuck up.
Not because I don't want to tell you, because I do. But truthfully, it's changed so often that
I cannot listen to him at regular speed. I tried for the last 2 minutes. I am ready to rip out my own eardrums.
I don't even believe what they tell me anymore.
Ever since I started covering Phil, I've been trying to get another ear infection as bad as that one where they almost had to do surgery on me.
But I could tell you this. There's one thing that I know for sure, okay? And putting time frames aside for a bit, there's one thing I know for sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's going to happen. We don't lose this war. We're going to have these little speed bumps, imminent threat, and all this stuff. We're going to have all that, right? It's going to be pushed. Look, we're here. So it was pushed this far, right? But we are not. This is not something that we lose.
Oh, okay. Seems like you've already lost. If he's just going to serve his full term, even if Trump runs and wins, seems like you already lost that whole term, right?
No doubting that whatsoever. When? 6 months ago, 12 months ago. Thank you, Cheryl. I see that down there. Thank you, Michelle. I see that too.
I see him. Thank you. Love you.
All right, that's going to be end tonight's live. I don't really have anything else to talk about. I think I
do either of you have daughters?
And bitched and complained quite a bit.
Or possibly at my audience's age, great granddaughters? I'm looking for the 14 to 16-year-old tops.
Sorry about my language. Thank you all for tuning in. Like I said in the beginning of the live, I truly appreciate each and every one of you. If you're watching on Rumble, please give this video a thumbs up. It helps with the algorithm, gets me in front of more people. For those of you that have not yet taken the gold quiz, please do so. It's going to greatly help diversify and get yourself invested into something that you're currently not invested into. I wouldn't be steering you in the wrong direction. If I thought it was bad, trust me, it wouldn't come out of my mouth. So thank you guys for tuning in.
If I thought I was steering you bad, it wouldn't come out of my mouth. Unless it made me money, then I'll say anything. I've literally sold dog food and Chinese drill battery powered chainsaws.
I do plan to go live again.
Every head bowed, every eye closed. Anybody who is not a member of Goldco, I just need you to raise your hand. Come forward. The altar is open, and so is goldquiz.com.
Probably by the weekend, which means to me the end of Sunday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, I will be live.
To me, that means the end of Sunday. To everybody, it means the end of Sunday. You idiot. Stop arguing that people think that the weekend ends on Saturday. No one thinks that.
Again, I don't know when just yet, but thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for dealing with some of the technical stuff. earlier in the broadcast, and thank you for always supporting me.
You're making an argument that you're disputing an argument that no one makes.
Having my back and standing up to all the people that are very disrespectful to me and to you. And we win. God wins. And
you're not with God. I can guarantee that much.
Please pray for all those people tonight. Love you guys.
Please pray for those people. Again, he doesn't know how to clip his own show. He was still talking when he turned it off. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the support. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the people who use the new Dono stream. I'm going to set it again to free overnight. If you want to leave a message on Dono stream, you can go to coldbeer.fund and click on the very top link. It looks like this, DonoClip. You guys can use that. I'm going to set it to free tonight. So if you want to leave a message for tomorrow's show, I'm going to be doing I'm going to try, if I'm feeling better, I'm going to try to do like a big Patreon show to make up some of my Patreon I missed with my back being messed up. I'm not having to stand nearly as much tonight. It doesn't feel nearly as bad. I'll see when I get up to walk to the Jeep, I guess, if I'm hunched over. But it does feel like it's doing better. I'm going to try to make some of that stuff up. Thanks for bearing with me while I was basically crippled. Thanks for joining us tonight. The donations that came in tonight, the people who did use DonoClip, I greatly appreciate it. Buy me a coffee, all that stuff. Tomorrow, we're going to try to do a free show and a Patreon show and make some stuff up. And that leaves me open for the weekend to do, if I need to do another Patreon show, or if I can't get to it tomorrow, I can make it up Saturday, Sunday, whatever I need to. So thank you guys for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Someone just posted it. The address to mail all your old musty Playboy magazines and candid sphincter photos is CBC, P.O. Box 121, Irwin, Tennessee. It's in the chat there. So thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and take it easy, guys. Thank you. I guess I can. Maybe I'll even be good enough to go back to my. I'm on like a doctor's examination, like it's just a rolling stool chair, because I feel like I can move better in it to adjust my back pain. Maybe I can even move to my regular chair. Thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. We'll see you around the next one. Have a good night. Quick outros. That's the new thing here. I think once everybody gets used to DonoClip, it'll probably be like I hope the vast majority of my donations come through there. I like how it's like personal. I can connect with you, hear your voice, see you if you want to do video, or at least hear your voice. I think that's better than a robot reading it. I think that's better than me reading it. I think it'd be nice. As long as it's by the week's end. The real week's end. According to me, that's Sunday. This is actually the way they did the week when I was young, Sunday through Saturday. That was long. I've never even heard. I know some payrolls start on Sunday. I've worked for companies that we would travel in on Sunday, and they would pay us hourly on that day for the first paycheck. But I've never even heard that. That's crazy.
Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away. Burn away, we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race.
Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you on the next one.